Oh, yeah. What up, Drainers? Rolling up the sleeves, getting ready for another opportunity to see the Auburn Tigers play football today. I am fired up, and wow, what a day we are having in college football. I haven't been able to watch things real intensely in the last, 30 minutes, but the last that I saw, Troy was giving Clemson all they wanted. South Florida was giving Florida all they wanted. And, wow, a lot going on there. I'm trying to find me a game, whatever game that you guys are watching. Which one are you guys watching at the moment? What is the hottest game? I feel so naked when I don't have my YouTube TV with the quad box to kind of keep me up to date to everything that's going on. Courtney, when she watches that, goes, how do you even watch this? Maybe it's a male brain thing. I don't know. Anyway, Small Victory says, JD, always the best dressed drainer. Do we know that? Oh, we don't know that. Oh, GW says, JGT, in case you forget, the Raiders suck. Golly, GW, you are just tough on us. So tough on us. Got some big-time super chats coming through. One from CDF, who was on the show last week. By the way, guys, I did get a solution to our telephony issues. We now have our own cell phone just for this show. We have our own line, our own phone. We can go wild with it. It is going to be permanently connected to this badass soundboard that I have that we run the show through. And, that's going to be the solution. Kenny Dillingham on my TV right now is going to be playing at Mississippi State, and said that the closest hotel to Mississippi State was a casino, which I'm going to have to call bullshit on that, because I have covered many Auburn games at Mississippi State, and we stay in Columbus, Mississippi, and there's not a casino there. But there is a delicious place to eat called the Old Hickory Steakhouse, which is unbelievable. If you guys have been, you know what I'm talking about. 626, how about that? War Eagle 0008 says, Word Amigo family, thanks for the show, JG. Thank you for being part of the show, my guy. Here's to seeing some deuce tonight. I definitely think that'll happen, barring some kind of really weird circumstance, and I would love to see it, just to kind of get some baselines and say, hey, here's what they've got. Here's what we can expect from him. I had a great question on the bunker of the day. Is he more Cam Newton or is he more Jason Campbell? And I think he's more Jason Campbell, which is a compliment. And I love Jason Campbell. You guys do too. Maybe we would like to see the junior and senior versions of Jason Campbell right off the bat, because he was a little up and down early on in his career. But that's okay. Also, if you're in the chat, give me some updates on some of these scores, because it's kind of weird. I can't really watch them the way that I want to, and maybe you guys can. Darkside says, glasses up, JG. Listen, I had a scary situation with my heart earlier. Oh, by the way, Dion, War Eagle JG, hoping we air it out today. Appreciate you, man. Back from Poland, safe and sound. And glad to have you over here stateside watching the game with us tonight. Darkside did say, glasses up, JG. I do have my glass. Had a little bit of a scare earlier. You guys know I have AFib, and a lot of us do. Had a moment there, 5 or 6 seconds, where my heart wasn't beating, and I could kind of tell. I was like, man, I hope this thing starts back up, or I'm in real trouble. And it did. I'm here, obviously. But I don't know, it made me think that maybe I shouldn't drink too much tonight. So I'm going to just kick that one down the road. I am going to drink this Noble Oak if I choose to drink. It's going to be this. We did it on the bourbon blend the other night, and we were shocked by how good it tasted relative to the price. I think this is a $30 bottle. And it is muy delicioso. We've also got some more super chats popping in here. Hayden H., who we absolutely adore. This guy's an absolute stud. Says, Ball isn't a state. Ward M. Eagle JG. We used to tell that joke a lot, because when I went to school at Kentucky, we were always competing with their student newspaper up there. I don't remember what it's called. The school's in Muncie, Indiana, and we're always like, Ball State, more like Ball Sack. Adam did say JGT has the burner. It kind of is. We just have it for the show. I actually got it situated with J-Head earlier. I texted him from the burner phone to make sure he got the number. And also, Coach Hunter's going to be with us at halftime tonight. Unfortunately, Kozan will not be with us tonight at halftime because he's at a wedding in the great state of Ohio tonight. And he didn't think he'd be able to watch the first half because the wedding will be going on. So there you go. If you guys know, Alex was ready to go last week, and I screwed the pooch because their telephony wasn't working right, and that's on me. I spent time this week getting that fixed. And I thank you guys for making it possible, because now we have a new phone line, and had to get a new phone and all that kind of stuff. And you guys, your generosity just from watching, for being part of the show, for super chatting, it makes it all possible. I feel like a stranger. It's just word up, word am. Much love, Drainers, Swiggins, and Tates. Let's stay healthy and clean up mistakes. See more from the young guys. Wait, you guys wear clothes for the drain? Whoa. Hold on, I think we have a crickets right here. Let me get my TV bounced over to the ESPN U's, where the Auburn Tigers will be playing tonight. For me, it is on channel 302. I am so antiquated that I still have cable. I know some of you guys are like, what is cable? I don't know anything about it. Randy Peace's Miami of Ohio. Wait, no, I think it was just Ohio. Beat West Virginia. I was watching that game earlier. The Bobcats were playing pretty good football, and I think West Virginia just stinks. Yikes. Medro is here. What up, bro? Good to have you in the chat, my guy. Ammo Tiger, one of my favorites here. Says he's over, I'm guessing he's in Japan right now, watching internationally on our show, which I absolutely love. Luke Duke says he'd like to see some deuce passing tonight. I'd like to see that. War Eagle 0008 says Florida up 1 with 5 minutes to go. And looks like Medro says that Clemson is now leading over Troy. Wonderful. Also, Damon says the Rebels are up 1 touchdown over Kentucky. Is that game still going? I felt like Ole Miss was a little bit better than Kentucky today, but not by as much as I thought we would see. I thought Ole Miss would be stronger. But remember last year they lost at home to Kentucky, when I was like, what in the world happened there? And then this year, looks like Kentucky was providing a lot of resistance. Blake jumping in from the East Coast says, internet issues fixed that forced me to miss the NFL opener and blend on Thursday. Ready to drain and drink and chill with JGT and my peeps while watching this Auburn beatdown. Wardham Eagle. Glad you got that worked out, Blake. We had fun on the drain. I got a little ripped, and we were talking a bunch of smack, which is kind of what we do. Terrence W says, what up, JG? Glad to have you, man. What does the G stand for? Gorgeous, my man. The straightest thing you said all day. Listen, my middle name is Gregory. But nobody in my family ever called me that. They just called me, actually, when I was growing up, everybody called me Jamie. Jaymie. And so I thought that was my name. If everybody called you that, if Terrence, if everybody called you Tony when you were 0 to 16, you'd think your name was Tony, right? Everybody called me Jamie. And then when I got to college, I realized when I signed up that my social security card said J. And I was like, hey, Mom, what's going on here? She's like, hey, dumbass, you don't even know your name. Whale Driver says, looks like we should be ranked for the first time in years on Monday. I think it'd be the first time since 21, which is just crazy, man. That Auburn, I mean, come on, guys, let's be real. It's a real program. It's just got slowed way down by Brian Harsin, and they're having to kickstart it and get it back going again. Let's get over to our main page here. And our chat was working great last week, so we just kicked it off here, even though the chat's, there we go. If you guys remember, the chat was kind of, the way it was displaying on our page here was kind of hit or miss last year, but we've got it figured out now. Sam is trying to be smart ass and say, hey, Jamie, but it's actually Jaymie, bud. But close enough, yeah. I was taking shit in school back because the $6 million woman, her name was Jamie Summers, and they were like, you're Jamie Summers. I was like, more like banging Jamie Summers. Get the fuck out of here. I need to hear this. I kickstart my heart, feel like a stranger. Dude, I was freaking, man. I was like, I had my hand up there, and I was like, there's no pulse. It happens to me every now and then. And it'll pop back, obviously. I'm still here, aren't I? As T.I. would say, every day above ground, all I want to do is ball. Okay, that's what we're doing. We're doing that. Hell yeah, we are. Let's see. Terrence says, what is our objective tonight? Get the win, trying out some things, or win, showing as little as possible. All. Hey, it's Lauren Sisler. I like her. She's cool. I don't think she ever knew my name, so she called me Bub. B-U-B. Hey, Bub. I was like, hey. Hey, there's our photographer, Robin Kahn, right there in front of you. I don't know why he's so close to the head coach. He shouldn't be standing that close to the head coach. But that is our photographer. I think he's just being situationally unaware at the moment. Robin, get back. Stoop up. Oh, let me finish the question. Terrence asked, "What is the objective tonight?" I think it's have a clean game. I think he was pissed off about the penalties the other night, and whether you're playing Ball State or you're playing Clemson, you got to keep it clean, right? 2, I think you're going to see the passing attack work well and just kind of function the way that we think that it should, smoothly. And then let's see Jackson give way to Deuce and let Deuce go out there and show us what he can do. I am very confident that Deuce is a badass and that he's going to impress us tonight when he has an opportunity to play. Let's see. Sam says, what is Arnold comparison, Jamie? You still spelled it wrong. White Marshall. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I do think Jackson is more accurate than Nick was. Nick was not a particularly accurate passer, but he had an incredibly strong arm. So he had probably on the arm strength scale, if Jeff George is a 10 out of 10, Nick was probably an 8. But his accuracy was probably a 5. I think Jackson Arnold's maybe an 8 arm strength and maybe a 6 or 7 accuracy. So I think that's good. Is D Lucky here in the chat? In the chat. Stoop up, my man. There he is. Who's the all-time leader in number of super chats made on our channel. Unbelievable. Says, let's get this W over Ball State. I love it. Sounds awesome. GW says JGT equals just guzzle tequila. Just guzzle tequila. All right, that was pretty good. Neil J coming in from the greater Scotland area. Says every day above ground is a good day. That's what I'm talking about, man. Had some good chats with Neil over the Facebooks the other day. It's always a font of useful information. All right, so we have kicked off. I will go ahead and change our page here to say we're in the first quarter. Ball State coming out there in the whites. Look at the light color. I like their uniforms. You know, kind of got a Northern Illinois vibe about it. Neil, appreciate you, bro. Schaefer Kia coming in hot. This is Ward Am Eagle. Love it. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat, my man. And thank you for hanging out here. I know Ball State's probably not a game that we're all super stoked about. But, you know, I do like watching the Auburn Tigers play football. That's always a good time. D Lucky is in the house right now. And GW says, JGT, Louisville Cardinals lover. How dare you? They were on the TV last night when we had our party here at the house, and we watched the Cardinals, and I made fun of Courtney for her team. Auburn playing their starters, which in this case includes Xavier Atkins playing linebacker, which 2 weeks ago I probably would not have thought that would be normal, but he played a great game. I thought, well, he played a high-intensity game last week. Let's put it that way. Sam H. says, just excited to see Auburn play. Same. Parker thinks there's going to get the Auburn Tigers are going to get 5 sacks tonight. That would be nice. I'd like to see Darion get 3. That would be awesome. 2nd and 5 for Ball State. Lots of pressure coming in from Keon. Oh, God. Boy, K and Lee got run by on that go route. And fortunately, the quarterback overthrew him. Good God, guys. That would have been a 50-yard gainer right off the bat. Looks like Jaquez Robinson had his eyes in the right place, was moving the right way, but the receiver had beaten Kayan so badly it was going to be a problem either way, but the ball's overthrown. Sam H. just says, damn. Can't be having Ball State's wideouts running by you like that. Not good, not good. Wizard D says, I like to see 4 down linemen. You're only getting 2 in this set, my guy. Bobby Jamison, Travis, and Zeke in there. Auburn bringing power or heat from the linebackers. And honestly think if that Ball State quarterback escapes from that pressure to his right and just runs, he gets the first down. But instead, he kind of, I don't know what he was doing. He kind of ran into the pressure. And we get a tackle for loss there on 3rd and 5, which is a great start defensively. Holy hell, man. Zeke Walker destroyed that guy, and they held him, and they didn't call it, but it doesn't matter. There he is, Hornatius. Says bacon. Here's the thing about Hornatius. So he's going to tell you about the shit he's baking. And for those of you who don't know him or you're not familiar with him, it's going to sound stupid. But you know what? It's actually, I'm friends with him in real life, and I've seen some of the stuff he's been baking, and it's, oh, God bless. And it's amazing. I would eat all of it. Hornets says, bacon some more cheesecake almond. Let me go ahead and put this up here on the screen. Bacon some more cheesecake, almond cones, and apple danishes during the game. Wish me luck, fellows. I mean, yeah, Spicy P did not like the fact that that Malcolm Simmons fumbled that punt and made it an adventure. All right, so the Auburn Tigers are going to take over here. They're going to be around there. Whoa, Jay, what are you doing there, bud? Oh, no. I'm going to have to mess around with this. Taking over on what, the 25-ish? 23-ish? They start with a little designed rollout, throw to Cam Coleman for 9.5. We'll take it. That's the kind of execution I like to see right there. That's what we're looking for tonight. Jack Don't Do It says, not a good start. I mean, just a little special teams wobble, not a big deal there. All right, Jeremiah gets the start tonight because Damari's not going to play. Now, I said this on the bunker, but Damari, if this was Oklahoma, if this was Texas A&M, if this was a game that Auburn needed, he'd be available. He got a stinger in the game the other day, and they're just kind of letting him. There's no reason to push it. There's no reason to push it. So they're going to go with Cobb, obviously, and then I think they're going to moonlight. They're going to play around with Darrell and Omar, I think, tonight, and just kind of give both of those guys an opportunity. I think that's going to be an incomplete pass. Throws a little high. Cam did catch the ball, but he had to go all the way up in the air to get it, and that was not great. Raven says, I think you are ahead of my feed, JG. I'll try to be a little more careful as far as play-by-play then. I don't want to do anything like that. Sam H says, God, I wish KLS had one more year with us. God, he was so underrated, man. And you're right. He's a bad boy. Got Preston Howard in the slot here. He played a lot last week. Jackson's going to throw to the backside and just hope for a missed tackle. Didn't get it that time, but Horatio probably fought him for another yard or two. So it's going to be 3rd and 1. Terrence says Arnold's first 2 throws have not been that accurate. Let's see, there was the bootleg, and then, which is, I thought it was fine. And then the throw to Cam where it went out of bounds was not a great throw. That one to Horatio is an easy throw, and he made it. Great push right there from the Auburn offensive line on the 3rd and 1 to get Cobb about 5 yards on that one. Just running behind Xavier Chaplin over there. Raven says, I'll write a letter to Cox. Raven and I were sharing bourbon pictures today. He got a upgraded edition of a Green River, which is a really delicious bourbon. And I also showed him my Old Fit 9-year bottle. And Bon Jackson just got hit as he was about to throw. He got hit low, which is legal, but I just get worried when quarterbacks get hit like that. But that's a sack. Somebody busted. Who is the offending party? It would look like a green dog or something. I don't know. Oh. Singleton was going to be, oh my God. He had gotten field leverage on his guy, and all Jackson had to do was just float it out there, and it was going to be a tutty, but the pressure came right up the middle. And yeah, Spicy, I think I have to agree with you on that. He says, I held the ball too long. I think it was just an instant too long, right? I try a little tunnel screen there to Malcolm. Ball State pressured that really well. Rallied up on that little trips set. But he was able to elude the first wave and got probably 5 yards on that. 3rd and 12 at this point due to the sack. Auburn's going in a 3-by-1 here. He's changing up the snap rhythm. Try to keep those edges. Fucking A, man. Mason just got absolutely embarrassed on that play right there. Motherfucker, man. Did he even touch him? Perry Thompson was out there on that snap, by the way. That's two, like, dangerous hits on the quarterback there. I don't like that at all. Mason Murphy must have just gotten absolutely walked by on that one. And damn near got rolled up on, too. Boy, I tell you, Hugh Nall would be fucking losing his mind over that one. Anytime you see an offensive lineman leaning like that or lunging, they're cooked. That's a bad spot to be in. And he's just going to have to, I don't know if he's going to have to overset or what he's going to have to do. That's got to be worked out. Talon 1 says, I guess we know why we don't run 10 personnel. Where's my laugh sound? Yeah, that's a good one. Jay, that was not nearly loud enough. I'm going to give you another one, Talon. I apologize for that quiet laugh. Come on. Damon says right tackle has got to play better. Absolutely. And A.U. Robinson says terrible OL. We got to really work on that. Just got to move. Got to either set better or move his feet better. I didn't get a chance to actually watch the whole rep just from that ISO, but definitely got to do better than that. I mean, sometimes these Ball State guys, small school guys, they might have a good edge guy here and there, you know. I mean, Max Crosby came from Eastern Michigan. He's pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the stat broadcast numbers, and we will get some of these updated. Unfortunately, they're not going to be as pretty as we would like because of the pressure that Ball State is creating up front. I'm a little surprised by that. Jackson is now 3 of 4 for 23, and the one miss is 100% on him. Jeremiah has 2 carries for 6 yards. And I reckon Cam has 1 catch for 9. So, and the Auburn Tigers on third down are 0 of 1. I'm sorry, 1 of 2, and they're 0 of 1. All right. We're now updated. Bego is here with us in the chat. Says, what's up, JD? Glad to see you here. Appreciate you being here with us tonight, my guy. Carlos Dansby's neck roll says, is that Peyton Thorne out there? Oh, man. You got him there. War Eagle 0008 says, UF on the brink of, please finish that sentence. Please say collapse. I don't really have a problem with Florida or Billy Napier, but I just kind of like, I'm an agent of chaos. I like to see weird things happen. Unassailable brilliance. Says, OL, wow. That's not a good wow, I'm guessing. Chuck H is here with us tonight. Glad to have you here, my guy. Yo, Malcolm is here. What up, man? I don't know if I saw you in the last show, but I'm glad I'm seeing you here. CJ says we'll be fine. I think they're going to be able to recalibrate and get this game turned around a little bit, but I'd like to see better execution. I think you would too. War Eagle, he's making my day here. That was was unintentional. Brink of defeat. Please tell me what's going on. Clemson TD. I really wanted Troy to win that game. God bless, man. This is what I had to say to that, man.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
LB Puppy says, thought I'd never say this, but I want to see Too Tall back in the starting lineup. Hey, he's a good kid. He's a good kid. But and he has a lot of versatility, right? They can play him. They actually like him at guard a lot. He can play right tackle. I think he can play anywhere but center. All right, we're back to live action now. 9 minutes to go. They were trying to split back concept, and Xavier Atkins said, "I've got a punch you in the fucking face concept." Really liking this kid, man. I am really, really liking him. He triggers downhill incredibly fast. But he hasn't, at least in the Baylor game, he wasn't susceptible to those misdiagnoses that we used to see from another hard-triggering player, a.k.a. number 0, whose name escapes me. He plays for the Cardinals now. Owen Papo, who had that same incredibly aggressive downhill trigger, but would misdiagnose holes too much. Xavier's blitzing. He's about to kill the quarterback. Quarterback threw that ball to save his own life. That was self-preservation right there. Making sure my game is taping. I guess it is. Hope so. Okay, Whale Driver says South Florida is on the Florida 20, and I'm guessing they're within a field goal, right? And they've got a Grammatica kicking, so you feel pretty good about that. Jacob L. is here. I saw you earlier. Says, what's up, JG? Wardam Eagle. Hey, we went 3 and out last game, so we are going to turn up. That's right. Auburn had a slow start, just gave up a long pass. On 3rd and 11, guys, and we talk about it every freaking week. I feel like DJ does a great job on 1st and 2nd down, and I feel like if it's 3rd and long, Auburn has trouble. Parker, I know, man. All right. They're on the 35-ish. Another great trigger downhill from Atkins. Got through the right hole. I mean, he's playing, man. He's balling. He's definitely the most active player on Auburn's defense right now. If you remember the last game, number 0, Woodyard had a great first quarter and then kind of tailed off. And I thought Xavier played better as the game went on, and he started out hot here. He's playing a great game so far. D-Lucky's chat is looking bunker-esque with all these extreme hot takes. Bego wants somebody else to call plays on 3rd down. 2nd and 9 is what I'm looking at here. And looks like there's a flag against the hated Cardinals. Ravin says Hugh has to be pissed about these 3rd downs. Dude, at some point, man, right? You just... I know he's an offensive guy and he's thinking about offense a lot, but you have to look at it and go, come on, guys. All right, Wargle0008 says that the Grammatica kid, Nico Grammatica, I believe is his name, is about to try a 25-ish yard field goal to beat the Florida Gators, which would be awesome. Not because I have a problem with Florida, just because I'm an agent of chaos, that's all. What Auburn is getting, dudes, they're just flooding these rush lanes. I don't see how Ball State's going to run this ball at all today. Woodyard just darted through and dragged him down from behind for no gain or maybe -1. 3rd and 14 is what we're looking at here. 3rd and 14. This is probably just exactly where Ball State wanted to put Auburn's defense. 3rd and long. Sam H says, I don't like Florida. Hashtag Hugh Freeze guy says, Jay, I love you, brother. Stay strong, bro. Oh, Auburn brought the absolute pain up the middle. Lots and lots of pressure from the linebacker situation. Amaris was in there. I'm reckon that was 17 that come through that A gap and beat his ass. And the quarterback, again, he seems a little scared to me. Like he doesn't actually want to get hit by anybody. No, it was 6. It was DeMarcus Riddick coming through there like a freaking bullet train in Japan, bro. Oh, my God. He just kind of bent around the center, and there was a wide open hole in the backside, and he was coming through with ill intent to take somebody's head off. Quarterback said, not mine today, and just ducked down to the ground to save his own life. Hey, man, I would do the same thing. I wouldn't want DeMarcus Riddick hitting me like that. Chilton County, those boys hit, man. Saban was the brand, not Bama, says Riddick. It's a great handle. I like it. All right, let's go ahead and chalk that one up to a blown 3rd down opportunity for the Ball State Cardinals, who are now 1 of 3 on 3rd down. Okra, who has my favorite avatar in our chat, it's the man Max Crosby, who I mentioned earlier. I always try to mention him at least once. He's my favorite football player. Plays for the number 98 for the Las Vegas Raiders. who are playing at the team everybody hates, the Patriots, tomorrow to open the season. Lots of good NFL stuff tomorrow. We actually got to watch a few games this week, right? Terrence says, JG, Riddick coming at me? I'd be scared too. AU Pooch is here. He's currently having his case mitigated by our judicial system. Not an actual one, just me thinking about his situation. AU Pooch got banned from the bunker for saying something that I thought was a million miles out of bounds, and we've been talking about him coming back, and we'll see how it goes. But I like him. I've met him. Sometimes we say things that we shouldn't be saying. I've done it myself. D Lucky says, there goes the neighborhood. By the way, D Lucky, it's been a while since you and your awesome wife have been here in the D Lucky suite. He's like royalty in this household. Both of them. All right, here we go. It's almost time for this South Florida kick, which, if good, is going to make Billy Napier unhappy. And it's going to make a lot of Florida fans. Mike says, spoiler, JGT, Pats win tomorrow. Oh, wrong one. I'm just doing crickets for that. Crickets. All right, that's a wrap. South Florida has defeated the Florida Gators in the swamp. So that's some chaos right there. I don't know that anybody in this chat thought Florida was really good, but let's see. A Taxman says he's back from Lawrenceburg with my 4 RLE. You're gonna have to help me with that one, my guy. Like, my first thought is a 4Runner, but I don't know that. That could be a bourbon type, because Lawrenceburg is a bourbon stronghold. Kanuman is here in the chat tonight. I hadn't seen him. Says USF. Feel like a stranger, says D Lucky. I prefer my chat racist free. Yeah, I know, man. It puts me in a weird spot. That's what I was telling Pooch. The cameraman has been fooled. Eric Singleton is juking and sprinting and getting another 9er to get this drive started again. I think Auburn had 9 on its first drive 9 on the first play of the first drive. Now they get 9 on the first play of the second drive, so that's nice. He is a very fast individual. I think he's getting close to 100% now with that, what was described to me and Hoke as a bone bruise. Oh, my guy's taking off. Oh, shit.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Great run. Great run. Great run. Absolutely loved it, man. I thought he might have made the wrong move deeper into this run. He kind of was trying to juke that last safety, and I was thinking he was going to cut to the middle of the field, and then he induced the missed tackle and then just accelerated away. That's the open field burst that Coach Hugh Freeze has mentioned a number of times. So that was absolutely clutch running right there, and very explosive run. And it bumps Jeremiah's tally to three carries for 52 and a tutty. He's having a good start to the game here. Three carries, 52 and a tutty. That's pretty good. Of course, McPherson with the PAT and knocks it up to 7-0 Auburn Tigers. That was easy. Jackson Arnold does technically get credit for that pass on first down because it was a forward punch or whatever. So he's 4 of 5 for 32. Go ahead and bump that up. Let's see. Schaefer Kia says Cobb salad with some ranch, please. I like that. That's clever. I like it. A little Cobb salad. I like that. Diego says, boy, got some speed. He does. That was a really nice acceleration there. He got slowed down a little bit by that free safety, and then he just kind of pulled away from those guys. That was really nice. And Sam H says, nice jet sweep with Singleton to start the drive. It was just to get that Niner on the board to start, and then you got a 2nd and 1. You can do all kinds of stuff, and they chose to just kind of do an inside zone run, an Indy run. But when you've got a tailback like him, gives you some real flammability, as the kids would say. Terrence, I think, is getting a little ahead of himself here. So still can't pass the ball effectively, but I will worry about that next week, LOL. Hey, man, they've only run, 9 plays? Total plays for the Auburn Tigers is 10. So I'm not too worried about it. You know, if we're in the 3rd quarter and these numbers are still kind of weird, maybe we trip at that point. Pablito says, can we get Keith Niebuhr on the drain tonight? Keith is he's family now. He's part of the On3 family. He's down in Gatortown, so I'm sure he's going to be having a very busy night. I think being a Florida mod tonight would not be the job you'd want. Nash Tiger notes that Garner Langlow, there's a name I hadn't thought of in a while. I think he's from Ocala, Florida. Starts for the Troy Trojans. I did not know that. Russell's here, says, howdy ho, gang. Howdy ho. Cobb to the house. Sorry I'm late to the drain. We had your spot waiting for you, bro. Glad to have you here. Glad to see you back. My guy. Let's see. Ephesians says, I think Damari has a little more patience running it, but I love seeing Cobb just hit the hole at 100 miles an hour. Yeah, he's pretty aggressive like that, isn't he? Hey, there's Janai Broom. The Final Four team is being feted on the field tonight, as Justin Hoganson was writing about this morning. Got some good stuff from Bruce Pearl. Janai, an interesting character in the annals of Auburn history. Obviously, probably our greatest player, Auburn's greatest player. I mean, Charles Barkley was an incredible pro, and he's a pop culture legend now, so he takes the cake. But I'm talking about at Auburn. I mean, Janai was, player of the year. He got Auburn to a Final Four. Like, he's just so good. Oh man, who was that? Was that Amaris? Oh, I'm sorry, I got the number wrong. That was Sly with the lick right there. Let's see. Terrence says, JGT, you were covering the Tigers in 2007, right? How do you handle a USF loss as a mod? I've been covering Auburn since 98. I think what you do in a situation like that is you just try to be honest about it with the folks. I think there's a lot of people, particularly on the bunker, the way that our ethos is, people want to be told the truth. I think we have a very, sometimes overly pessimistic, but a realistic view of things. And I just try to be real with them. I think Hoke would do the same thing. I think BMAT would do the same thing. And then on the boards, you just try to take out the drunkest posts. And then just let people kind of vibe and blow off steam and be pissed. When it really hurts is when you've got game after game after game of just shit, like at the end of Harsin. It's tough. But I used to take some of it personally, and I don't do it anymore. Maybe it's just I've been doing it long enough now. Runner 24 says USF 2007. I mean, I can barely remember that game. I remember Quentin Groves played good in that game. Was that the Mario Fannin 400 fumble game? It may have been. Stupup says, that was a nice play right there. I can't read the numbers, though. Now I can. It's Sly Smith again. Stepping up. I tried to run some kind of a quick screen, and Sly said, I'm quicker than you, bro. This is how we do things in Mumford. Boom! Oh, that poor guy. Number 84 was trying to block Sly, and it did not do a very good job. 3rd and 12. Here we go, guys. Here we fucking go. 3rd and 12. 3rd and 12. Sly did come to play, Damon says. I agree with you completely. Sly is kind of in danger a little bit of getting his playing time cut, but that won't happen if he's going to do this. Now, he's lined up man-to-man. This is where he sometimes struggles. There it is. Jaquez makes a really nice open field tackle right there. triggering downhill on, I guess, like a sweep or some kind of an outside zone concept, and he was a marauder on that one. Came in hot. So that's a really nice defensive possession right there for the Auburn Tigers. And DJ Durkin looks satisfied and good with how that one ended. Hayden says Mumford High School, baby. Absolutely. That's where he's from. Sly is, I would say he's a country boy. Yeah. He's also a football player. A good one. Boy, that punt fielding scared the shit out of me right there, man. I didn't think he was going to field that. Auburn's going to start that one at the 50, but yikes. I feel like they're walking on thin ice here with these punt, I don't want to call it a return. I guess it's a punt return. Let's see if we got anything unusual here staffing-wise on the offense. Cobb, Coleman, Jackson, Preston Howard, tight end. You got Horatio, Eric Singleton. This is just your usual crew here. Just going to re-rack it. Marcus Davis there on the sideline, clapping his hands, showing his guys. There's Chad, the special teams coach. Hey, man, there we go again. Third drive, they're going to get 8 or 9 yards on the first play. That was a 2-by-2 concept, just throwing an out to Horatio, and he gets 7 yards on that. Solo says, can we get DJ a damn Auburn hat and not just a generic swoosh? That would be all right, yeah. Great comeback by Cam Coleman right there. You know, the route concept that he was running was covered, but he just came back to the ball. And that's the good things that happen. Good patience from Jackson, knowing that Cam was going to make that adjustment. And that's how you get it done. There's Small Victory says, Chad Lunsford is my sister-in-law's best friend's husband. Known each other since grade school. Chad's good people, man. He was a GA here, and then he eventually rose to become the head coach at Georgia Southern. Oh, I can't see that, but neither can Ball State. That's going to be a tutter.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
It's kind of open, guys. Wow, I would say they got that one done. I reckon that's Kenyatta right there. I don't know who that was, but he was ready to give him some pats on the head for that touchdown catch. Alex McPherson puts it right through to get Auburn up to 14 now. Boy, Jackson knew right away he had something there. I'm not sure what he was keying on, but unfortunately, when you got the ESPNU crew out here, that's definitely Kenyatta. You're not going to have the replays that you really want to have. It's just kind of the reality of it. Look at Ashton Daniels out there congratulating his fellow quarterback. You'd love to see the passion and the excitement and happiness. Ashton's a good dude, man. There's Deuce Knight, by the way, right there with those guys in the huddle. Meeting with Jesse, who works with the quarterbacks. Ephesians, my guy, says Alex with 2 points, and I love it. My favorite player, Alex McPherson. Arguably the toughest guy in this whole roster. People laugh when I say that. They say, you mean the 140-pound guy? Yes, I mean the 140-pound guy. You can be a little dude and be tough as shit. He's proof. And there shouldn't be one person on this planet that disputes how much Alex McPherson loves being an Auburn Tiger. Because the sacrifices he's making to get this done and to be part of this team is crazy. Crocky Poo super chatted earlier, and I missed him because it was right when the touchdown hit. So we can't keep letting Simmons punt return. Great receiver, but he is awful at punt returns. One of the worst PFF special teams-wise, and I don't think his work tonight is going to endear him to PFF, is it? I don't know. I guess they see something in practice, you know? They've got to see something in practice. Daniel P. jumps in with a War Damn Eagle. We appreciate that, my guy. Just a little bit loud on that. I'll turn that down just a little bit. Ed D has Mississippi State leading Arizona State early. That would almost be funny. I kind of felt like Dillingham was talking down to Mississippi State during the week a little bit, especially that comment about casinos. It's kind of like a diss in the whole state. And I know us in Alabama, we like to kind of bag on Mississippi State, but not necessarily MSU, but the state of Mississippi. But I don't know, man. When it's somebody like him who's not from here and he wants to talk his shit about it, I don't know. I get kind of rankled about it. Like, we in the South can talk shit about the South, but when other people do it, I don't like it. You know, it's like when I make fun of my sister. You know, she's dead, of course, but when she was alive, I don't like it. Now, I could do it all day. I can say whatever I want to my sister. Terrence says, JGT, any recruits attending night? Hell yes. They've got some really good ones, including a defensive lineman that's committed to Texas and also his brother who's committed to South Alabama. They're both here tonight, and there's quite a few, actually. I don't know that anyone's bigger than that particular defensive lineman, but LB Puppy says, please update the numbers, JG. I will absolutely do that. My apologies to you, because they're about to get the ball back, aren't they? Jackson's now 7 of 8 for 82, and, of course, a tutty. And maybe we should change. I have Arnold 0 for 0 as a runner. Maybe we change that to Singleton or something. I know because Singleton has a couple catches. I'll change that to Singleton. And he now has 2 catches for 39 and a tutty. So there you go. And I think Coleman had another catch, didn't he? He's 2 for 22. So he did. There we go. Sam says Oklahoma's up 7-0 on the Cheaters. Colby says, where's Perry? He's been out there. I saw him. So he's out there. Let's see. Yabo says, appreciate you, Daniel. Thanks for the super chat, Crocky Poo, as well. Yabo says, our defense is a mixed bag for me so far. Sometimes they look fantastic. Sometimes I'm like, a good D just can't do that, but it's early. I got you like that. Terrence, tough question there. Says, JG, I live in New York, but I attended Auburn. Would you categorize me as a Northerner or Southerner? See, that's a question only you can answer, because would you classify yourself as a Northerner or a Southerner? I mean, because I don't know where you, like when you went to Auburn, where did you come from? Where were you coming from, and where did you grow up? Stupup says, Arizona is just a southern state minus water. That state sucks. I haven't been out there too much. I think the last time I was in Arizona was covering Auburn. Yeah, Perry's been out there. Schaefer Kia said, absolutely, 100%. Jack Don't Do It says, Billy Napier is cooked. I think he's on life support. I don't know if Cook's quite there. I do think South Florida is a pretty decent ball club, but nobody's going to be happy with losing to South Florida. They're going to be pissed. Terrence says, I was born in Cleveland, Ohio. Terrence, again, that's going to be up to you. Mike says, how do you identify? I mean, actually, kind of, yeah. I don't know. Because, well, I'm here talking this junk about the South, right? About how, I have standing to be able to defend the South. But, I mean, I was born in Kentucky, which to me is not South. And then I grew up in San Diego, which is definitely not South. And then also went to high school in Tulsa, which is not South. So, I don't know. Poppy Clan says, Perry, no targets. I feel like we're getting to a point now, and I don't mean to be putting you on the spot here, Poppy, because you're one of a growing legion of people who continue to clamor for more Perry Thompson, and I don't have any reason to believe that Perry Thompson is worth more catches than the guys who are getting him. Horatio, Singleton, Cam. I'm not sure what the point is. Like, whose role do you want to truncate to then give him more opportunities? And why are you convinced? And Poppy, again, you're not by yourself on this. I'm speaking to the Perry supporters. What makes you think that he is this good? That's the thing that I'm asking. Colby says the litmus test is, do you know who James Spann is? If you see James Spann on your TV, what do you do? Answer, get the fuck under the stairs, man. All right, Lauren Sisler talking to the Ball State head coach, who looks like an intense dude, but he's going to get his ass beat tonight, I'm afraid. Mike Uremovich. I like that name. Uremovich. Was that the guy that was at Oklahoma State before? Nah, it wasn't it. His name was like Yakinov or something like that. I don't know. Poppy says, fair enough, JG. I didn't mean to put you on the map, Poppy. They do it on the bunker all the time, too. It's a common theme. Kanuman says, James Spann determines if you are an Alabamian or not Southern, because Kanuman, well, I can't say where Kanuman, I know where Kanuman's at, but I don't know if he's actually from there. Somebody asked earlier, I can't see who it was now, about Kentucky. Runner 24 says Kentucky is definitely not north. I would agree with that. They're not south. They're like in that middle, man. They're like on the border, and they've got some southern elements and they've got some northern elements. I would say that culturally outside of Louisville, they're more southern. But the true South, in my mind, does not have snowstorms or ice storms. We don't deal with that shit in the South. Uh-oh. It's like Key was getting a little antsy to try to get it across there and kill that quarterback. Nash says, I don't want Perry to play over better players. I mean, the thing is, yeah, Auburn's got that room is insane. Boy, that pisses Hugh off. Did you see that look on Hugh's face? Oh, he's pissed, man. He's letting TJ Rushing tell him what he thought about it. That's not his player, but he's still bitching. To be fair, there were 3 Auburn Tigers that were about to commit that same foul or penalty, so I'm telling you right now, the quarterback powers are not going to get it done in this game. Auburn's too good, man. I'm just saying. All right, so Ball State is currently 1 of 5 on third down because they didn't get it. Remember, they were going to go for it on fourth there, and Key got them hooked up. Austin P in the chat says, JG in the back of the building, good to be back with your knowledge. Despite their differences in gameplay, who would you choose for your go-to receiver when the game is on the line, Singleton or Coleman? I would take Cam myself because of basically if it's one play and I'm just going to have to just throw it up, I would want Cam to be the guy. Now, Eric Singleton is a badass. He's incredibly fast. I love him in the open field. He's like the best version of Ryan Smith, and I love Ryan Smith, but I would still take Cam. I feel like a stranger says 18 inches of snow in Alabama in 1993. I remember we were on our spring break trip going from Kentucky to Melbourne, Florida, and we did not come through Alabama, but everybody we knew went through Dalton, Georgia, and got stuck in Dalton, Georgia. We did not. Our girl at AAA told us to go to Knoxville and then over to Asheville and then down through the Carolinas, down through South Carolina. And all we got over there was rain and wind. Once we got south of Spartanburg, we were Gucci. But everybody else got stuck in Georgia. That was a mess of a situation. Schaefer says we got 10 to 12 inches of snow in lower Alabama in January. I was here. We didn't get quite that much. I know Mobile got more. I think it was the most you guys have ever had. But, I mean, it's an incredibly unusual situation there. That's probably the most you've ever seen in your life. And I bet there probably isn't a Mobilian alive that's seen more. But when you're in Kentucky, dude, you get 3 or 4 of those a year. I can remember several times when we lived in Lexington where, shit was just completely shut down for 2 or 3 days due to ice or snow or whatever. And to me, that ain't South. But I suspect if we were actually going to come up with a litmus test as to whether something is South or North, it's going to have to be some kind of a cultural thing. I don't know exactly how we would come up with those numbers, but it would be some kind of a cultural thing because I guess weather is just not enough. Stupep says you don't want to get stuck in Dalton. No, you don't. Unless you like carpet. It's probably a great place to admire or some would say lick carpet. Just because it's the carpet place. But, Colby says, I want to see Deuce. You're going to see Deuce tonight, my guy. We just got to make sure we get this game put out. We are in the second quarter, by the way. I didn't update that. Got to make sure this game's put away and then let Deuce come in there and do some work. I honestly would be surprised if he came in before halftime. Spicy Pieces just moved from North Carolina. You moved quite a bit, don't you? Because that's not the first move I've heard of you making. Just moved from North Carolina to South Carolina. North Carolina is not the South. South Carolina is the South. Well, it's in the name, right? Come on, give me that. Yabo says, what tailbacks have we seen so far other than Cobb? Nobody. I don't think we've even seen. There's BP, the man himself, showing off his big-ass ring, which is the size of like 2 or 3 fingers, I tell you. Let's see. Anonymous says, I have been known to munch some carpet. He's obviously a fan of carpet. And listen, man, sometimes you get that brand new carpet that's very freshly shorn, some would say. And you just, I don't know, you want to like just lay on it and just take it in, you know? I get it. I totally get it. Like in a new house or a newly renovated house. Kanuman says, love BP so much. He's a badass. Whale Driver says, remember when the NCAA tournament used to have the regional finals for the South played in Indianapolis? That's definitely not the South. There's nobody better on TV than Bruce, I'm telling you. He's such a ham, and he's just really good at it. Basketball coaches, by and large, are just really good at that. But he's the best. He's the best, I think. All right, more carnage here. Oh, Amaris. Oh, no. He makes a great play, and then he, like, steps over the guy, and they're going to throw a fucking flag on him. That happened last week, too. Oh, they called it a face mask. I'm sorry. That's odd, because he threw that flag, like, right at Amaris's feet. Oh, he's going to call. Okay, I get it now. It was the face mask on Amaris. He's kind of hovering over that guy, and I thought it was going to be a personal foul on. Couldn't see it from that angle, but it did look a little hat heavy pull there. Morris very explosive. Yeah, Jack Don't Do It says there's a difference between the South and the Deep South. Texas is not the Deep South. Yeah, Texas does have some Southern qualities. Ephesians asked me earlier, talk to me about this basketball team. I like it. It's talented. I just think the SEC is going to be, we're in for another really good season in the SEC. Crocky Poo can probably back me up on this. Haven't talked to him about the basketball season yet, but what scares me about this ball club is that I don't understand what Jovic is yet. He could be really good or he could be not very good, and I don't know the difference right now. And also, I think there's so much pressure on Keyshawn. Oh my gosh. Way to be, Key. Kind of pulling on the shirt there. So much pressure on Keyshawn Murphy to be good. I trust him to be good, but to be healthy. Because if he's not available, I think the situation at center gets dicey in a hurry. And, I mean, coming up, Alabama's going to be really good. Kentucky's going to be really good. Florida's going to be really good. I mean, Auburn's going to have to be at the top of their game just to hang in there, you know. And I just think it's going to be hard. But, I mean, they're going to be a tournament team, I think. 3rd and 6. Great tackle. Sly with another tackle just short of the marker. They're going to almost certainly go for this, but it was a nice tackle by Sly to keep him back. Let's see. Bill M says, I live in Maryland, which is southern since it's below the Mason-Dixon line. Interesting. We could just go for a geographic thing like that. I think it would be fair. This quarterback got away. I was just talking like 5 minutes ago about the quarterback power is probably not a good idea. I actually don't know if that was a power or just a draw, but I was thinking quarterback runs. That is a quarterback power. Jaquez, again, over-triggered on that one a little bit, which was a problem in the Baylor game. Sayer of Things says, Aaron Murray gets on my nerves. There's nobody in this chat that's going to argue you. No dispute on that at all. Soup Up says Maryland is not the South. I would agree that Maryland is not the South. I like Maryland a lot, though. My experiences there have been good, but I don't think it's Southern. And Blake, oh, my God. Give that to the Auburn Tigers. You're going to say incomplete pass. Dude, I don't know about that, bro. Amaris is frustrated because I don't think Auburn got it. Nope. Malik came out of the pile with it, but they're going to call that incomplete pass. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Let's see. Kuhneman says, look for Jovic to take the 3 at the end of regulation. I could win it to take us to the Final Four when our sharpshooter is open. Crocky poo. I guess Crocky had something to say about basketball earlier, which I missed because I was babbling on here. Anything that Crocky says about basketball, I'm interested in. He says Jovic is very similar to Horace Spencer. Keyshawn is a really good roller in pick and roll, like really good. Jovic is similar to Horace Spencer. Horace Spencer. Okay. I think he can shoot a little better than Horace. Yeah, Stoop Up thinks that was a fumble that's being reviewed. I have not seen the replay, but it looked like a fumble to me. I don't think that ball went forward at all. I think it just literally was on top. He had it next to his helmet and just lost it. And I guess if Malik came up with that bad boy, then that's going to be possession Auburn Tigers. That ball did not go forward. That's a fumble. That's a fumble. Absolutely a fumble. 100%. It's got to be Auburn Tiger ball. And that would be their first takeaway of the season. Bill says, you mean shooting a 3 with a chance to go to the Final Four, Horace Spencer? I'm with Chris M on this, as that's our ball. He's talking too much. I don't know what he's saying. Just point toward the Auburn Tigers. Auburn's clapping, so there we go. There's the first takeaway for the Auburn Tigers defense this season. That's good. Auburn's been good on offense about not giving the ball away, so, you do what you got to do. I was shocked to see that Baylor beat SMU today. That's going to be on, like, the SportsCenter bottom 10 or whatever. Oh, there we go. So I think some people who are not watching this game are going to say, God, it's the second quarter and Auburn's only up 14-0. But really, it's just been kind of a game where it's just kind of lumbering. Oh, boy, here comes Jeremiah again. Ooh, he shot out of that hole quick, didn't he? That's going to be another first down. Auburn's first plays on first drives have been amazing tonight. What's been 9, 9, 7, and that's probably 12. Oh, and then we've got a fucking flag.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Connor Liu with a rare penalty. He don't get penalized very much. I think he's aghast. He's like, wait a minute, did I really hold? Chris H says also FUCK Gus. All he had to do was get a dual threat quarterback, and he refused. Ed D with an update. Tulane is up 10 points on South at the halftime. Auburn's going to have a 1st and 17 here. Well, I think Jackson made a good read. He saw the blitz coming, and he got rid of the ball, and he threw it 1,000 miles an hour. Oh, man, a bailout penalty there. He threw the ball 100 miles an hour at Eric Singleton, who, ball bounced off his helmet, I think, and went straight up in the air, and they picked it off, but Jackson knew that right away, didn't he? Like, you can't do that, bro. And Diego says sloppy game. I don't know if I would characterize it as sloppy. It's just been grindy. Like, it hasn't. Sloppy to me is like a lot of mistakes. And I don't necessarily know that we've seen a lot of mistakes. We had Malcolm had the fumble on the first punt, but it ended up getting it back. We got the weird, like, Mason Murphy let that dude go by. Oh, Jackson sees something. It ain't that, though. Malcolm, double coverage. I'm not sure that was going to happen there. I guess if he throws it another 7 yards over the top of those two, because Malcolm was behind him. But that was going to be a tough play. I love that in back-to-back comments here. We have two great commenters. D. Lucky says, throw the change up, Jackson, which I would be inclined to agree with. And then Ephesians says, that throw is not on Jackson. I just thought it came in really hot, Ephesians. And I know why he threw it hot. He was trying to avoid that hit. But here we go. Preston Howard with a snatch there. I like that. Just kind of easing out. And he gets it to 3rd and 2. Bill says Oklahoma State lost 69-3 to Oregon. Oh, wow. Nice tackle in the open field right there by number 15 to stop Jeremiah. Just short. He's about 1 yard short. Of course, Auburn's going to go for this, I think, being so close to midfield. But great tackle right there. Daniel says Jackson's feet are never ready to throw. This is something that I was talking about during camp. It just looked to me a lot like he just kind of, I was just describing it as like Raphael for call throws. Now, that throw to Malcolm was not a Raphael for call throw. And if you guys remember, the Braves fans, he used to kind of, Raphael, when he was playing shortstop, he would kind of do that sidearm flip. He had a really strong arm, so it worked. But I feel like Jackson does that a lot. I don't know that he got that, guys. Oh, he definitely got it now. That was kind of a tush push, wasn't it? Shit, man, why not? Shaver says Brent Bedsole sighting. I did not see him. Brett is, I think he's the main, like, when you hear Hugh in his press conferences talk about the book guy, that's Brent. He's the one that said, well, what does the book tell us to do? Like if it's 4th and 1 at the 48 or 4th and 3 at the 35. And what does the book tell us? And I think that's when Bedsole has to have the answer. Oh, boy. Ball State fucked this up. Cam Coleman goes over a man. That's not going to be a fumble. Ground caused it. I like to see that one in slow-mo right here. Stoop Up said, I love me some for call, man. He was just such a great shortstop, man. And I remember when he was coming up through the minors and he was like the fastest guy who'd like ever been. Like Joey Gathright was probably the fastest player I've ever seen. But for call was second fastest. I think he had 100 stolen bases one year in the minors. Like you just can't even touch the guy. He's so fast. Let's see. LB Puppy says, we simply refuse to throw slants or in breakers. Just don't get it. Such a high percentage throw. They just threw one to Preston on, was it 2nd and long or was it 3rd and long? Just on this drive. Hey, I really can't do. Okay. Thank you. You're very sweet. Hold on, guys. I got to talk to my wife for a second. All right, guys. Thanks, man. I hadn't seen Courtney in a little while, so I was kind of getting back together. Jackson running for his life here. Showing on the replay. Oh. Damn, he really brought the shoulder in there, didn't he? I like that. 3rd and 13. My goodness. Stoop Up says, throw the ball, Jackson. Yeah. I mean, again, this is something we talked about in camp. He tends to hold the ball a little bit. This is great. Oh, man. I just can't fault the blocking on that too much. I mean, come on, man. Spicy Pieces, Perry was open. I don't know if that's true or not, but I love the comment anyway. Oh, my goodness. Towns Magoo coming out here for a kick. They're saying this is Alice McPherson, but it's not. It's Towns. This is a pretty long kick right here. Now, Towns is your long distance guy. That was not a great snap, by the way. It's going to be short. It was on target, but it was way short. That was not a good snap. And is Towns hurt now? God damn. I thought it was a good effort by Hudson to get the ball down. I bet he was just sitting there going, one kick and Towns is hurt. And Towns is your kickoff specialist too. So you're going to have to go to Connor Gibbs, I guess, if you, because it definitely ain't going to beat McPherson on kickoffs. Spicy Pieces, LOL, short by 15 yards, and he hurt himself. It's a good double there. And G. Curry says 11 got to stop holding the ball. He definitely, yeah. I mean, the last play, right? The third down on that last drive, you just throw the ball away, right? I mean, that's just basic stuff. And he took a probably, 10-yard loss on that? Just by dicking around, right? 8-yard loss. So on PFF, that's going to come down as a sack. And they're going to give hell to Xavier Chaplin on that. And I'm just not sure that's fair. But, I mean, it is technically true. Let's get some of these numbers updated. The third down numbers, Auburn is 1 of 4. They're 1 of 6. Let's take a look at Jackson. He's now 9 of 12 for 113. Okay, and Cobb is still where he was, and Cam is now 3 for 45. My guy, AU Duck Hunter, texted me. I'm trying to see what he was talking about. See what's going on there. All right, back to the show here. We can't block this line. 2 and 10. Here we come. There you go, D Lucky. There's a good bunker comment there. Ambitious. This is an interesting insight, and I think I agree. We are not balanced, and we're trying to force the ball downfield, and Ball State knows it. Passing game is not mature enough for that. I think there's some truth to that. You know, we came into this game knowing that you wanted Auburn to pass the ball, and when Auburn has tried to run the ball, which has not been very much. I am baffled as to how Towns got hurt. I don't understand. I thought somebody might have slid into him, but that didn't happen at all. Medro says, look on the bright side. Tickets to the Birmingham Bowl are cheap. Got Jay Hardy in there making a play, or at least getting some penetration. Tackle from Key Crawford. I've noticed him. He's been flashing a little bit tonight. Whale Driver says, it looks to me like Arnold was told that he's not allowed to run. And also Madison giving me a great update here, saying Mississippi State is pounding the Fighting Dillingham 17-0 right now. I love it. And the Devil says Towns is now 0 of 6 from 40+ in his career. I didn't know that. I don't even know if that's true, but it sounds true. Key Crawford again with the sack right here. He's been flashing here the last 2 drives. He's been a menace. Still trying to see these replays on the ESPNU crew. It's just terrible. What you want to see is the all 22 on those, I think. That's just my opinion. I'm trying to see what oh no. He thought that's Towns. He thought it was McPherson. ESPN thought it was McPherson too, but it was actually Towns. Motorcycles, great question. He says, why is Jackson standing in the pocket so long? Are they telling him not to run? It is kind of odd looking, isn't it? I love Ephesians, also very, very well done here. He says, Mississippi State giving ASU the business. He was giving them the business. Thanks for using that idiom. Yeah, this game should be worse than this. Auburn should, just based on the tempo of the game, I think Auburn should be up like 21. But this last drive was a disaster. It's just weird. Just like you guys are saying, I think they're forcing it too much in the passing right now. I mean, think about like that team with Nick Marshall in 13, right? They became such a running enterprise because you had Nick as a great runner. You had Trey. And that game was, or that team, I should say, was successful because they could run the ball all the time. They ran over Tennessee's ass. They ran over Mississippi State's ass. I mean, they just ran the football really well. Maybe that's what this team is. And Hugh is a little bit scared of that. I don't know. But I'm with A. Robinson. Says this game is terrible. It has not been fun to watch so far. Hashtag Hugh Freeze Guy says, Jay, do we suck? I don't think so. I think Auburn's just kind of mushy right now. I haven't seen anything that really gets me concerned here. I know the blocking in a few cases has been suspect. I mean, defensively, they've been playing a great game, so we don't have any problems with that. On the offensive side, I think what Ambitious Engineer was talking about, and I left this chat up here, that they're not – this doesn't look like an organic game plan to me. This looks like a forced game plan, and they're trying to throw the football. And it's not working right now, but I'd like to see them come out, honestly, in this drive and just run the football and just run your basic stuff. You know, run Indy, maybe run some powers and just see what happens. I think Auburn can push these guys around. Terrence says, we see mediocre. I'm still not willing to go there just yet. I personally wouldn't do that. Let's see. Mike says, any of you still think Kenny D is in our pipeline? That's interesting. And Yabo says, this is a practice game. We're trying stuff right now. That's kind of where I'm at, right? On one hand, I'm with Ambitious Engineer. On the other hand, I'm with Yabo, and I'm not sure which one it is. Auburn's better than this. But, like, I expected Auburn to win this game by 50 or so. I still think that can happen. But it's just kind of like they're forcing stuff right now and just kind of dicking around. I say you just you just play the game and do what you do and win it. You know, that's what I think you should do. Maybe, you know, you give it the first quarter and you do your things like we've been watching where they force the pass game and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, at some point you just got to say, hey, man, let's just be who we are. And maybe this is a running team, you know, who attacks with the quarterback. There's nothing wrong with that. So Motorcycle Metal says our receivers are supposed to be awesome, which I think they are. So are they not getting open against Ball State? Now listen, dude, Jackson's 9-12 right now for 113. I think the receivers are open. He's holding the ball too long, and he's not getting the ball out. I don't think this is a receiver problem. I really don't. Now you're going to say, well, if he's holding onto the ball, it's because they're not open. Not necessarily. That means that maybe the guy he's looking at is not open, but there's other guys who are. Terrence says, JGT, do what you do and win it. Sage advice, LOL. Dude, it sounds like sage advice, but oh my God, what a lick. But Cam just said, no, sir. That was a tough-ass 7-yard catch right there. Good golly. Gee, I'm with you, man. He says AU still wins 48-6. I don't even know if Ball State's going to score if we're being real. Ball State cannot run the football. I mean, they're just getting absolutely just run off the field in the run game. They had one run so far. They've got 18 carries for 24 yards. And they had one run that was 21 yards. This is technically a pass for Jackson. Great tackle there in the open field to stop Malcolm for a modest gain, 2 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 2. Motorcycle says, is he just not seeing them? I think he's locking. I think he's locking. I'm not exactly sure. I do think motorcycles. I think there's something. Some guys have been talking about this in the chat where, he's being told he can't run. I don't know. It looks that way to me, and it's kind of got him out of sorts or something. He doesn't look comfortable. And he did against Baylor. Throw that fucking ball, bro. There you go. Nice throws. He's making some throws, guys. I mean, Coleman's open by 6 yards there. All right, Small Victory says Gibbs is going to be the kicker from here on out with Towns injured. Alex obviously is not going to be your kickoff guy. And I think Alex's range is really limited right now. I think he's good inside of 30-ish. All right, Jackson's they're starting to throw with a little more tempo now. Horatio getting the catch right there. This drive's going a little more smoothly. Just hit the 2-minute warning. I don't care what they call it in the NCAA. That's what it is to me, and it'll always be that way for me. Stauburn says Brandon Cox, the left-handed wizard, would put up 4,000 yards with these receiver. Anonymous says this half flew by. Did it? I feel like we've been in the second quarter for an hour. Let's see. Small Victory says cleats off for Towns, Alex for less than 20. Yeah, Alex doesn't have the distance right now just because he's been weak. So a lot of pressure now on Connor Gibbs. Which, I mean, he was pretty good at Southern Miss last year. Hey, Robinson's worried about the kicking game, and I think that's fair. I would have told you to chill out 2 weeks ago, but that was before I realized that Alex was as weak as he is. And then, with Towns getting hurt, I kept thinking Towns going to be a lot better. And I don't know. He may end up just being Matt Clark, like that kickoff specialist that Auburn had 15 years ago. He has a very strong leg. It just seems like, and we watched him in practice on Tuesday. And I personally watched Towns hit probably 5, 6, 7 field goals from the 40 to 50 yard range. And it was just cash money, just boom, 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 boom. And he had plenty of distance on him. They would have been good from 60. And this is with rushers, they weren't trying to kill him, but he had guys out there. But then he gets in the game and he was 10 yards short on that last kick. He should have been able to hit that. LB Puppy says LSU's only up 10 with 3 minutes into the half. Until half, excuse me. I don't know who LSU's playing tonight. I wasn't keeping up with that one. Sayer of Things says mess around and Ball State can make a game of this. Ball State can't score, but that doesn't change the fact that Auburn's offense needs to be better. Wizard D says, have we even run the ball after Cobb's long run? Yeah, Cobb had he started off a drive. Oh, well, there was a hold on that play, wasn't it? Yeah. I think so. Well, it hadn't been Jeremiah, though. That's right. That was taken off because of the hold, so. This just reminds me of like a minor league baseball game where you're not necessarily, you're trying to win the game, I guess, but you've got like certain benchmarks you're trying to hit, particularly like, when Jake Peavy, the former Auburn commit, was pitching for the Mobile Bay Bears. When he hit his pitch count, it didn't matter where he was, where it was in the count, he was gone. So if it was a 70 pitch count, if it was 2-1 count in the 5th inning or whatever, they took him out. And it seems like Auburn is just like, all right, Jackson's going to run right there. And he's beating that ass, too. That's like a 30-yard gain right there. We finally got the answer to the question, can Jackson run? The answer is yes. Ephesians. I've got the stats updated. pretty much. Cobb is actually 6 of 58 now. Ooh, nice tackle. By the way, Jackson's now, he's got -7 rushing yards total right now, but that's because he took the sacks or whatever. Auburn's running numbers right now are 12 carries for 51, but he had some sacks in there. So, I mean, not a great throw there to Perry, but I don't necessarily think a great throw would have helped. Arnold is now 14 of 17 for 144. Just consummated another first down with Jeremiah Cobb going up the middle for, 7 yards. Jeremiah's 7 for 63 now. Decent little drive here. Oh, little touchdown.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
All right, so that was a nice drive. That was one that kind of shut us up. 9 plays, 67 yards, and 314. The centerpiece play, well, really there were two in that drive, in my opinion. You had the long run, meandering run by Jackson, and you also had that play to Horatio for the touchdown, which looked like an RPO look. And he just pulled that ball down and threw it immediately to Horatio, who was being given a lot of space on the goal line or close to the goal line. So it's like, yeah, just throw him the ball. They weren't really on the goal line, but he saw some kind of a misalignment, and it was good recognition by Jackson, and then good execution. And Alex puts the ball through to make it 21. Cleveland Brown notes correctly that Auburn will have the ball to start the second half, so that could keep things going a little bit there. Shaver says, have some cake, JG. I don't know what that means, but my wife's birthday is Tuesday. Is that right? Yeah, her birthday is Tuesday. We had basically a birthday party for her last night, and she got a delicious cake from Liger's. And, of course, chocolate cake, which is what she likes. So there's Brent Bedsall. He's got the book. You see it? That's my guy right there. Years ago, he was a DJ in Montgomery. That's true. His first career was as a DJ in Montgomery. His radio handle was Kid Cody. This is Kid Cody. We're spinning some tunes. Here's Phil Collins, the studio. All right, we got Connor out there handling kickoffs. Let's see what he does with it. Oh, they'll take that all day. That's all they wanted him to do right there. Great kick. Shaver says Brent is my man. He's a good dude, man. I've known Brent since the 90s, and he's been all over the place. He's coached a lot of places and had a great journey. He's just good. Great question. Steve says, JG, for those who are new to your channel, first of all, thanks for surfing in, bro, and hanging out with us. Tell us how you got this job, considering you didn't go to Auburn. That is true. Boy, that's how far back do I go? I got a journalism degree from Kentucky, or actually I was writing for the newspaper in Kentucky while I was working on a psychology degree, on a master's degree. And then I got a job down here. There's a UK graduate by the name of Andrew Ottman, a UK graduate, and I got to know him when I was writing for the student newspaper in Kentucky, and he had moved down here to Montgomery at the Montgomery Advertiser, and he, when I graduated, he was like, hey, I'd like for you to come work at the Advertiser. So it's kind of a networking thing. So I showed up here to cover Alabama State in 1998 and covered them for about half a season. And was getting into trouble with them. They didn't like me very much, and for just journalism reasons, not personal reasons. I actually like some of those guys and still keep up with them. But when Terry Bowden quit on October 23rd, 1998, our beat writer at the time did not know what was going on, and so my editor was so disgusted that he said, "JG, you're the Auburn beat writer now," and I said, "Really?" And so I started writing about Auburn on the 23rd of October, 1998, and was terrible. I didn't know who David Housel was. I never met Terry Bowden. I guess it didn't really matter at that point. I didn't know Bill Oliver. And I just had to get my ass beat by Philip Marshall and Charles Goldberg for years, and just kind of got better little by little. And stayed at the Advertiser. Begged Jeffrey Lee to hire me at Auburn Sports. This is probably around 2010, but he was like, "Bro, I'd really like to hire you. I just don't have the money for it at this point. We need to grow a little bit more." They grew a little bit more, and then he hired me to be the beat writer here in 2012. And then he left, and I took over, and that's kind of how we got here. So I've been doing this for I guess my 27th year covering Auburn, and it's been wonderful. Auburn people are great. And it's a really fun program to cover. I've been so super lucky to be here. Small Victory says, my freshman year was 97, 98. My man, there you go. That was an interesting time to be at Auburn. Oh, goodness gracious. Xavier Atkins with a sack. Sackio. Ow, 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 ow. Number one does not. He's just tired of getting hit, man. This poor kid. He seems scared to me. I mean, I would be scared too if Xavier Atkins were coming at me like that, but he's been good, man. Madison C says, way to persevere, JG. I mean, I've just been happy to be here, honestly. Pipe says 24-14 Boilers. Who are they playing today? I don't know who Baylor. I'm sorry, Purdue. You got to admit, they're playing some better football. I mean, I don't think they're going to be contenders in the Big Ten or anything, but they were just hilariously bad last year. They got a new coach, Barry Odom. Hashtag Hugh Freeze guy says, JGT, you are the absolute GOAT of beat writers. I appreciate your service more than you know. First of all, checks in the mail, my guy. And I think I'm a very mediocre beat writer, but I appreciate you saying that, bro. Scotty P says, I came to Montgomery in 1996 also for work. I thought I'd be here 2 or 3 years, Scotty. I really did. I actually told my daughter, I told my wife when my daughter was born, if we're here when she graduates high school, I will gnaw on my own foot. That was a great punt, by the way, by Ball State. I will gnaw on my own foot. And by God, she graduated from Lamp in 2000, and I had to gnaw on my own foot, which I can do, and I did do, but I never thought I'd be here this long. It just turns out that I like it here. We've made some great friends here. Auburn is a great place to work. I've been so lucky to meet great people at Auburn. Looks like we're just going to sit this one out and get to halftime up 21-0. I think some people will be disappointed with that half of football to just be up 21. But it is let's get some of these numbers updated before we make any judgments. Jackson is now 15 of 18. Ball State coach is going to have to do a halftime report. I'm sure there's a lot of people listening on the Ball State radio network. 155 yards. Come back here, buddy. Let's see. Singleton still has the 2 catches for 39. Jeremiah 7 for 63. And Cam is still, he's 5 of 61 now. The third down numbers, let me go ahead and update this. Third downs, 1 of 8 for Ball State and 3 of 6 for the Auburn Tigers. Those are numbers we can deal with. DJ is going to say, I can deal with 1 of 8. Remember their first one they gave up, the very first third down opportunity they gave up early. It was 3rd and fucking 15 or something. They gave it up. It's Oh, love the cats, says. And then Sergeant Major's wife's face got a little messy, courtesy of Jay Lee. Possibly the funniest moment I've ever seen in bunker history. I had tears streaming down my face. My wife had tears streaming down her face. We were just laughing, and She was like, this is not going to go well, right? And I was like, it's going well right now. It's funny as hell. I don't got to worry about that. Super chat coming through from Feel Like a Stranger. It says, at Blake, you just inspired a great idea. Pipe layer of the week. We got to do it, JGT. A pipe layer. So what is the... Oh, what are we doing there? I don't want to do that. What would the pipe layer of the week... Like, what kind of pipe layer are we talking about? Because when it's pipe, it's because he lays pipe. You know what I mean? But are you talking about, like, Xavier Atkins pipe laying? Or are we talking about, like, pipe layer Nick, like, getting it done? I don't know. These are things that we can hash out in time, you know. By the way, Sayer Things notes in the chat, and I think there were some others too. Total yards at this point, Ball State has 34. They have played 28 snaps, and they have 34 yards. I'm not sure that they have crossed the halfway mark, but more than maybe 2 plays. They had that long run from the meandering quarterback draw, and that's it. Okay, so we are going to now attempt to get Coach Hunter on the horn. Let me make sure that our Bluetooth works here. We're going to see if the Smiths come on here. Yes, the Smiths did come on. This is good. So we're going to now call Coach Hunter and see what he thinks. Got those of you who are usual on our channel, you know Coach Hunter. Coach Hunter is a ball knower. Coach Hunter is a former linebacker at Troy State a few years ago, and he is now a head coach in the state of Alabama. And his dad's, well, in my mind, he's a Hall of Famer. I don't know if he's actually a Hall of Famer, but he should be. And Coach Hunter is himself a head coach now. I'm trying to find the graphics that we use when I have people on the horn. It says Jay hit. What was that sound? Let's get Coach Hunter on the horn. First time calling on this new phone, by the way. Let's hope for the best.
Yes, sir.
What up, Coach Hunter?
What's going on, JG?
I don't know. It's been kind of up and down a little bit in this game, bro. Like I think people are kind of underwhelmed.
Yeah, it's a little funky. There's reasons for it, you know, and there's in terms of talent. So you haven't seen plays to set up other plays, formations that lead into defensive shifts that give you something that you want to capitalize on. You're not seeing anything rhythmic or systematic. You're seeing, hey, we've got this list of plays that we're going to call to try to highlight these players, and that doesn't always work. It doesn't get you in a rhythm.
Have you been tempted to do this? I mean, you're more of a defensive guy, but I mean, is this tempting when you're playing a team that you know you're a lot better than to do this?
No, I'm the polar opposite. The polar opposite. If we're playing somebody that we're much better than, I like to call 1 or 2 plays all night. You know, and show that, hey, execution is what wins with 1 or 2 plays. But I also don't have kids with an NIL contract that I have to appease and keep happy. You know, so there is that added element to it. You know, Durkin, pardon my language here, like he's playing with fuck you money right now. And sending a lot of pressure, and it's getting home because he knows he can. So every time Auburn, you know, doesn't have the offensive drive they want, the defense is able to get it right back because they can overwhelm Ball State with the athletic ability of the defensive line and the linebackers.
Yeah, okay. And Xavier Atkins, I mean, this is the kind of player you wanted
that dude, man. He flies around and plays football. That was a great get. Impressed with Melendez, too. He's a fast fitter from the linebacker position. Like that guy's going to be a really, really good backer for several years.
Unfortunately, I had you muted for just a portion of your answer, but something you said in the very first question I asked you, and it's my fault. You were spewing great stuff. You were talking about how you feel like this game is kind of like archetypal freeze play calling, where he's got ideas in his head about what he wants to do, and then he's not going with the flow of the game.
Well,
right?
the archetypal for the way that he calls plays when he's a heavy favorite.
Okay.
Like there's not. Freeze will do a great job against a really good defense and a highly ranked team because he will attack them systematically. He'll run plays with motions and formations that set up other plays based on the adjustment that he thinks you're going to make or that he sees that you're going to make, and attack your moves. And he's really, really good at that. He's notorious for when he gets in these games, when he's a heavy favorite, that he scripts highlight reel plays, that he has, okay, these 15 plays we want to run and see on film to try to get this guy touching this guy, touching this guy, touching this guy, touch. And they're not systematic or rhythmic. So the offense never gets into an actual flow. It's like every play is a one-play series, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I get it now. And that's kind of what we're seeing. It makes it disjointed, though, right?
It does. It does. Now, on two of the sacks that got home on Arnold, those were on Arnold. The right tackle, the one when they brought the outside linebacker blitz off the outside, he actually did a really good job of forcing that guy to run 8 yards upfield. Arnold's got to step up in the pocket. If he takes 2 steps forward, he's got Singleton cracking on the deep post. He takes 2 steps forward and throws that ball to where he's going to be. That's a walk-in touchdown. That's something that you want to see the quarterback do a better job of.
Yeah, I thought it was wide open. He had so much cover, so much ground ahead of him, didn't he? Singleton did. Defensively, yeah. Hunter, I know you probably think this is pretty awesome. I mean, it's 28 plays, 34 yards is what Ball State's got right now. Not too much to complain about there.
Yeah, not at all. Like I said, Durkin's doing a really good job bringing multiple pressures. Those guys are super athletic at the second level. They get there fast. Other than one time that I saw a coverage bust on the back end early when Kay and Lee set on the first dip of the double move.
Yeah.
They've been pretty solid on the back end. So he's been able to bring those pressures to keep guys covered up and get home a lot.
Are you surprised to see him blitzing as much as he is? I mean, I would think if they're playing Ball State, he's not going to be worrying about it. You think he's just testing stuff out?
Well, I honestly think he's doing it for the flow of the game. I think he's playing complementary football. I think he sees the same thing that we're seeing with the offense being kind of disjointed, and that he's calling to keep the team, the stadium, the energy juiced up and moving.
Word. What would you like to see in the second half? What would you be telling your guys?
I would like to see more balance and more, synchronicity in terms of the offensive play calling. Let's come out, let's motion to a 20 personnel set and run the stretch or run the counter with Cobb, and then come back and motion to that same set and come play action to the weak side with the Y cross to Malcolm, or a Y cross and a deep dig behind it, and watch Jackson Arnold progress through the offense correctly, with a sequence of plays.
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to do that, though. I don't know if he's going to do that.
I don't either. It's just, it's wishful thinking, football nerdism, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you're odd because you kind of are a nerd, but you don't look like a nerd. That's my opinion. You're a friend of mine, though, so I can say that. Hey, first of all, Troy. Troy played a good game.
I dig it, man. I mean, I used to call myself an alpha nerd in high school. Like I'm with it.
I can see that. Troy, your alma mater made a game of it against Clemson today.
That's three times up there we've let them off the hook in Death Valley, man. At some point, we got to finish one of those damn games.
I'll tell you another team that finished will be your team. Gave up 0 first downs the other night, I think.
Yeah, really pretty good performance all the way around. I feel good about starting off region play that way.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, Coach Hunter, appreciate you always elevating our IQ by listening to you.
I don't know about that, man, but I like talking ball.
All right, man. Let's see if we can keep this going in the second half, brother. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Jake. Anytime, bro.
See you, man. Bye. There he is, Coach Hunter, the legend himself. Looks like when I hit mute my mic button, it actually mutes him too. So I got to be careful and understand that in the future. So I've got that figured out, and that's my fault. I got to use. I got it. Yes. Got it. I will fix that for the next show. I won't even be tempted to do that again. So Hunter had some really cool things to say. Unfortunately, the best things he was saying, I had it on mute, but he came back and said it again because I asked him to. But he was talking about how he thinks Hughes coming into this game as a huge favorite, that he's not doing. He's not. I think synchronicity was the word that he used, which is a great word. and a nerdy word, but a great one. And it reminds me of the police, of course. But letting each play kind of set up something else and kind of flowing strategically. You know how Gus used to do, and we have seen Hugh do that. He did that in the game against Baylor. But he's not really doing that right now. And we think that's done on purpose. Just because, of the strength of the opponent, the quality of the opponent, and it kind of changes the way that he goes about his job. Of course, he's not play calling. It's all on Derek Nix, right? Anyway, did get some comments here in the chat about Kanuman says call audio is fantastic. Nice upgrade over Skype, so that is a big win. That is cool. I'm glad you think that. I'm able to actually run his call or anybody's call through the processor, so it takes away a lot of the background noise and kind of punches his vocals. And that'll be the same for anybody that calls in. So hopefully, I think I've got it working now. Yeah, I think I've got it working now. Thank you guys again for making that possible, because it's the super chats and you guys watching the videos and just making this thing a live thing, like a living, breathing channel that does things. That makes it all possible. And seriously, I appreciate you guys. So no Alex Kozan, and this time he's at a wedding up in Ohio. Normally we would be filling this space right now with Alex, and he's a great ball knower as well. Played played offensive line here for a number of years. I'm the devil asks, is Falk getting double teamed? I haven't seen that as much. He's been just kind of there playing. I mean, I think he's been overshadowed in this game by Key and Xavier Atkins, but it doesn't. I don't take anything away from it at this point. I mean, it's just doing his thing. Sam H. the same canoe, man. Calls have been a lot clearer. I love that. Thank you for saying that. We had some good calls last week, too. Hopefully, we'll be able to keep or get some of those folks on the horn this week. I think we got, I definitely got Hornatius last week. I did not get to run a 24, which kind of pissed me off. But we kind of go with the flow after the game. Had a CDF on for sure. Golly. Sometimes it just gets away from me. We had some great callers last week, no doubt about it. What are you guys expecting for this second half, man? What would you like to see? Obviously, more points. I also, interestingly, had a picture. I think it was Easterwood. Sent me a picture of the full, menu inside Jordan Hare. And this is it right here. And we've kind of been laughing on the bunker about this War Eagle Plus discount thing, which is just kind of weird. I mean, these prices are just freaking me out a little bit. Like a Conecuh hot dog is $6.09. Like, why don't we just make that $6.50 or $7 or $6, and then make the War Eagle price, 50 cents less than that? I don't understand. The popcorn at $5.89 seems expensive to me. The Dasani water at $4.39 seems expensive to me. I'm telling you right now, a Surfside at $14 is absurd. So God bless you guys. I think they could do a better job with the pricing convention there. But and what do I know? I'm a sports writer, dude. I feel like a stranger says call Dylan Cardwell. he'd be fun to have on. I need to do a little bit more brainstorming on who else we could get on here, because obviously Coach Hunter's he's a staple. We love it, and when Alex is on, he's a staple, and I love it. He's such a great compliment, I think, to Hunter, because Hunter's kind of a defensive guy, played linebacker, and Alex is a former offensive lineman, so he kind of looks at it a little different way, but he is definitely a ball knower, and he's an incredibly bright individual. One of my favorites. Let's see. Kenyon says everything's high at all stadiums, even high school. I mean, they got to make their money. I get it. I mean, I'm kind of being a little bit facetious. I mean, if you go to a Washington Nationals game and they're charging you whatever, $15 for a beer, I mean, at that point it's usury. But some of those prices are fine, I guess. Terrence has got to get somebody for the basketball drains. That is a good point, Terrence. I thought about that last year. I was trying to actually get up with one of my all-time favorites, which was from Mobile, decommitted from Mac McGadney, but I just wasn't able to track him down. I got involved in that too late, so we'll work on that for the basketball drains for sure. And I don't know, are we going to commit to doing a drain for every game? I thought it was crazy last year. When we first started, I was like, we're going to do this for every game, and then I had a real hardcore group of people. D-Bird would be great, Terrence. D-Bird, I was talking to Jason Caldwell about him. D-Bird is removed. He's moved to Texas, and apparently his son is a prospect of some repute. I don't think he's going to be an Auburn level player, but he's going to play somewhere. But yeah, I love D-Bird. Scotty P would be great. Abe would be good. Maybe a post-game train for basketball is what Kuduman says. Yeah, we'll just see how it goes. I'd really, it pains me to not write basketball. It really hurts. Because I used to do those, I don't know, we just call them the game raps or whatever, and I love doing those, and I really just enjoyed it. I feel like I'm a better ball knower when it comes to basketball than football. And so I just feel like I don't know, I just have more of a passion for writing about basketball. Obviously, I cover a football program and a football school, really. Well, you could argue that, but you know what I mean. Football matters a lot here, obviously. So does basketball, but you know what I mean. Schaefer says, I know a guy for basketball drains if he's available. Who you got? Let's see. Small Victory says, obviously loved the drains for the games last year, every year, because I knew we would be great. Right? You wouldn't want to do a drain. We wouldn't want to do basketball drains if we thought the team was going to be average. I think they're going to be better than that. I just don't know that they're going to be quite the total badasses that they were last year, because the SEC is going to be so brutal. Again, Kentucky is taking a step forward this year because they just loaded up, and then Alabama's really good. They have been, and Florida won the national championship. Obviously, got the best of Auburn twice, and obviously, Golden is a beast. I don't know. Looks like so Alabama's playing ULM, a team, an opponent, I should say. That was on par with Ball State. I mean, they're not very good. Their best player is now the tailback at Missouri. And it looks like Bama's beating the brakes off of Monroe. And Auburn defensively is beating the brakes off of Ball State, but I think attacking-wise, it's not been great. Feel Like a Stranger says, the other hoops, YouTubes, and podcasts for Auburn are rough. We need you, JG. Schaefer Kia, first of all, thank you, Feel Like a Stranger. Thank you for saying that. Schaefer says he'll DM me on the bunker. Word, we'll do that. Bill M says, how about we don't do drains when we play Florida since we went over 2? All right, guys, I won't see you guys next week because we're playing Florida, but I'll check you guys back when we play Mississippi State on Tuesday. See ya. Peace. Sam H says, Bruce admits that Auburn will always be a football school. It's just because he knows, he's the greatest coach in Auburn history, obviously. He has put together the 2 best teams in Auburn history, obviously. You could probably argue 3. He's raised money. He's done everything, right? But he knows it's uphill. It's always uphill for basketball, and I think it's always downhill for football. You know what I mean? Like, it's just easy go. I mean, you want money in football, you get it. If you want money in basketball, you got to go raise it. BP can do that, and that's why he don't mind too much. But with a regular old dude, I don't think that would be as fun. Mega Tiger, my man, love that avatar. Glad you got it back on this one. Says 7th grade homecoming dance energy so far could be worse. Could be Gator fans. Hey man, 7th grade homecoming dances, which we called mixers at the school I was at the time. I got pretty excited for those. To be fair. I didn't get a lot though. Back in those days, you had to leave room for the Holy Spirit when you would dance with a girl. So you'd put your hands on her hips, and she'd have her hands on your shoulder, and we were separated by too much distance. It was kind of frustrating, but I learned to overcome it. All right, Rayshawn Pleasant getting his first run of the game. Auburn finally receiving a kickoff here. Boy, he accelerates quickly, doesn't he? I found a little hole, little seam there. Got another 7 or 8 yards off of that. Auburn's going to start at the 27. All right, so what I want to see is a nice grindy drive right here. Let's say 7 plays, whatever that is, 70 yards ish, and just score a touchdown, get up 28-0, and then let Deuce do his thing. That's what I would do. Let's see. Feel Like a Stranger says, for real, JG. Ferg of the AU Observer is the only other that is listenable for ball knowers. What the interesting thing about Ferg is that, first of all, I agree. He knows basketball, and he's good at Eric Singleton getting a little. I tell you, Auburn's first plays of the drives have been amazing tonight. You know, he comes from a football family, and he's got a brother that's a coach. His dad was a coach. No, his dad wasn't a coach. It was just his brother, but he knows ball and football too. But I agree. I think he has a passion for trying to understand basketball better, and he does a really good job. Let's see, D Lucky. I called for a 7-play drive. D Lucky says no, sir. He wants 4. He wants fast. He wants quick straight. I like that. I think Cam was trying to jump over that guy. Didn't quite get there. It's going to be 2nd and 3-ish. Auburn's done really well on first downs this year. In this game, excuse me. Sam H says, solid start. He likes the way this half is starting off. I do too. There's a little inside zone. Holy cow, we had a lot of room. First down for the Auburn Tigers. Jeremiah continuing to grind. That was a 2nd and 3 play. So Auburn's continuing to move the chains here. Now past midfield. Oh, we got a player down for Ball State. I think he got punched in the dick, guys. I'm sorry. I feel bad for you guys for having to listen to Aaron Murray or RG3. They're both just terrible. I was watching the women's. I really got into the U.S. Open this year, and I was watching the women's tournament. And it's Patrick McEnroe and Chrissy Everett today. It was John McEnroe and Chrissy Everett in the semifinals, at least the one for Naomi. And the quality of commentary, I know it's a completely different sport, but the quality of commentary was so much higher than you get for a lot of the ESPN people. RG3 is unlistenable to me. I would literally put it on mute. And Aaron Murray's worse. So, I mean, just no chance. I know some of them are good, but no. Cassidy P jumps in with a super chat. Super chat. So, second down play caller stands on business. Who's standing on business? I'm standing on business. Business. I need to get a soundbite of that. Stand on business. That is I don't think that's a phrase that Drewski actually came up with, but it's one that he has propagated, and he's made it a big thing with his Could Have Been Records thing that he does on YouTube. Drewski's like my absolute goat. I think he's so funny. Him and Theo Vaughn, when they're together, just reminds me of just fucking good times, you know? Let's see. Nash Tiger says volleyball needs a drain. Interestingly, when I was at Kentucky, I never covered football. I didn't want to cover football. And I covered volleyball in the fall, and then I covered basketball in the spring, or winter, spring. Because I didn't like football. And I still feel like an outsider when it comes to football in a way. Like, as far as like knowing ball. Football is such an incredibly choreographed game, There's so much technique work. And it's part of the reason I love the sport now, is because you can be a big dude or you can be Alex McPherson, and you can both be incredibly valuable to your team, That's what I love about it. And I guess basketball is kind of like that too, where you got Muggsy Bogues and you've got Shaq, and obviously they look a lot different and can do different things. But football is just so choreographed, and it's so detail-oriented, so far past like baseball, basketball. It's tough, man. Brandon J says, what do you think about Baylor after their game today? Well, they're resilient, aren't they? I thought SMU was just going to wipe them. And really at no point in that game, I'm talking about before the game, that's what I thought was going to happen. During the game, they looked pretty much even, which I think is a real statement about Baylor's decent, because SMU's a pretty good team. They got Kevin Jennings at quarterback. He's good. And obviously I like Red a lot. And he had a great year last year. So anyway, yeah, I think that's a quality win now. I mean, I thought it was a quality win when Auburn won at Baylor by 2 touchdowns. It's tough to do. And I think Baylor is what they are. I think they're going to finish 5th or 6th in their league. I think they're going to be a decent ball club. I think they're going to go to some bowl game that none of us want to go to, and that's kind of where they are. I think Auburn's better than that. So, yeah, I mean, I did think they were going to lose today, Baylor. Cassidy Pieces, Baylor's quarterback, Sawyer Robertson, will keep them in plenty of games. I think he threw for 4 something today again, like almost 450. And he's got some really good receivers, so Cam Coleman's doing something over here. Okay, threw the ball away, guys. He threw the ball away. We'll take that. We have a clap for that? Can we clap for that? Yeah, we can. We'll take it. Mike, let me kind of work my way through this. Very little true talent spread like mayo on 100 prison sandwiches on Main Street Sports. Tennis has 4 events. So what you're saying is if you're a good tennis commentator, right, there's like 8 of them, and that's all you need. But in football, we've got 10 games going at once. So it dilutes the talent pool, right? I get it. That's a good point. That's a good point, yeah. Ephesians, I thought about that earlier. The Bears are who we thought they were. I actually have that soundbite on here. I thought about using it, but I didn't have it on my hot button, so I didn't do it. But maybe I'll just play it just for you. I got to find it first is the problem. I can't even remember what I listed as. Maybe Bears or Dennis Green. I don't know what I would have called that. There it is, Bears.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. If you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
One of the great rants. Speaking of great rants, I think this might be the end of the road for Mike Gundy, right? 20-something years as the head coach at Oklahoma State. The guy who said, come after me, I'm a man, I'm 40. Probably the greatest football rant ever. This might be the end of the road. He got the brakes blown off of him today. Like 69-3 or something against Oregon. And they weren't very good last year either. Interesting. Okay. So we're at midfield here. 3rd and 14 because of a penalty. I did not like the way that run play. Well, shit, guys. Everything was going well, and then I can't tell if you guys felt that the Lou penalty was worthwhile or not. Was that fair? I was over here babbling and didn't get an opportunity to really kind of analyze that. Mike says, I'd play for Dennis Green. I do too. I'd like a passionate head coach. My head coach in high school was not. He was a good coach, but he was not passionate. He wasn't a yeller. It's funny. He seemed like an old man to me, and this is in 1987. And he's still alive, like still doing shit. Like he's probably 90-something years old now, and he's doing pretty good. I'm just like, God, I thought he was old as hell, back then. And that was like fucking 40 years ago. Ephesians says, don't love that series. It was not a good series. I mean, it started great, but my word. Just absolutely bogged down there at midfield. And, at this point, this 21-0 is just kind of bugging me a little bit. Was that Hudson Cock? I'm sure it was Hudson Cock punting, right? Sorry, I was going back a little bit, and I went a little too far. I think Deuce was getting ready to go out there, and then now he can't go because they're not up by enough. Yeah, that's Hudson out there punting. Yeah, he missed that one bad. It's not the end of the world just because they're going to start inside the 20 and they can't go. Ball State can't move the ball anyway. But yeah, that was ugly. Ball, 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 ball. Oh, nice fumble created there by Keyron Crawford. After pressure from DeMarcus, probably should have had him down. It's a crazy stat that Auburn has given up 4 sacks. It's crazy, man. Oh, trying to run a stretch play, and Xavier Atkins just shucked a guy aside, made the play. He's been good, man. Coach Hunter loves watching Xavier Atkins play. If you're a ball knower, you like Xavier Atkins. Mike says sleepwalking through these games is so modern Auburn. That is, I have to say, that's kind of what's going on here. Not on the defensive side. I feel like I'm seeing that intensity on the defensive side. It's just on the offensive side, something's not quite working right. That was a really weird play. Got Newboy out there playing safety. I don't know how long he's been out there. He may have been out there for a while, and I haven't noticed him, but that was the first time I'd seen him playing. I've got a 4th down and a decent distance here, 5. I don't think they're going to go for that. I don't think that the guy that caught that ball was the intended receiver. But hey, man, if it works, it works. Talon, I like that. He says the Atkins diet. He eats running backs. He's been balling tonight. He has. Derek Magwood gets around. I like that. That's a name from the past. I think he was on Tubbs' first team at Auburn in 99. He's actually LaCoe Willingham's baby daddy. It's a true story. Derek Magwood, very intense individual. Or at least he was at the time. I feel like a stranger jumps in to say, pie player of the game standing so far. Number 1, Atkins. He means Atkins. And 2 is Sly. Sly Smith, he had some great hits in the second period. Yeah, I think that's the right choice, Malcolm. He was thinking about picking up that ball on the bounce, but it's just too random when the ball's down on the ground like that, unless it's way up, you know. Ephesians continues to say he doesn't love Malcolm at punt return. Daniel D says we're definitely losing to Oklahoma. What? Schaefer says 3-inch pipe. Man, why you got to be sullying pipe layer Nick like that? I'm just teasing. Alamo Tiger Grad says JG not feeling good about special teams. That is fair. That is fair. Yeah, we got a bad punt right there. Punt return has been wobbly. You've got Townsend McGoo is hurt. Although Connor's done great with his kickoff. It was a great kickoff, so maybe he's that guy. And I don't think it's fair, Sam, when you say we don't have a kicker. I think I know where you're going with that. They do have a kicker. Alex McPherson is unbelievable, but he's sick. And he doesn't have the distance that he normally does. And I know you're including that in what you're saying. So I'm the Devil says big discrepancy between kick returner and punt returner, right? We love like Rayshon Pleasant and feel really good about him. Also, Damari can do some of that. Cobb can do some of that. But Malcolm at punt returner looks a little wobbly tonight. That is absolutely true. Brian says put Rayshon in at punt return. That's a totally different skill, and it's just like what I'm the Devil said. It's just, I think it's a whole different mentality. I think when you're a kickoff returner, you're looking for seams and you're looking to bust, right? You're looking to sprint, right? Punt return is, man, you're trying to be like the Matrix and dodge bullets, It's a different kind of job. And I know you know that, but I don't, those positions are not interchangeable the way you think they would be. Whale D says, is he ever going to get that back? Talking about Alex. He had it back, bro. In the summer when he was feeling good and he'd been good for months, he was booming, man. He was doing great. He was kicking. He was confident out to about 55, and then he got sick again. Parker, he's the most prescient poster in the chat. He says, I called it 5+ sacks. He did. You were saying it earlier. I remember. Hugh Freeze guy says, looking to bust. Nice. Don't we have a sound for that? I guess we don't. God dang it. I wish I had like 40 buttons on my little button thing here. That would be good. Sam says, can we put in Deuce? I wouldn't do it yet. I think you need to get him in there, but I also think that you need to have the offense running in a way that you feel really good about. Little split zone run concept there, like that. Something that Hugh likes to run. Got a 4 yards off of that. Shoot, considering the way things have gone tonight, that's actually a bad first down play. They get 4 or 5 out of that. Yabo says, having lost so much weight, I would think that would cut your field goal distance. Absolutely. I think he feels really good, like 30-ish, maybe 35, but nothing over that at this point for Alex. There's a little RPO play for Malcolm. All right, this is exactly how the last drive started. Moving along nicely. Now you got to sustain the drive here. This is where we need it. It was the second play when me and D Lucky were talking about, hey, how many more plays for a touchdown? And neither one of us got what we wanted. Luke Duke says 2 more touchdowns and then Deuce Knight. I think that'd be fair, yeah. I thought we would have already had one by now this half. That's the exact same play right there. Malcolm doing some of his Malcolm moves right there. Man, y'all think I'm bullshitting, but if something happened to Hudson Cock, I wonder if they actually would punt Malcolm. He's a good punter. Boy, he's quick, isn't he? Dancing and spinning and bouncing around. He's a bitch to get down. All right, Auburn's at the plus 45 right now. Jeremiah Cobb blasting out of there like a fucking bullet. Go, 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 go. He's got it. Touchdown. There we go.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Yeah, it's touchdown. Nice. Got the ball knocked out, but he was already across the goal line when that happened. Man, he really took off there, didn't he? Good balance on that. Oh, it wasn't even a fumble anyway. It was the ground caused that. All right, so Arnold now is 19 of 23 for 204. Jeremiah is now 11 carries for 121. That's a pretty efficient day there. And he's got 2 tutties. And Cam now 6 catches, for 68 yards. Singleton got 3 catches. He's getting those little end arounds, but they're technically forward passes. 3 catches for 51. And third down numbers, which don't really matter right now, but they kind of do in the general sense. 1 of 9 for them and 3 of 7 for the Auburn Tigers. All right, now we are fully updated with the stats. Decatur just updated, yep. Appreciate you asking, though. It's good timing. Cass DP making a Rich Bisaccia reference. My former coach, who's an interim coach for the Raiders at one time. Great balance there from Jeremiah to elude that safety and then get going again. So that was a really nice play right there. Hot, fresh stats. That's right, small victories. One Fly says special teams has been sloppy all game long. Yeah, I have to agree, man. Remember, it was really sloppy in the first quarter in Baylor, although it was better after that. Tonight, you just had that penalty right there. You've got the weird punt that was muffed. You've got Towns missing a field goal. You got some shaky punt returning, I guess. Ephesians says Alex with 4 points. We need to put that up there. Since Omar's not playing yet, I'll just put on here McPherson. All right. We'll just call it Alex points. How many plays was that drive? Great question. Let me look at it here. That was a 4-play, 79-yard drive in 140. So I think D. Lucky had made a reference earlier to wanting a 4-play quick strike drive, and he just got it right there. So I'm going to call that as a he's a C-sayer. He saw that in the future. 4 plays, 79 yards, 140. Cassidy Pieces stats. Is Beppo in this place? Or is it just a basketball drainer? Hey, now. I'm the Devil says, what Auburn running back of the past would you compare Cobb to? Now, One Fly says Brad Lester, and I think physically that's probably true, but Brad Lester, and I say this as somebody who likes Brad Lester, he ran out of bounds a lot, and I don't feel like 23 does that. So he's a little more aggressive. I have to go back and look, man. I forget about guys sometimes. I mean, nobody's really standing out to me. I mean, he's got a body more like Carnell, and he's got an aggressive attitude like Carnell, but I don't know that he has that. Carnell he had really, really good shiftiness. And he's more of a quick strike guy. He has more of a home run threat than like Ben Tate. I think he's tougher and more physical than Brad Lester. He's not quite as rugged as Kenny. I mean, Trey was like more compact. Kenny Irons is a good one, but I think that Jeremiah is quicker than Kenny was, and is more of a home run threat than Kenny was. Kenny to me was like a slightly more rugged Ben Tate, maybe. Knuman says Caddy ran bigger than he was. That's right. He was the most valorous tailback I've probably seen since Earl Campbell. I mean, the dude just refused to back away from a challenge, and ultimately I think it shortened his career as a player. But Cobb is more of a quick back. Yeah, Runner 24 says Kenny Irons is way tougher, harder runner than Cobb. I mean, Kenny was like a really fast fullback. I mean, he was just incredible. Like he was like a freight train. Not a lot of shake on him. I didn't think so, but I don't know. Wizard D says Carnell was a smooth runner. He glides, which I probably wouldn't go that far with Cobb, right? He's not quite that guy. Steven Davis, I wasn't here when he was playing, but I remember him. That could be a good comp. They're about the same size, I think. Whale D says Ronnie was tougher and more physical than. I don't think he was tougher, but he was more. Well, you can't be more physical than Caddy and Carnell, but I think Ronnie was bigger. Ronnie was a more stout individual. But I mean, I don't think you can ever question like Carnell's toughness or whatever. I don't think you were going there. I was just saying. Mike says, night, peeps. See you next week. Mike is ready to walk out of this. We know how this is going to go, Mike. I think we'll tuck this one in, bro. Whale D says, there's only one Rude Dog Johnson. Rudy Johnson that really brought Tuberville up in that 2000 season because he was he was the right tailback at the right time for them. But again, I think of Rudy as like a fullback. Like he wasn't a fullback at Auburn, I get it, but he was like Kenny Irons. Let's see. Hugh Freeze guy's asking about Steven Davis's size. Let's see. He was 6 foot 230. And Jeremiah is 5'11", 200. So yeah, significantly bigger. Steven Davis was a bruiser, wasn't he? He's a bad man. Great point, Ephesians. His tackling has been better tonight. It really has been. That was something we really struggling with last weekend, right? We were all kind of shocked by that, but it has been much better tonight. And I think that's something that it doesn't matter that it's Ball State. I think that's a technical thing, and that looks to me like they've cleaned that up. Midro says Steven Davis is not the answer. No, I don't think so either. they are getting after this quarterback now. He's unhappy. And they are having, they got shut out in the first game, and they're getting shut out in this one. So offensively, not going great here. Nash Tiger says Markeith Cooper meets Brandon Jacobs. On one hand, he's kind of like Spud Webb, and on the other hand, he's kind of like Shaq. Yeah. I did see Brandon Jacobs' son playing today. He's an offensive lineman for Clemson. I think his name is Braden. I can't remember exactly. Boy, that's kind of another fuck up there. I mean, it's good that Malcolm got away from that punt, but if he had fielded that, it would have saved him 20 yards, but whatever. Corey Grant is an interesting one. But yeah, like you mentioned, Corey was in a straight line, was just an absolute screamer. Like he was gonzo in straight line. And I don't know that Cobb's quite like that. Yabo says Cobb reminds me of Dyer. That might be the closest one. That's actually a pretty good one right there. Dyer was a lower runner. Like, he had great pad level. And I don't know that Jeremiah does. That might have been Omar in there at tailback on that play. My eyes fail me sometimes. I didn't think that was a 23. I think it was a 29, but we'll see. It is. There's Omar. He is playing tailback right now. So Omar is the next guy in. Also, Mobile alum, I saw you. How you doing, girl? Glad to have you here. Ontario, I'm the devil, says no way. Ontario was really thin. He had a body like Trevon Reed's. He just happened to be incredibly fast. So he's more like Eric Singleton. '84 with a catch. They're trying to argue that was a drop. Is that Ryan G? It is Ryan G. Did not expect to see him playing tonight. A Small Victory says Dyer was essential low center of gravity. He was. That's like the way that Omar runs, like just super low to the ground. This is not Auburn player, but the one that's coming to my mind now that I think more about it is Roger Craig, who played for the 49ers in the 80s. I was thinking that they have a very similar body. Roger Craig was 6 feet 222, so he's even heavier than Cobb. I don't know. Maybe just Cobb's. Maybe he's one of one. I don't know. Runner 24 says Dyer was a bowling ball. I mean, that's definitely the way he ran. He was a rambling runner, right? He was just kind of trying to go forward. I guess Trey is, when you're talking about styles, I think it's probably Trey. But Trey was, in my opinion, the most crafty. First of all, he's 5'8", so he's, significantly shorter. But Trey was such a creative finisher of his runs. Well, do you think it's just Kenny Irons? Again, I think that Cobb has more acceleration, but among the people we've talked about tonight, I think you're probably right. Hornatius says Craig Ironhead Hayward, my man. I used to love watching him play. DeMontre Carter is what Terrence said. DeMontre. Did not think we would get a DeMontre reference tonight. That ball definitely got knocked out. And it landed in the dude's gut. I mean, like, that's going to be the easiest fumble recovery in the history of football right there. But a really tough break for Ryan G, because like he literally is like his first, rep or his first drive, and he fumbles the freaking ball. I don't know, man. Yeah, Pablito says, welcome to college football, Gia. Or G, now enjoy your time on the bench. Whale Driver says, what about the lizard? That's Markeith Cooper, right? Like Markeith with like a he's like a slot receiver. It's kind of repurposed as a de facto tailback. Terrence is just throwing out seldom mentioned Auburn tailback names. Rusty Williams, war number 3 from Moncks Corner, South Carolina. He was funny, man. He was really country. And that was very early in my time at Auburn. I think that was my first year when it was like Rusty and number 15 that they converted into tailback. He got in trouble. He was accused of rape, had to go to the whole trial thing. God dang it, I forgot his name. Clifton Robinson. Spicy Pieces. I think we've named all Auburn prior tailbacks since 1985. Anonymous says Cooper. Markeith Cooper was a slower Ontario. I think that's fair, yeah. I did not get to cover James Bostic when I was here because I got here way too late, but ended up getting to meet him when he came back to finish his degree. And oh my God, what a cool guy. He's so cool. I was a geeking moment. I was geeking out bad because I like James Bostic a lot when he was playing like in the NFL. And I just thought he was going to be really good. He did end up being great, but whatever. I liked him a lot. Anyway, so getting to know him when he was coming back for his degree, I was just like, it's fucking James Bostic, man. Terrence correctly remembers that Clifton Robinson was made a tailback out of necessity by Tubb. That is absolutely true. He was a good player, though. Trey Smith, I don't know about that. Trey's a little smaller. So folks not really liking this turnover there. 43 turnovers under Hugh Freeze since 2023, second most in the SEC. That's a nice throw right there from the Ball State quarterback. This is definitely going to put the shutout in jeopardy. There's no doubt about that. Hordacious now saying it's Christian Okoye. I bet a lot of these youngs don't know who that is. I think he played at University of Pacific. Is that right? I think of him as the Kansas City Chiefs. He was a bad, bad man. Whale Driver says Heath Evans would have been the tailback in 99, but he got hurt. Boy, I was going back there. One of the things about Heath that pissed Tommy off is that Heath felt very strongly about helping people up after the play was over, you know? Like whether it was a teammate or a rival. And Tubb was like, you need to stop helping people up, dude. He said, if you pick up any of those elephants, I'm going to bench you. That's what he told him. Oh, shit. They just created a turnover, dude. Oh, a shutout protected. Robert Woodyard just snatched the ball from that quarterback. It was a very tepid draw that he was, he looked where he didn't want to go into that situation very much. He knew he was going to get hit. He doesn't want to get hit. He's not a physical quarterback at all. And Woodyard just went in there and snatched the fucking ball right away from him, dude. That was nice. Well, D says Heath was a genuinely nice guy. He really was. He was just he was really into sportsmanship. I mean, he was raised right, you know. Now the argument's going to be, was the quarterback down on that first hit when he kind of dropped lower? Uh-oh. Are they going to say that he was down? Because Hugh looks pissed off. Boy, he's mad. mean, Hugh gets mad sometimes, but he's really mad right now. All right, so he takes this first hit. I don't think he's down, though. I don't think he went down. Like he was trying for a second effort play there, and then Woodyard stole the ball from him. ABCDEFG says LSU half-assing it through La Tech, so they're kind of doing this against La Tech, I guess, huh? Whale D mentions that Heath is the best fullback. I mean, he was the best running fullback, but I think that Prosh was a really good fullback, and I actually think Brandon Johnson was a really good fullback. They just weren't sure what to do with Brandon. He played some linebacker. He played some fullback. And if I'm correct, I think Brandon might have been the first graduating class from Alma Bryant. I have to look that up, though. I'm concerned about what the problem here is. I mean, this is pretty clearly a turnover. I'm confused. They're going to go with 3rd and goal here. I don't understand what the explanation is. I just don't. I don't understand what's going on. Are they going to say that they whistled him down on the first hit? That's the only way I think you can avoid that. D. Lucky says Hollywood Carl Stewart had the longest strides of anyone I've ever seen. He looked like he wasn't running fast just because his legs were so long and he strided so long. But he was a good player. Got this. Oh, we got a flag. Oh, good God. I think DeMarcus Riddick just said something to him, too. I think those guys know that quarterback's a puss. There it is, Schaefer Kia. He says Brandon was an original Alma Bryant Hurricane. That's what I was thinking. I feel like a stranger. No, Brandon Johnson was from Bayou LaBattery. No, you're right. He was from Bayou LaBattery. I was thinking that he wasn't, but he was. And I mean, he was a tough. They don't come tougher than him, man. I don't think so. He was a very, very bad man. Guys, I'm not seeing the foul on this. I don't think it's a face mask. Me and Parker are on board with this. Now they get a 1st and goal. What are they doing, man? So the quarterback fumble again? Because the ball's in the hands of an offensive lineman now. God, they are so, tepid. Everything they're doing. Yeah, technically Knuman, he was an oyster dude. But I understand. He was a fisherman for sure. But as my recollection is that he actually was fishing for oysters down there, and he worked. That was his family's job. Nash Tiger says raked oysters to get massive forearms. That's absolutely true. He was just an incredibly tough individual. Wow. I mean, Ryan G put the defense in a bad position, and I think that the defense has been fighting their balls off to try to keep them off the scoreboard, and they've done a great job, as they have been doing all night. So, God, my phone is going crazy right now with tweets, I guess. Yeah, it's our guys talking about this this stand that's going on. It's in progress right now. Feel like a stranger says, I always really liked Brandon. Yeah, he was so easy as a sports writer to cheer for. He was just, oh, God damn. Sly just killed a guy. I don't think that guy got up. Oh, he did, but he ain't liking life. He's going to get some Midol right now. Boom! That was a lick right there, man. Oh, man. That's definitely your pipe layer right there. Yeah, One Fly says he's been doing that all game. He has. He's been great today. He had a bad game, I thought, against Baylor, but he's definitely not having a bad game now. Him and Xavier have been absolutely bringing the lumber tonight. Diego pulling for the field goal defense. Oh, we're going to look for targeting. God bless. Here we fucking go, man. I think he was leading with the helmet, but as we have seen before, that's not necessarily enough. Because I think he was aiming and hit him in the chest. I don't think he hit him in the helmet. No targeting. Okay. I don't give a damn what these announcers say. These are like C-lister announcers. And I may be a C-lister YouTuber, but come on now. At least I'm not on ESPN sucking all the time. Cass DP says, with all due respect, I hope this ref crew catches the clap. Clap, 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 clap. I was going to say a UTI that, ultimately is treatable but hurts for a while. Those fuckers scored. It's kind of funny, though. I mean, you're down 28-0, and you're like, yeah, we're going to kick a field goal. I'm like, all right, you're only 25 down now. Good. Oklahoma now taking it to Michigan, is what ABCDEFG says. That's interesting. I didn't think that I had concerns. I don't really care, but I didn't think Michigan was super good this year, or that they would be. And I think Oklahoma's better than they were. Of course, the good news is that Auburn's better than they were. So this trip coming up to Oklahoma in a couple weeks, it's I got a shot here. Getting some score updates from the Oklahoma game, 21-7. Our game here is 28-3, a game that Auburn's defense, they've given up these 3 points, I guess, but really it was a fumble from Ryan G that gave Ball State possession around the 20, and they really didn't get much done. They ran like 8 plays and got nowhere and kicked a field goal, a very cowardly field goal in my opinion, but whatever. And it's not really on the defense. Would have liked to have seen the shutout, but that's not going to happen. Jackson Arnold going to run out there again. I think that's probably the right decision. 28-3. The game's not out of reach yet. The chances of Ball State getting back in this game are basically 0%. But let's see. Matt wants to know what I'm drinking. I'm drinking this Noble Oak. We drank this on our bourbon show Thursday night, and we were pleasantly surprised by how good it was, considering these bottles are only like $30. It's a sherry oak finish, and it's kind of it's not a necessarily really good bourbon. I'm sorry, it's a whiskey, in fact, but it's only aged 1 year, actually, and then they do a bunch of they heat it up and they pressure it and they do things to kind of speed up the aging process, if you will. But it tastes pretty good. I don't know. I just drank it tonight because my heart was acting weird earlier, and I didn't feel like pounding a bunch of heavy bourbon, and it's got a low proof, 90 proof. All right, Jeremiah Cobb with another nice run. Adds probably 6 or 7 yards onto that with extra effort. That was nice. See if we can get some numbers updated here. Jeremiah now 11 carries for 121. Wait, no, he just rushed for another one. His stats are a little. Oh, I'm sorry. It's because this is Omar. I'm a dumbass. My bad. Omar's. Sorry, guys. I was confused there. All right, that's going to be the end of the third quarter. I mean, Auburn in complete control of the game just has not done what I wanted them to do offensively. You guys probably feel the same way. And yeah, thank you guys for pointing out that was Omar. I'm sitting there going, well, wait a minute. Omar now has 3 carries for 22. I tell you, I'm going to change Singleton's stat line here to Omar, okay? Just so we can keep an eye on him. He's got 3 carries for 22. So I'll switch it out for Omar there, and just so we can keep an eye on him, see what's going on. Coleman's still at 6 catches for 68, and Cobb, I guess, finishes his night at 11 for 121, and Jackson at this point is now 20 of 24 for 211. All right, there we go. Yabo says, unloose the deuce. That brings me back to my early Kentucky days when Tim Couch, where they were trying to get him off the bench, and they said, cut the deuce loose. Come on. They'd be on the post game. It wasn't post game. It was just the coach's show, and they'd say, let's go to Gary from Hazard. Gary, you're on with Coach Curry. You're like, Coach, when you going to cut the deuce loose? We want to see Tim Couch. He'd be like, we're running Wishbone. He's not a Wishbone quarterback. Oh, yes, we got a call coming in from Terry from Hazard. Terry from Somerset. Small Victory says we've got the Pat Adams. Oh, my God. The Pat Adams. I pretend like he doesn't exist when we're not in basketball season. The football in the second half, they want attention just like him. So silly. Alamo Tiger Grad says, JJ, concern, no deep balls. They threw one for Malcolm early in the game. He missed him by like 5 yards. Kudiman says Hazard County, which actually doesn't exist, but I know what you mean. You're just kind of, it's a Bo and Luke Duke thing, but I forget what county Hazard, Kentucky's in, though. I bet Cassidy P probably knows that, but. The great question, Terrence, is speaking of deuce, which game is Cam Newton's number being retired? That will be the Georgia game. Still a little ways off for that one. Schaefer Kias is for shits and giggles. We'll just give you a shits and giggles. Thank you for the super chat, my guy. We have a super chat sound, too.
Super chat.
My man. Thank you for that, Shaver Key, and also for hanging out in the chat. You've been great tonight. Love having you here. Let's see. Hayden says light show looked cool from my place. That's one thing. I'm always on the air with you guys during the game, so I don't get to go to the stadium. And since they've added all the lights, I wonder if that would be cool or not. My thought is that I wouldn't like that, but I think the kids like that stuff. Yabba dabbo douche. I used that as a hashtag earlier today. I never pull for dab. Ephesians says, God, look at all the smoke. All right, so Auburn takes over. We're starting, I should say, the fourth quarter here at midfield. I got my man Darrell Robinson in the game now. Still haven't made any substantive changes on the offensive line here. And the fact that Ryan G was in the game and fumbled tells me that they were kind of working on their, playing some younger guys to see what they could do, but not the quarterbacks yet. Pablito kind of likes the smoke on the field. Makes it feel like a big boy program, doesn't it? That old boy from Ball State looked like he was wobbly as hell walking off that field, bro. Goose Flat, I have not heard an update on Towns. Let me check with my guys and see if they got one. God, I'm way back here on the Auburn Sports group here. Oh, AS Writers Guild. Here we go. All I'm checking in with the guys to see if they'd heard anything. LB Puppy says, JGT, do you think a game like this impresses the recruits? I think the guys that were here probably weren't real worried about, like they're playing Ball State. And it's like, Plus, I don't know. I don't know if in this NIL era, if that matters as much as it did. I mean, the guys want to play somewhere where it's like a real football school, but Auburn's a real football school. Hoke says that the only thing he's got is that it's an ankle situation. But, I mean, we don't really have access to the MRI or whatever. So Hoke passed that along. Let's see. CJ says, hello from our favorite bar. And the canoeman just immediately says tipping point. Horatio with a catch right there. Going to be close to first down. It's going to be second in inches now. Spicy Pieces, our passing game has me shitting bricks. Carlos Dansby's neck roll says, Arnold looks like a redshirt freshman. I don't think so. Really? I think he's been pretty good tonight. These stats are not updating the way they should. In fact, the stats haven't updated since the third quarter ended. So I'm going to have to be a little behind on that. Oh, Cam Coleman. Oh, that was mean. Oh, that was just vicious, man. He gave him a Sammy Coates right there. Said, get your ass down, homie. Oh. What a physical play. I like that. That stiff arm was nice. One fly like that one. I did too. Eric Singleton.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Touchdown, Auburn!
All right. I knew they weren't going to throw that ball to Darrell. I don't think Darrell's a good receiver of the ball. But Eric Singleton is. And he strolled that one in for a tutty. Another wondrous PAT kick from Alex, who now has 5 points. Oh, somebody was saying earlier they didn't think that. First of all, that's a 9-play, 72-yard drive, 336. That's a pretty nice run there. I like that. 13-yard, by the way, touchdown reception on that one. Jackson's now 24 of 28 for 251. That might be it, though. Yeah, that might be it. I think he's had a good night. Somebody said earlier, playing like a redshirt freshman. He looks good. He's been good tonight. He held the ball a little too much in the first half. I agree, but I haven't felt like. I feel like the tempo's been better in the second half, passing wise for sure. Let's see. Omar's still 3 for 22. Jeremiah's still 11 for 121. Jackson's buck positive with his rushing. He's 9 carries for 5 yards now. He had a tough start with all the sacks. And Cam is now 7 carries for 77 catches, for 77. And I took his numbers off because I'm just kind of running out of space here. But Eric Singleton now has 4 catches for 64 and 2 tutties. But your leading receiver is going to be Cam, 7 for 77. Your second guy is going to be Horatio at 6 for 51 and a tutty. And Eric Singleton's got 4 for 64 and 2 tutties. So, I mean, look, the guys, Jackson's had a real nice night. I mean, he's got a 196 quarterback rating. It's the college rating, so it's different than NFL, but it's still a very efficient day. I think it's been pretty good. Yeah, Goose Flat, I don't think it's Nick Marshall 2013, although it could be in the sense that maybe in the tougher games they're going to let Jackson kind of run more, and at that point, it might kind of look more like the 13 team, but I agree. I think it's more like steady 17. And that was a good offense. Let's see. You are correct, sir. Thank you for the correction there, Ephesians. 3 touchdowns for Jackson Arnold. Of course, I was just talking about how Horatio has 1 receiving touchdown and Cam has 2, and Jay thought that was 2 touchdowns. Okay. Let's put it this way, guys. My background's in journalism and psychology, okay? I'm not a math major. You said, hey, JG, we had no idea. I know. ABCDEFG says he still holds the ball too long. I think that's something they're working on, you know? I think that's something that they're working on. So we're splitting up writing responsibilities here. BMAT's going to write about Jackson Arnold's efficiency tonight, so look forward to that on the front of auburnsports.com, obviously. And Hokinson is going to take defense, which is going to be a fun story to write because they played a whale of a game tonight. Let's see. Schaefer Kia says, I've got to watch the Bomb Turd game. Excuse me. I said that wrong. Game to watch some of my former players that play at Louisiana Monroe. That's really cool. And it looks like Vanderbilt's starting to maybe get their hands on the throat of Virginia Tech here. Let's see. Ball State's offense. 40 plays, 54 yards. The Auburn Tigers have run 53 plays for 398. So, yeah, it's been a little bit better for Auburn tonight. I don't think Ball State's very good. The quarterback just doesn't have like this toughness or whatever. I don't know. God damn it. Mega Tiger jumps in with another super chat. Another
super chat.
With a super chat says, I want you to get the word out that we back up. Mega Tiger's feeling good about what he's seeing. He's also a Wire fan. All right, we got some defensive changes here. We've got definitely got Eric Winters in there. We got Elijah Melendez in there at number 9. That is probably going to be Bryce Diaz making that play right there, number 16. That was a great play right there. Remember now, Diaz and Xavier Atkins, for most of camp, were both considered to be interchangeable, like marauders. We've seen a lot of Xavier Atkins, and he's been great. This is our first chance to really see Bryce Diaz, and he made a nice play there. Anonymous is Juice, which is his nickname. That's very fair. Juice Diaz. Rayon Strader is the cornerback on that side. Got locked up a little bit there. New boy Fagans coming over there to support that. Yeah, this looks like your second team D right now. It's good to see them getting in there. And I'm not really seeing Spicy P asking about new boy Fagans. He's 21, I believe. Shares a number with Darrell Robinson. See, 41 is Jared Smith over there at the left end right now. You got Darion playing 3 technique. He's chasing the quarterback right now, 44. 12, I think, is, I get him confused. I don't know if that's Rayon Strader. I get 12 and 13 mixed up. Oh, 12 is Bobble. I'm sorry. 12 is Bobble and 13 is Radon then. Daniel D says Baylor lost today. That's actually not true. Baylor won today in 2 overtimes against SMU. Yeah, 12 is Bobble Woodby. Spicy P, thank you for correcting me on that. I get 12 and 13 mixed up. I know 14 is Rayshawn, but I wonder how we're going to do this post game with the new phone. I mean, you're probably going to have people call in. That's how we're going to do it. Yes, Ephesians says, review LOL. We're going to do this again. This is an incredibly hard call to review here. If I had to say, I think that was a catch. But it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Let's see, Spicy Pieces. Great job, guys. Beers all around. I love it. 1-5 says Gus is lighting it up at FSU. They had a big game today with 70 points. I know they were playing like East Texas A&M or some shit like that, but I mean, God, they weren't doing that last year. I don't care who they were playing. They weren't scoring 70, so they did a good job. Hashtag Hugh Freeze guy says, I need some head in the post-game JGT. I have good news. Alan, a.k.a. J-Head, is going to be available. We talked that out before. So that's going to be a Gucci go. We'll definitely have that. Love hearing from J-Head on that stuff. I always call him J-Head. I mean, you guys know him as Alan in real life. But his handle, oh, my God. Ball State just continues dicking around. The fuck is your problem? We still got 10 minutes to go in this game, guys. Jeez Louise. What are we doing? Hornation says, hard to put up 70 against Air. I mean, there's some truth to that. And Auburn's obviously not going to put up 70 tonight. But, yeah, he's definitely – it's great, man. I'm happy to see this happen because, you know, his UCF time was – could have been better. As obviously his Auburn time kind of tailed off at the end because he refused to recruit tackles. But it feels like he's kind of gotten back in going at Florida State, letting other people recruit for him. This punter's done a hell of a job tonight. Malcolm's out in the open field, motherfucker. Oh, shoestring catch on that one. He felt like he had it too. All right. Brian P says, I just want to cover. What was the line on this? Like 42-ish, something like that? $42-ish. We got a flag. I'm not sure what the adjudication was on that. Goose Flat says, I think I'm going to drink some 110 proof bourbon and be Ball State drunk. My man, we got a Ball State drunk reference on there. I like that. Hayden says, Gus has always been successful just as an OC. God, he hadn't been an actual OC since fucking, 2011, I guess? And the 2011 season for me will always have an asterisk because they thought they had Russell Wilson. And everything was just banked on them having Russell Wilson. And they thought they would beat Wisconsin out for him. And then they didn't get him. And then the quarterback situation took a big drop down. Just imagine if they'd fucking gotten him, dude. He probably would have won the Heisman in 2011. And Auburn would have been right back in it, you know. All right, Deuce is coming out is what Pablito says. I like this. 35-3, I think, is the appropriate time to start playing Deuce a little bit. You know, I just don't want to make him have to do things that he shouldn't be doing. I'm still so freaked out that my heart was not beating earlier. If something weird happens to me, and I'm so JG was saying on the show that his heart did stop beating. I mean, after all, like, I did tell you that. It happened earlier the day. It really freaked me out. It hadn't happened to me in like years. Just weird. Daniel says Georgia only beat Austin P, the Governors, 28-6. I didn't know that. And ABCDEFG says Mississippi State has now blown their 17-0 lead. Good golly, Miss Molly, man. Spicy P, who is a ball knower, says, please, God, don't call for a quarterback competition if Deuce throws 2 tutties here. Adam Smith, thank you, says, you're alive, JG. You're good. That's right. It's ones and zeros, brother. You're either alive or you're not. Every day above ground, all I want to do is ball. Although I would like for my heart to keep beating. That would be good. That would be ideal. Oh, Pablito, I've had it checked out a bunch, bro. I got a cardiologist and all that. Got my medication, all that. I'm good. Crazy thing is I've been losing weight. I've been exercising more. It works great when I exercise. Everything's fine. All right, Deuce Knight coming out here. He's got Cale Ellis playing center. He's got Dylan Senda. He's got Dre Carter at the 2 guard positions. He's probably going to have Xavion Miller at 1 tackle. And let's see who else he gets out here with him. He's got Perry at 1 wide out. He's got Malcolm. He's got Malcolm just dropped that ball. No, it's not Malcolm. It's Bryce Kane. He's got Mabson with him in the tailback spot. God, a lot of guys getting their debut right here. I don't know that Dylan Senda's played before. I'm just going to pretend like those throws did not occur right there. Let's see. Knuman says heart beating is essential to staying above ground. Yes, that's true. Cleveland says he's got the jitters. And also Spicy Pieces. I've seen enough. He's got the Cody Burns arm. I like that. Boy, he accelerated really nicely right there, didn't he? Nice first down run. I like that. Just keep the clock going, man. Let's get this game over with. Shit. The longer you stay out there, the more somebody's going to get injured, the more likelihood is. Nash Tiger says Barrett Trotter was not the cause of 2012. No. He was not. 2012 was a tsunami of problems that, in my opinion, had been lingering. There's Omar Mabson doing his thing. You can see how he changes. He runs so low and he changes directions pretty gracefully. I like that. Have you guys seen who are playing the tackle spots? I haven't seen yet. I'm guessing maybe you got like let's see who I can't see him. Oh shit, Deuce just fumbled. Hey, you don't need to hit him when he's on the ground already, bro. Ammo says JG wants to put this game below ground. Yeah, I want this thing put away. JB said 2012 was a complete disaster of a season. It was just awful. That was actually the year that I went to the hospital for my AFib episode. That was the first time I went to the hospital for it. It was after the A&M game. I think that A&M game just broke me. Because I was just like, I don't like A&M very much. I don't think you guys do either. But, I mean, that game, Auburn could have lost that game by 1,000. And I was like, man, this fucking sucks. This looks awful. I mean, I'm glad that the clock's running, but Lord have mercy. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all. Disjointed and yucky. By the way, as you mentioned, the tackles. AU Tiger 98 says they were 72, which is too tall, Xavion, and a 79, which would be Tyler Johnson. There he is. Matt says, JJ, did you ever stop to think maybe you're in heaven? I mean, look at all the friends you've got in the comments. Meow. I'll give you this one right here.
Who is Swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime, preach.
I just like that soundbite. It has nothing to do with that. Canoeman says 1999 was not awful. At least we made it to Atlanta. Wait, what? No, I think you're thinking of 2000, right? 99 would have been Tubbs' first year. I think they went 5-6, but they did run a train on Georgia that year, which is very satisfying. Terrence says, JG, we don't want Deuce's NIL asking price to go up, so it's all good. Ooh, prime, preach. Brandon J likes that one. He likes that one. Yeah, Aubie, I was with you, man. He's thinking of 2000, which is it's a long time ago either way. But, yeah, they did get to Atlanta in 2000, largely on the strength of Rudy Johnson, who had a great year. It was exactly what Auburn needed at that point. CJ said Deuce can learn from that. You gotta have better ball security, right? Gotta have better ball security there. Dropped the ball twice, put it on the ground twice in 2 plays. ABCDEFG says LMAO Army beat Kansas State. Army did they lose last week or did they just barely beat somebody that they should have crushed? I don't remember. It was UAB or something. I can't remember. Blake R. making reference to Blue Ridge Mountains and the Shenandoah River. Obviously a John Denver reference right there. Aubie Travel says, where is Rudy? I don't know where he is right now. He's from Ettrick, Virginia, though. I know that in real life. He was friends with, in junior college, he was friends with Steven Jackson, who ended up being an NBA player. True story. Oh, thank you, ABCDEFG. Says Army lost to Tarleton State last week. Aubie says, is there a where are they now for former Auburn significant players? That's a great question. I don't think anybody does that. That might be a piece that some folks would really enjoy. Just to kind of, catch up with guys or whatever. I mean, I should probably do some of that, but I haven't. FJ Tab says, man, Deuce looks rough. 2 fumbles and a near pick. I have to agree with that. I mean, when we see him in practice, he looks pretty calm and under control, and he did not look calm and under control during that possession at all. All right, you got Donovan Starr playing cornerback now, number 22. It looks like you got New Boy in there as well. 42 is Caleb Wheatland, so he's getting his first run. James Ash, number 98, is in there. Oh, I'm sorry, 43 is Caleb Wheatland, not 42, because Caleb Wheatland's not white. Let's see. We've got some other players in there that we don't usually play. Still got Jared playing end. He's playing a wide 9 alignment right now. James Ash is in there. Looks like Malik Autry's playing in there, 96 at nose. That's Donovan Starr in coverage. You've also got Bobble out there. I couldn't see who the far side defensive end was on that snap. Terrence says, where are they now? On Earth. End of story. End of the game. Flying around, who has been a little bit under the weather here lately, but he's doing better. Oh, shit. No, he's not. He's back at the ER, Commodore. Stent moved up and causing hell, going back under in the morning. I'm in the good shit, so this has been my favorite drain by far. Hopefully I won't piss the bed. Guys, Come on, man. You got to give it up for flying around. He's one of our OG brain drainers. He was a huge hit when we were doing the COVID drains. Jared Smith's fired up. Did he get a sack? Indeed, he did. Backside pursuit. Darion was right there to help him too. But, man, some good stuff, man. Very animated play from defensive side of the football. Second team, actually got some third-teamers in there too. Different deal there. The offense, second team looked like ass, but the second and third team defense looks real good. I know they're playing Ball State, who's probably one of the worst offensive teams in football, but they are still playing, man. They're balling. Dude, Malcolm is thirsty for something good to happen tonight, and he's working hard. Brian Pieces, let's go to midnight, JGT. I don't know. Spicy Pieces, are we getting Jay ahead tonight? You are indeed. I've already communicated with him, and he's definitely going to be on the show. AU Tiger 98 says Jared Smith is a long human. He sure is. Yeah, let's have some thoughts for flying around. One of our absolute OG legends from the COVID years. It seems like so long ago now, but great caller and just an entertaining guy to have in the show. Been going through some things physically, but we'll be thinking of you, brother. All right, let's see if Deuce can get something done here on his second chance. He's got Omar with him. Oh, there goes Darrell. Darrell in the open field, dude. Touchy. That's a tutty.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Touchdown, Auburn!
Shoot, man, that was a great run right there. He showed some acceleration there for sure. That was nice. Nash says, bring back the snap counts, JGT. I will. I'm going to write that in the morning. I know I didn't do that for the first game, and some folks really were missing that, and so we're going to definitely do that. 100%. Here comes Alex on for another opportunity at points here. Cash money. Anonymous says Fife was the best. Yeah, he was a friend of mine. He was from Paintsville, Kentucky. So when I got there as a Kentucky boy, he kind of took me under his wing a little bit. Was really nice to me. I like the dance there from Darrell. That's good shit, man. He was ready for that one. Nice run. I like that. See, CJ says, we played with our food for a while. Good to finally step on the gas. They are playing a little bit better. Been playing great on defense all night long, but offense has been a little bit better. I feel like a stranger says, I want that audio file. Talking about my Jim Fife song there. Probably make that happen, bro. Gunner 357 says, Darrell looks like a bigger Trey Mason. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Darrell, I don't think of him as a receiver at all, though. He's a ground squirrel. He's a ball carrier. Let's see, Auburn gal says, I'm a Kentucky girl. My dad graduated in Lexington. Do you mean like University of Kentucky or Transy? Or are you talking about like Henry Clay or Paul G. Dunbar? Or got a lot of options there. One fly says, is Henderson out there? Henderson. You got to give me more information. Alvin Henderson. He'd be number, I think Alvin wears 22. Yeah, I think he wears 22. Brian Pieces, who's kicking off for us. I did not see that actual kick right there, but it has been Connor Gibbs with Towns Magoo out with the ankle injury. And War Eagle 0008, who has been wire to wire with us today, says the new kicker is much better than Towns. I start wondering a little bit if the Auburn people are just going to quit on Towns. I really do. Caleb Wheatland is actually in the game now. I missed him earlier, but 43. Got Eric Winters playing free safety. You got Donovan out there. New boy playing strong. No, I'm taking it back. Fagans is playing free. Winters is playing strong safety. That's 25 and 21. Donovan Starr's 22. Still getting some young guys out there. Stoop Up says the NIL era is exposing who is a have or have not. BSU is definitely a have not. They have not one good player at all. These teams just get pilfered, right? And I worry that Troy, who's a team that I like a lot, I feel like they're going to end up having to go this route too, because if they have a good player, they're not going to stay there. You get an 18, Starboy. JJ Falk is playing in there. Getting his first reps as an Auburn Tiger on the varsity field. Beppo says ground squirrel for show. Hey, did Auburn gal ever answer about her dad in Lexington? I didn't see it. I'd be interested in that. All right. Eric Winters is pissed. Okay, he wanted Donovan Starr to jam that number one receiver. And Elijah Melendez came in there and fucked him up. Why is Malik Blockton playing? I'm confused. Why? Wizard D says Kelly is hating life right now. Dude, he's been hating life all day long, bro. I promise you. Let me get these third down numbers updated. One, holy fucking shit. Do you know how bad it is for them? 1 of 14, guys. 1 of 14. The Auburn Tigers are 5 of 10. Looks like you had Bryce Kane fielding that punt. They have 68 yards and 49 plays, guys. Yeah, Melendez is definitely playing. Justin to mention that. Number 9 is playing linebacker. I like it. Let's see. They got 35, so that's Justin Jones playing tailback ahead of Alvin at this point. Substitution infraction, I believe that is. Sucks. A little surprised to not see Alvin right there. I mean, I just thought they would give him a shot in here. Deuce is not playing well. That was a terrible throw. Good golly, Miss Molly. Spicy P is just like, yikes, bro. Justin Jones trying to get a little shaky shake, get away from them, and weren't able to do it. Just keep this clock rolling. Keep that clock running. Spicy P asks, has Deuce completed a pass? The answer to that question is no. He's 0 for 3 so far. Whale D says Deuce's build looks like Jason Campbell. I would agree, except he's left-handed. Now we're cooking. Nice play right there. See, Ambitious says he is not better than Ashton Daniels right now. I agree with you. I think that I've said before, I mean, the whole way we've gone through this, that if it was, if Jackson was out for the rest of a game or whatever, I think they would go to Ashton. But if Jackson was out for like 2 months, I think they would go to Deuce. And so maybe they were just like, hey, this is a good opportunity for Deuce to kind of get in the game and get his feet wet. Whereas, Ashton doesn't need that. He's probably played 30 games. But yeah, he is young. I promise you, Whale D, that he's better than Kyle Frazier. I know he's not showing it right now, but Yeah, I know that. Camden Etheridge with the catch for the Tigers on that little slant. We were talking earlier that Auburn doesn't slant at all, but they do sometimes. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get people to call in when you don't know the number. Maybe I'll just put it on the board here. Barner phone. I like that. E Maximus, excuse me. All right, so I got the phone number. I posted it on the bunker I got a brain drain thread on the bunker that's pinned to top the bunker. I'll take it off tomorrow or tonight or whatever. But if you're looking for that thread, it's on the top of the bunker. So those of you who are interested in calling in after the game, that's probably going to be the most straightforward way to get it. The only people I have entered into my phone, the new phone, was Coach Hunter, Alex, and J-Head. So that's the situation. Yeah. Let's see. Perry said, I sat through Frazier. Damn, it was awful. Jeremy Johnson as well. Great guy, but damn. Ambitious engineers seen enough after 3 attempts. Looks like Deuce needs a red shirt, not Ashton. Too worried about NIL and transfer portal versus playing the best players. Interesting. Hugh Priest guy says, Jay, can I call in, brother? Number is up on the bunker, bro. So if you want to, it's on the bunker. I do want to note that we're going to talk to J-Head, so I may not answer, but we will do it. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Let's see. Ephesians thinks that, there we go. Auburn gal. Her dad graduated from Lafayette High School, then Auburn in engineering. Awesome. I used to live near Lafayette High School. There was a great baseball player back when I was living in Lexington named Austin Kearns, and he ended up playing with the Reds. And he was from Lafayette High School. It was a good read from Deuce on that read option. It was a good hold read. Hornatius says, the folks that tried to make the Robbie Ashford thing about race. I don't know who you're talking about, bro. Some shit I'm not going to wade into. I promise you that. Schaefer Kia says, J-Head is the voice of reason. He sure is. Matt says, text them the number. Shit, I wish I got to type it in here, though. But the problem is that I can't dial numbers on the air because it'll, come through. You know what I mean? I got to tell my guys about this, though. Since this is a home game, see, I've got a different situation where, in the last game, the Baylor game, Jay Lee was available to talk right after the game because he wasn't in Baylor. But here he's chasing recruits, and so is Cole, and so is Caleb's going to be working team tonight, but he's going to have stuff to do. So there you go. There's Deuce's first reception to Cameron King. Nice. A walk-on who just got his scholarship maybe 3 weeks ago. That's pretty cool. There's Ashton hanging out with Jackson right there. We'll see, the last team that Auburn held under 100 yards was Georgia Southern in 2018. That day, Auburn held them to 78 yards, according to BMAT. Let's see where we're at here. The Ball State Cardinals have 68. And they are not going to get 1 inch more. That's a final right there. The Auburn Tigers 42-3 over the Ball State Cardinals. The Auburn Tigers go to 2-0. I can update that immediately, which I used to not be able to do. but I can do that now in these hated Ball State Cardinals. I think they got a lot of losses ahead of them, guys, if you want me to be real about it. Let me look at some of these numbers that probably won't be able to show up here. Again, Jackson Arnold's numbers and all that are updated, but Deuce Knight goes 2 of 5 for 20. His 3 missed throws were absolutely terrible. They were really bad. Another key number I think we need to talk about here is Auburn had 495 yards of offense. That's on 67 plays. That's 10 yards per completion. Tonight, an average yards per rush was 6.6. This is the fewest yards that Auburn has allowed in a game since the 85 game against the hated Ole Miss Rebels, in which I believe that game they gave up nothing. Fewest yards allowed in a game since holding Ole Miss to 5 yards. 5 fucking yards in 1985. Ole Miss had 5 yards. Whoosh. A whole game in 5 yards. This ain't much better. 68 in this era of offense and all that kind of crap. About that. I want to get a retweet out there real quick for this score. Whatever my guys are talking about here. Where is Hoke? All right. Sorry, I wanted to retweet something that Hoke had tweeted. It was good stuff. 42-3. 2-0. Kind of a 5 yards. Brandon J says, Dye wasn't effing playing. No, he was not. Gonzalez is here. What's up, man? This is Ward Amigal JG. Cam Coleman, love it. D Lucky likes to see Cam Coleman having a good time. 7 catches. Why did I say carries? 7 catches for 77 yards for him. Auburn finishes with 495 yards of offense, 68 for Ball State. And again, that's the lowest total in a long freaking time, probably 40 years. Wow, this is like if the third quarter of that Missouri game was actually a whole game, where Missouri ran 28 plays and only defended 4. That's kind of what happened here. Great day from DJ Durkin's crew. They did a hell of a job, and they've got. Oh, we'll just leave it right there. He's got we've been talking about this on all our shows. They've kind of got it layered where he's got the starters who I think are really good. He's got the challengers and he's got the developmental guys. He's got all the layers. He's rotating. These guys play with a marauder mentality, and I think defensively, Auburn, wow, great game tonight. Attacking wise, offensively, got some work to do. I think it took a little time to get things going. You look at 42-3, you look at 500 yards of offense, and it's hard to bust too much, right? But as we were watching it, and Coach Hunter talked about this at halftime, where that Hugh wasn't allowing himself, he's not the play caller, but you know what I mean, wasn't allowing himself to kind of call plays in rhythm. He was just like, got a checklist of, I'm going to do this, and this, you know. I think in the third quarter, they let it flow a little bit better, and the offense worked a little bit better, so I think that's pretty good. This might be a good time to start thinking about going over to Jay Head. We used to kind of wait a little bit before we talk to him, but I think he's a good guy to talk to right out of the gate. Oh, yeah. The chat is really popping right here. I like this. Hornatius wonders what Auburn's largest yardage differential over an opponent is. That would be a good one to know. I bet you B-Matt will be able to get that answer for us tonight. Parker jumps in. Parker's good. He had a good prediction on the sacks and the tackles for losses tonight. I called 5+. There we go. 5+ sacks at the start of the ESPN app is saying we ended with 6. So here's to me saying we're playoff bound. Fair. Done deal. Good stuff, Parker. You did a good job. Hashtag Hugh Freeze guy would like to. He wants some head. He wants some J head is what he wants. Cass TP jumps in with a super chat. Happy for the W. Long day at the office today, though. Have to bounce. Be where your feet are, drainers, and much love. Also, always great sage words from Casa DP, who's a legend here and also a legend on the Bourbon Blend. So thank you for that, Casa DP, and also to my man Parker, who was calling out some good stuff on the sacks and the tackles for loss. He thought it was going to be like this. He saw this coming, and I think some of us did, but maybe not quite to that level. All righty. Let's see if we can get Sir J Head on the phone. Let me think about how to do this. Kind of weird when I have this phone with no names in it. It really is like kind of a burner phone. That's the truth. All right. Hopefully this is the way it is right here. Ooh, it said call failed. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Let's try that again. Sounds weird. What in the world was that, bro? That was so weird. But that's not J-Head's problem. That's a problem on my end, I'm sure. Let's see. Matthew R., I don't know if you're being facetious, but he said, did Perry play tonight? Oh, hold on. J-Head, you there, bro? Oh, hold on. One adjustment. Hold on. Now I got you. You good, bro? Can you hear me? Oh, it's so weird. It's screwing up on my end, bro. Hold on. I don't understand this. It's always something else, man. What would I do here if I were trying to troubleshoot this? Let's try calling this back. I don't understand that weird sound it makes. He sounds all messed up and stuff, and it's nothing he's doing. I don't know what the solution to that problem would be. This stuff always works when I'm doing like test calls and stuff, you know? And then when we get on the air, it like gives me attitude. This makes me mad. I'll give it a minute to get reconnected here. Schaefer says, turn it off and turn it back on. It's a brand new daggone phone, man. I pulled it out of the box Thursday. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Schaefer says, technical glitches suck, dude. I hate them more than anybody. It drives me crazy, but, you know, it is what it is. All right, let me try him again. Let me make sure we can actually get this. You should hear the Smiths if this is working right. Some girl's mother. Yep, got it. Let me turn that down just a little bit. All right, we're going to try J-Head one more time here. J-Head, you there? I can't hear him. This is nothing on his end. It's all me. There's no modem, Hornatius. We're good on that. He has tried to call me. He actually did try to call me. Annoying, bro. All right. What's frustrating here is that I have to do it through Bluetooth. I would rather do it through a line, you know, so we don't have to worry about like that kind of a thing. See, you guys can't hear it ringing, nor can I. You there, bro? I still can't hear him. Steve with a C says, JGT, you just need to set up an official Bunker Discord server for the call-in part of the show. Everybody's got an idea about how to fix this, but nobody can actually walk me through this. It's always just like, just do this. Like, what do you mean do that? How? I don't know. Anonymous, actually, that's a great suggestion. Test call your own cell. So I did that for 30 minutes before the show, right? And it was working every single time. And I was like, we're good. Everything's Gucci. We got it working perfectly. And then, boop, No, it won't work. Yep. Oh, it's weird. Who knows? Let's see. Better call Tyrone, Schaefer says. JGT needs to get a new AOL CD from Winn-Dixie. We used to use those like, well, you could use them as like a, you could put your cold beer on that to keep it from messing up your stuff or whatever. I don't know. That's an idea. I wonder if I switch this over. I wonder if that would help. Could. Sorry, guys. Troubleshooting. I know we were doing this last day. Okay, we got that. So at least it's hooking in, right? Now let's see if I can call my own phone here. Oh, looky there. Hey, that was good. I could hear my own phone. Let's try it again. I'll call J-Head now. Ooh, I feel good about this.
Jay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, man. How about you?
I'm just fighting through problems over here. This is all my fault. I mean, it's just stuff that I'm not. I got a whole new setup here, and I'm screwing stuff up. But anyway, you're on the line now. Folks can hear you. I'm stoked. What up?
What up, man? Well, it's a win, right?
Yes.
It's a win by 39 plus points. Defense looked significantly improved. I mean, obviously, it's an inferior opponent by a significant margin. But, I mean, look, I think Auburn did what they needed to do tonight. There were some misfires in the first half, but that was partially because I thought Hugh was trying to force the vertical shots against some really soft coverage as opposed to kind of letting the game come to him organically. But a win is a win, and you'll take a 38-plus point victory all day long.
For sure. What sets you off about this game? What do you like about this game? What are the positives you take away from this one?
Well, the positives are I felt like some of the young defensive, some of the young linebackers, Melendez, Diaz, really kind of caught my eye tonight. I felt like the intensity was there on the defensive side of the ball. Really enjoyed that. Enjoyed seeing the pass rush be what it needed to be. Again, it's an inferior opponent, but the defense treated them as such, right? They played to their talent ceiling and not down to the level of their opponent. So you like that aspect of it. You like the fact that Jackson, while, maybe held the ball on a couple of different throws, maybe longer than you would have wanted. You could tell he was trying to look for it downfield some. He was very efficient tonight, only misfiring on 4 passes. Throwing, I think he had the most efficient night since Bo Nix versus Akron and Brian Harson's first season. So it's been a while since you've had somebody put up those kind of efficiency numbers.
Yeah.
Running backs, obviously, Jeremiah Cobb getting 2 explosive runs and going over 100 yards in his, for the first time in his career. So those are all positives, right?
Hell yeah.
I think what most of us wanted to see was it maybe look a little cleaner and that Jackson was reading things very smoothly out the gate. But I want to remind everybody, this is still his first season. And these are guys it's game 2 and they're all still getting used to each other. And I know nobody wants to hear that. It's Ball State. Everybody wants things just to click. But sometimes it just takes a little bit of time in games like this to get on the same page. And I think by the time they get to Oklahoma, you're going to see a significantly more finished product than what you're seeing right now.
Yeah. Coach Hunter was saying at halftime he thought that Hugh wasn't calling plays in an organic way. He thought he kind of had like a checklist and was just trying to clicking off checklists instead of, just kind of going with the flow like he normally would. You think he just kind of came in maybe with like a preconceived notion of what he could or should be doing in this game?
Oh, I couldn't agree with Hunter more on that. I think it was very clear that Hugh wanted to kind of get some guys some featured action, and he had as opposed to reacting to what the defense was giving him, which was extremely soft coverage, and then just kind of killing them in the run game. He wanted to force shots, right? I mean, it was a situation where I think Hugh felt like he needed to work on the passing game. He didn't want to stay patient and just work quick game and RPO. He wanted to hit those shots down the field. And you saw them kind of force the action as opposed to in Baylor where they had it schemed. You know what I mean? And they took what was there to them. They were kind of trying to dictate the action tonight. And sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. And I think when you saw Jackson kind of biding his time, waiting for somebody to get open, and or some of those early sacks, those were the misfires on trying to force that action. So it's not the end of the world that you have a head coach that's trying to, get Eric Singleton and Cam Coleman touches. That's just part of it, right?
Yeah.
But I think it kind of lends itself to some sloppy play at times. And that's what you saw. And it's not, I don't want to call it sloppy. I think it's them trying to force the action. And then on top of that, you have a quarterback and receivers that are still figuring each other out. This is their first year playing together. They're still finding their rhythm with one another. The passing game is one of those that it takes a little bit of time to gel. And the only way you do that is through competitive reps and live game action. So you got that tonight. I think they'll continue to build on that. Now you have a step up in competition next week in South Alabama. I think the Sun Belt is a significantly better league than the MAC. And that's not me trying to take a shot at the MAC, but, Ball State is the bottom of the MAC. I think South Al is probably a mid-level Sun Belt team. So it'll be another opportunity for them to have a get-right game, and one that I hope that they will, prepare for, and then we'll see where they stand come Oklahoma.
Obviously, some things offensively we didn't love today, but defensively, man, they were absolutely balls deep in that Ball State quarterback's head. This is the fewest yards, J-Head, they've given up since 1985. It was less than 70. It was like 65 or something like that. Holy shit.
No, the defensive front controlled the game from start to finish. I mean, it was just a complete mismatch up front. Thought the secondary tackled much better, much cleaner game from that part of things. And I think we all felt like, okay, game one, you're playing some talented receivers. And by the way, for those Auburn fans that did watch Baylor upset SMU today, that wasn't a fluke. Again, Jake Spavital, really good offensive coordinator, and they've got weapons on that team so they can make guys look bad at times. But moving forward a week, looked much better. And again, very encouraged by the young linebackers. I mean, the reaction time on Melendez and Diaz. I thought Rob played a good game tonight and really got robbed on that forced fumble that he created and the recovery. I thought that was a terrible call by the refs.
I didn't understand that. Did they whistle him down? Is that what the argument was?
There was no whistle. And they were even saying it on the TV copy. You could hear him. It's like there was no whistle that was blown. So I don't know if it was a sympathy call or what it was, but let's be honest here. The SEC has an issue with its officiating. It's well known that there's an issue with SEC officiating. I'm not saying that they're like hosing teams intentionally. I just don't know that it's necessarily the level it should be given the talent in the league.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so encouraged by the defense, though. I mean, I've been saying on the show, I haven't told you this, but I love the way that DJ's layered that defense where he's got the starters, the challengers, and then the developmental guys. And I think he's got so many good ball players. I mean, dude, when Wheatland comes in there, Melendez comes in there, there's not a lot of drop off. Those guys are still flowing to the ball and knocking guys on their ass. I mean, it's pretty encouraging.
It's very encouraging. And you can understand DJ has a real long-term vision as it pertains to the defense. And I think what he saw some of last year, while he was, in his bag in a lot of games. And look, I know that we've still got issues with giving up third and long, right? Like that's something that they're working on.
Well, not today.
No, not today.
They were like 1 of 14 or something on third down. So
right, but
in general, yes. Yeah.
In general, they're still working through some of those things. But you're right as far as how the talent is kind of coalesced and how it's layered. And I think it is really smartly done. And it's just, they're going to play a high volume. I thought they got worn down in spots last year because of some of the competition they played in the SEC. I don't think they're going to have that issue this year. This feels like a team from top to bottom where you're going to be able to just roll in at least, a 22, if not more. I mean, I think they're going to be able to play 26 plus guys on defense week in, week out. I mean, that's just how deep it feels like they are in certain spots. Now, we need to see I think the one thing that I want to see is at safety, can Fagans come on? Because I am just I'm not sure what Jacquez Robinson is going to be able to give you long term in that spot. And if Champ's not going to be able to come back for a little bit, I feel like you're going to need to continue to develop some depth there.
Yeah, he bothers me. He makes me worry. Like, he overruns runs all the time, and it freaks me out.
I'm with you. I don't love what I see there, particularly like you said on the run fits, but maybe he's another guy who's never seen extensive playing time before, and this is a situation for him where he's just settling in. And the more he plays, the better he's going to be in certain aspects of the game. That's just kind of how it works.
All right, how much better do you think South is than Ball State? I mean, how much more of a step forward is this going to require?
I mean, they took Tulane to the wire today, and I think pretty highly of John Summerall and Tulane and what they've been able to accomplish down there. I think it was a 33-31 finish. So it's going to be a nice step forward. Again, you hate to talk down about any opponent, but Ball State is the bottom of probably the bottom rung of all FBS football conferences.
Yeah.
I mean, the MAC is not good. It's not good football right now, with the exception of Toledo. I think they're the only really competent team in that league right now.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
So South is a mid-level Sunbelt team, and I would put the Sunbelt directly behind, maybe parallel to the Mountain West, but behind the American Conference. I think it's probably 2 or 3 if you're talking about FBS conferences in the group of 5. So it'll be a step forward. It's not something that's insurmountable by any means. I mean, you're not talking the level of Baylor here, but it's a game where if Auburn messes around, farts around a little bit, they're going to make this game significantly uglier than they want to, and they're going to stall momentum going into Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So what you need is a clean game from Auburn for them to come out and treat the opponent like they treated Ball State tonight, like an inferior opponent, and play up to their talent ceiling and not down to the floor of the team they're playing.
There was a point early in that game where I felt this game tonight where I thought that Jackson wasn't playing very well, but he finishes with a great line. And my question to you is, I mean, how would you grade his night tonight? 24 of 28, 251, 3 touches. No picks, kept care of the ball, and I thought he looked pretty damn good tonight.
Yeah, probably B+, just because he looked like he was searching for things early. Very efficient numbers. They didn't run him a lot tonight, and I still think that's the best part of his game right now, and you could tell that they were working on the passing game. But I don't think you can be you can't be too down on the performance. For me, I don't love it when you see him kind of hang on to the ball a little bit. But again, what I can't see when you're watching the TV copy is what were the route concepts on those throws? Were they all vertical shots, or was there something that was open and available to him and he just hung on to it for a little bit too long? Yeah. I would love to see a 22 copy where you could see all of that. But this is just me still feeling him out. And I think he's still feeling out his receivers and what's being asked of him in this offense. And I want to go back to what Hunter said. It did not feel like the play calls tonight were organic. They were a little bit forced. So, you have to take all of that into consideration when you're grading him. But I think B+ is fair, especially when you look again at how his numbers ended up. 24 of 28 for 250 plus, 3 touchdowns. Hard to be really angry at that. But again, you want to see him continue to clean things up and just kind of speed up his clock. So make sure that it's 1, 2, 3, get the ball out. Not hanging on and trying to play a little bit of hero ball, which is what it felt like at times.
Yeah. I like speed up the clock. I like that idea, J-Head. Hey, recruiting. I haven't paid too much attention to what's going on with recruiting, but I know there's a few guys here this weekend that are intriguing, including the Texas commit.
Yes, Corey Wells, his brother, is an edge that's been offered by Auburn now. I think that they're interested. He's a developmental prospect presently committed to South Alabama, but realistically, I don't want to I don't want to lie to anybody. He's getting an offer because of who his brother is. Now, he's a complimentary piece, right? And somebody that they'll take on like an Eric Smith and try to develop if they can land his brother. But Corey Wells is probably the number one nose tackle target in this class for Auburn right now.
Ooh.
And he's a significant piece. I mean, you're losing a lot at that position. If you kind of look at what you've got on the roster right now, I think you've got at least, so you got Bobby and you got Walker that are definitely seniors. And I think you've also got Jay Hardy is also a senior that's playing some nose for you. So you're potentially losing 3 nose guards this season. You're going to have to get some depth there. Landing Corey Wells goes a long way to kind of fixing some of your issues as far as what you're going to need to bring back next year.
I mean, do you feel like that can happen? I mean, obviously they do.
Yes, I do, Jay.
All right.
I feel like Auburn's in it. I think it's still going to be, I wouldn't consider it done deal by any means. By any means. I think Texas is going to be tough here, but I think Auburn is very much in the fight with Corey Wells.
All right. That's going to be a nice one. Was there anybody else of significance here recruiting-wise that kind of got you excited?
Sure. You've got the cornerback that's presently committed to Stanford, big 4-star target. West doesn't have anybody right now, but this kid's 6'3", 180 plus, really long, really rangy, excels in press man coverage, gives you some versatility in the back end. He can also play safety. And in a smaller defensive back class, because I believe that's what this is going to be, you're talking about a 3, maybe 4-man class at the max. It's nice to bring in kids that can give you some versatility in the back end. He would be a blue chip player, and it would be, I think it's Lasiah Jackson is the actual name. So let me make sure I get that out there. But he's a stud, man, and somebody I know the staff loves and that they're going to push on. I believe they've already got him committed to coming back for an official visit. So that would be big. You've got Peyton Falzone in, your current quarterback commitment, a kid that has never visited Auburn University before, which is still maybe the most bizarre recruitment that I've ever seen to get a kid to commit that's never stepped foot on campus.
Yeah.
But maybe that's just where we are in modern day recruiting. But I think it's big to get him on campus, get him familiar with the staff, let him see the building, see how his family feels about the environment. So that to me is big. And you've got other players there. Shadarius Toodle's back on campus.
Yeah.
Tootle would be nice. I know they're very content with the linebacker class that they have right now with Jacquez Wilkes and Adam Balagoon Ali. But if you could add another inside linebacker to this class, I think it's particularly one with his skill set. I think that's a move Auburn would love to make. So a lot of big pieces on the chessboard here tonight. I think it's a situation where Auburn definitely, they were able to keep kids engaged the entire game. This is one that Auburn controlled from start to finish. And if you're a defensive prospect, I don't see how you couldn't walk away from that game feeling enthusiastic about Auburn's future.
Yeah. I mean, good crowd for a bad game.
Yeah. I mean, normally, and this is kind of the rarity, right? That you get a Ball State at 7:00 in Jordan-Hare. Like typically this is, the JP Pilot game or whatever they're calling it now, man.
Yeah.
Like the 12:00, just
yucky
death sweat game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I remember I've been to a few. You have too. Hey, we were talking about recruiting, but one thing I wanted to ask you that I forgot about it. Deuce, tough start to his first game, but picked it up a little bit. Where do you think he is here? I mean, what did he? I know he didn't exceed your expectations, but are you concerned about what you saw tonight?
Concerned? No, he's a true freshman, Jay. And for me, and this is where I think I've tried to temper expectations some on the show that I do with Jeffrey, in that I've kind of let it be known that my thought is Deuce is not quite as ready as I think some people believed him to be. That doesn't mean that his ceiling is not still the highest in that room. I think it quite possibly could be. The natural athleticism jumps off the page. I mean, some of those runs that he made, you can just see he glides so naturally. He's got some real arm talent, but again, he's a freshman. Things are moving fast for him right now. He'll settle in. He's going to be fine. every kid develops on their own timetable. And quarterbacks in particular, sometimes I feel like they get a little bit rushed. He's a kid that didn't see elite competition at Lucedale High School. So this is still a jump up for him. And I think if he continues to do the things that he's doing in practice and take advantage of these situations when he does get competitive reps, it's only going to further him along as he moves into next year and starts to kind of really cement himself as what is going to be the future in that quarterback room.
Word. I like when you say every kid develops at his own speed. You're so right about that. I tell people that all the time because I think everybody thinks they want to apply this same development speed to every kid. That it's always like super fast and they're going to be ready as a freshman, and it's just not that way. And it doesn't mean they're bad. It doesn't mean that Deuce is behind. It just means everybody moves at their own speed.
100%. And here's the thing. I mean, I heard some people trying to compare. Bo Nix was ready as a true freshman. Well, Bo Nix also had a college offensive coordinator as his dad that was teaching him scheme when he was 9 years old. Like, it's a little bit different, right? Like your level of exposure. So where Deuce is coming from compared to where other quarterbacks have been and what they've been given, access to. So again, it's really because kind of Deuce is, in my opinion, from a like athletic standpoint, I mean, talent ceiling through the roof. But again, it's learning to play the college game, learning to, to understand coverages, how to, shift and check your protections, all the things. And Hugh's system, there's a lot on the quarterback, right? There's a ton by comparison to what Gus was asking of his quarterback from, a responsibility standpoint, it's night and day difference because everything flows through the quarterback in Hugh's offense. So there's a lot for him to process. And I caution people about, chanting for Deuce and pushing for Deuce because I don't think he's quite ready just yet. But by next year, yes, I think he's a kid that could really take off and flourish in this offense.
That's what I'm talking about. Hey, man, it sometimes just takes a year, I mean, I'm seriously, Greg Robinson redshirted because he just needed a year to acclimate,
I agree. And then he went out there and dominated.
Damn right he did. He was a badass.
Yes, he was.
All right.
Just hopefully he doesn't drive to Canada anymore.
I get that joke. All right, brother. You have given us, God, like 20-something minutes, 21 minutes of incredible stuff. Thank you so much for that, bro.
No,
I'm just glad we're on the same team now. We're on the same team officially.
Damn right, man. Same team officially. Feels good to say that, doesn't it?
I know. We have a great team here. An amazing team.
I couldn't agree with you more, Jay. And then just new content every day, shows like this. It's a one-stop shop for everybody, man. And I'm excited to be a part of it and excited to work with guys like you. But I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on a Saturday night, that's for sure.
Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man. Hope you and the administrative assistant have a wonderful night.
Yes, sir. See you, bro. Bye.
See you,
Bye. There he is, Jay Head, a.k.a. Alan Head. His real name's Alan, but he's part of our crew here at On 3 at Auburn Sports, and we love having him. He's been kind of a staple on the brain train for years now, and we just love having him on here. He's very level-headed, which some people don't like. I do, because I try to be level-headed about it, but we are actually getting a little fussy on here. Ryan is kind of I feel like he's kind of getting some people trying to get under some people's skin, and I don't dig it. Let's see if I can get Hoke on here. Hoke is available, and I would love to have him. It would be his brain train debut, and he is available. Let's see if we can get him on here. I think we can.
Hello.
Hoke, is that you, bro?
Yeah.
Hey, what up, man?
What's going on?
Well, we're just doing our show, and we just got off the horn with J-Head, and I thought you would be a great person. You're making your brain drain debut.
Hey. How about that?
All right. Let me just kind of get some basic thoughts from you, brother, about just kind of how this game unfolded for you. I mean, in some ways, it was a really good performance defensively in particular, but on offense, I was like, I don't know. I thought it was kind of wishy-washy. What do you think?
Yeah, a little bit. I think I wrote I think my takeaways in the rapid reaction were, offensively, the drop back game is still uncertain. And the RPO game looked great. I thought Jack Storm made a ton of really good decisions, really quick decisions in the RPO game. All that stuff on the outside, tons of that stuff were run calls, but they were playing so soft that you take it, you pull it, and you throw outside. So a ton of that easy completion stuff on the outside were run plays that he was just pulling and far off. I'm just going to sit here and fire it out here all day.
Yeah.
So I thought there were a lot of good decisions there. 24-28, my goodness, pretty accurate. It's just the drop back game. Now we're 2 games in where if we want to be critical, if we want to look at this team and say we think they can win 9 games, then I think it's fair to go, okay, what have you learned in the drop back game in 8 quarters? And you really haven't learned much. I mean, a couple of times there in the second quarter, I don't know if there were receivers open and he didn't pull the trigger. I don't know if there weren't receivers open. I don't know if there was certainly a breakdown by Mason Murphy early. I don't know past that. So I don't know where the breakdown happened. Maybe they were just trying to force it a little bit, like just throw the ball. Like normally Jackson would take off and run, and maybe he was back there going, I want to throw the football. And it wasn't there. And it looked like a situation where he was holding the ball. So I don't know, but that's probably the only negative is just the drop back passing is still iffy. And look, anybody that paid attention to what we wrote in early August, none of that's surprising. I literally wrote about the drop back passing game was an issue in scrimmage, and everybody lost their mind, and because they gave up like double-digit sacks in a game in a scrimmage almost. But other than that, man, I mean, offense was perfectly fine. Man, ran the ball, like the decision-making. Defense was, I mean, you can't dominate more. Didn't even get 2 yards of play. Ball State ran, I put it in the story, they ran 18 first down plays and they got 22 yards.
Holy shit. Well, they finished with like 60 yards, right? I mean, it's like nothing.
Yeah, 68 yards, the lowest in 40 years. So, my goodness, like that was utter domination, which is good to see, like completely outmatched, but you didn't see a busted coverage. You didn't see a bad tackle, a busted play. I mean, it was just like 5. I wrote like 5 of the 12 drives from Ball State went backwards. And of the 12 drives, 9 were 3 and outs. So you cannot dominate any more than Auburn's defense did. So, yeah, all in all, I thought they did exactly what they should do pretty much across the board. And I'm not even like overly concerned about the drop back game necessarily. I mean, the RPO game is the bread and butter. So that looked pretty good. And I like the decision making. But at some point, there's going to be times where, hey, we need to drop back and deliver a football and run some good routes. And so you want to start to see some of that.
We've been pearl clutching over Deuce, thinking that he didn't have a very good performance tonight. What do you take away from Deuce's first varsity action?
Yeah, it's funny. Freeze said post game, he goes, I thought he'd complete some more passes than that, He said in some of the scrimmages he's lit it up. And he came in there. My gosh, dude, he almost turned the ball over 3 times in the first 4 plays. Like he almost threw a pick and then fumbled twice. So I don't know. I mean, you saw a little flash of the athletic ability, like running. You're like, okay, he can move a little bit. The arm talent, you can see the arm talent. It's just he's a freshman. Here's the deal. He wouldn't have been the quarterback if the situation wasn't what it was. Like if Ashton Daniels wasn't kind of in the situation he's in where he had a red shirt available, and that's kind of an odd deal, you'd probably see somebody else and not Deuce Knight potentially. I mean, so like if Ashton had already used his red shirt and it didn't matter, maybe you would see Ashton right now, but they're protecting his red shirt and they're protecting what, potentially needing to use him later in the year. They're sort of trying to finagle that and give Deuce the playing time and make sure that he's like as happy as he can be. So Deuce isn't really ready mentally. I mean, he's not. Like if Jackson Arnold got hurt right now, I think Ashton Daniels is the quarterback. But given if Arnold's healthy, given the situation, they're going to toss Deuce in there to get reps. So like I'm just kind of looking at it like that. Like I don't think he's ready yet, but you can see some of the talent, you can see some of the athletic ability, and like you can see how he throws the ball. And you're like, man, once he kind of understands what to do when there's not a throw he can't make, and he's pretty elusive, running. So I don't know. It was such limited time, but yeah, I guess I'm kind of with Freeze maybe. Like I thought he might complete a few more balls. Certainly not almost turn the ball over 3 times in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was not good. Not at all. Gosh. And then the kicking game, dude. Towns is hurt now. I thought that Connor did a good job with the kickoffs, and then Alex is still good on the short kicks. But it's kind of, I feel like we're back in like this funky, weird spot with the special teams again, like where it's like, okay, now Towns is hurt, Alex is fucked up, he's sick. Like, oh my God, I cannot deal with Auburn losing games because of kicking. I swear to God, I can't do it.
Yeah, and I was looking, not to like pile on, but I mean, well, let's see, he had 3. I was trying to look. I mean, Hudson Cock had 38-yard average. Did he have a shank in there?
You talk about
Or was
Hudson?
that the Ball State? Yeah, didn't he have one in there that was?
Yeah.
He had a 49-yarder.
No, he had a shank for sure. Second or third quarter. Yeah.
So he had a 49-yarder, but then he also had a shank. Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see Gibbs on the kickoffs. That was good. So I mean, because you can lose field position there if you can't get it into the end zone. So seeing him kick it in there, that was promising. So you at least know, okay, between Towns and him, if Towns is, I don't know what the injury was. It was the weirdest looking thing. He just came down and they said it was an ankle. So you at least feel like watching Connor a little bit. You've got a guy that's got the leg right now, while McPherson is probably not. Certainly not this fall. I mean, as small as he is, he's not. I don't see a point in this year where he's kicking 50-yarders. I just don't see it. He's so small right now, and he's still dealing with that stuff that I'm just not sure I see a scenario where all of a sudden it turns around and he puts on all this strength, and by November he's booming 55-yarders. I just don't see it. So it's nice to have Connor Gibbs that's got a leg as an option for a 45 or a 50-yarder. But I don't know. You'd like to have those two. If one of them struggles, the other guy can go in. But yeah, that's, I guess, a little. If you will just, that's one of those things where you just, I don't know. You never know. Like maybe Auburn can squeeze by some of these games where they only have to attempt short field goals, and McPherson hits some, and they don't lose a game because they missed a 50-yarder. I don't know. It's one of those things where it could kind of just rear its head, or not.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it cost them or not.
Just no, I can't deal with losing games over kicking, man. Again, I'd be like, fuck. Anyway, bro. Hogue, thanks for jumping on with us. It's your brain drain debut. It's very exciting.
Brain drain debut. By the way, like, way more exciting day of football than I thought. I mean, I was looking at the schedule thinking this day is going to be
boring.
just so boring. And man, I mean, between Kentucky a little closer than you thought, Mississippi State, that was insane how they just won that game, and Clemson struggling. I don't even know what the final score was, but early on that was kind of a weird one. And so yeah, it was kind of it was a good game. But Oklahoma wins, they look good. So that looks like you're gonna be facing a top 10 team in Norman 2 weeks. I mean, I would have to think Oklahoma jumps probably right around 10, and then they'll win one more and probably be a top 10 team in 2 weeks.
It's gonna be a big game, brother. Too bad that Brian's getting his daughter married on that day.
That's rough.
I know. I know, man. All right, Hogue, thanks. And I know everyone's going to look forward to your coverage, just tonight and all the other nights, too. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, man. All right. Yeah.
See you, man. Bye. There he is, Hogue, my teammate there at Auburn Sports and part of the On3 family. And I don't know, some people are saying some stuff in the chat, but I love working with Hogue. He's fucking amazing now. Maybe we had some trouble like 10, 11, 12 years ago, but nothing now. He's gotten a lot better, and I've gotten a lot better, and really, really enjoy having him as a teammate. I got some super chats that were coming through here that I did not have an opportunity to call out. I did post some of them. Ravin comes in. Thanks for a great show, JGT. Always great to see Auburn win. I'll catch the rest of the show a little later. Good night. Fam, we don't want to hate on Ravin too much here because he's got a new baby at home. He's probably trying to get his sleep when he can get it. T-Park jumps in with a super chat.
Super chat.
He says, just got back to my parents from the game. LFG, JGT. Oh, man, we love T-Park. T-Park actually made a rare appearance on the Bourbon Blend the other day. Of course, T-Park is a bourbon enthusiast. He came to the bourbon event in Atlanta last time we did that. Let's see, it was late spring, I guess. But glad to have you here, T-Park. What a stud. Donnie K, he's not out of his element. He says, defense was flying around out there, at least. Flying around. Donnie loves that reference. And also, hashtag Hugh Freeze Guy says, hang up on this nerd and call BMAT. Uh-oh, we got ourselves a Hoke-hater. I hate to see it, but anyway, I'm really glad to have him on the team. He's a hugely valuable member of the group. So here's the situation. We do definitely want to get BMAT on the horn. He has not answered me yet, which is unusual because BMAT's a very, very quick answer. So my guess is that he's either in interviews or he's walking back to the Lego in the sky or whatever. So we're going to have to wait on that one just a little bit. Caleb's probably with him. I can try Cole. I would not want to mess with Jay Lee right now because I think he's going to be. I'm going to go ahead and text Cole. Because Cole's great. Cole can give you some recruiting, and he can also give you some team insight on that stuff. I did, Hornatius, I did mention that I was talking to Jay Lee, I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday, about Minor. Minor played a Thursday game this week, and they beat Woodlawn, so he was pretty fired up. Minor's now 3-0, and they're going to probably skull drag Pleasant Home before too long, which is going to piss Hornatius off, but I don't really care. Ryan says Lego in the sky. We think that the new press box looks like a Lego, literally like a piece of Lego is what's going on there. So that's why I mentioned that. Let's see what else we got. Another super chat come through from Runner24, who is himself a legend. Says with Jackson and Deuce scheduled to return, why protect Daniel's redshirt? Yeah, I think both Hoke and also a J-Head were mentioned that. That one threw me off a little bit. I don't know that. I have to be honest with you guys. I haven't had a conversation with Ashton Daniels since the spring, so I don't know if he has a plan to play another year. I don't know. Hornatius says Pleasant Home wrong. I don't remember where you're from, bro. I mean, I know you're up there in Birmingham, probably from that way. My bad. Do you know what high school I went to? Don Proper Dickens says, War Eagle JG, Drainers, BMAT is at Sonic drive-thru. We actually have a sound just for that right here.
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
That's not him live, guys. He's working right now. Haven't heard back from my guys yet. I know there's a lot going on right now. Like Cole and Jay Lee are chasing down recruits. Caleb, BMAT, and Hoke are doing the other stuff, like chasing down players. And I got Hoke because I think BMAT was kind of in on a scrum there, and he was willing to jump in. Appreciate that for sure. Ephesians says, JG, Freeze mentioned in an interview to try to save the red shirt for Ashton. I need to ask more questions on that. I'm sorry. He's just not somebody that's come up to me in my conversations with you. I don't know. Sorry about that. I need to know more about that. I'm sorry. Cleveland Brown, my man, jumping in, reminding me, of course, to stay hydrated. BMAT's future son-in-law must not be from the South because having a full wedding during the SEC football season is a sin for most. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Congratulations, BMAT. We're very happy for BMAT, of course, and his outstanding. He has great kids, all of his kids. But, Ashley getting married, we're all very proud for her. She changed my life. She did. She was working when she was younger. She worked at Nukes, which is a great place to eat if you're in Alabama, and I think in Mississippi, too. It's a kind of a small chain. But she was working there, and she said, hey, man, you ought to get your salad with turkey. And I said, I didn't even know that was an option. And she said, hell yeah, it is. So now I always get my Caesar salads with turkey there, and oh my God, it's so good. My favorite salad. And if you guys like Caesar salads and you go there, you need to get the turkey on it. Just ask them. Sometimes they'll say they can't, and you can say, oh yeah, you can. I've been doing this for years, and they'll get it done. Let's see. We're getting some questions for Stoltzy. I love Stoltzy, so yeah, let's give it a shot, man. We should be taking calls from regular folks, but I didn't do a very good job of. Getting the number out to folks, and since I don't have the numbers on this phone, then I have a hard time calling folks. Y3 says had Nukes for dinner earlier. I think Nukes is super underrated, dude, because look, here's the thing. good sandwiches, really good pizzas. People don't think about it as a pizza place, but they have great pizzas. It's always clean, at least the one in Montgomery, which kind of makes it stand out a little bit. And I don't know. It's like a privately owned company, so I think they take pride in things in a way that maybe you wouldn't see in one of these big chains. Just my opinion. They don't pay me money. Hey, Stoltze said he is good to go. So let me see if I can find Stoltze on here. Hell yeah, I can. Let's get it done, man. We're calling Brian frickin' Stoltz right now. Brian J. Stoltz, the legend himself.
Hello, sir.
Hey, Stoltze, what up?
Hey, brother, what's up, man?
You were demanded. They demanded to have you from the chat. They said we need Stoltze.
Oh, I don't know how I can give any opinion on this.
Stoltze is now. You're the star at Fly War Eagle. You're also the star at what's the name for the Duke one?
Duke Wire for USA Today.
Duke Wire for USA Today.
Yeah.
Duke had a tough one.
I've been busy. Yeah, it was. They looked like crap. They had 5 turnovers. Otherwise, they'd have been in the game.
Yeah, but Mensah's getting paid like $3 million.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I mean, he looks good at times, but I mean, he doesn't look as good as Jackson Arnold.
Wow, really?
That's saying something. I mean, that's saying something.
Were you satisfied with the way Jackson played today?
I thought he held on to too much, but that might be because his offensive line and him trying to show out the passing game more. But I thought he put. I mean, completing 24 out of 28. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I thought he did too.
Yeah, so you can't complain with those statistics and 3 touchdowns. And I thought Jeremiah Cobb, stepped into the starting role pretty well. And it was good to see Jarrell Robinson.
Yeah.
Jarrell, get a touchdown for Auburn. And,
hell yeah, he did. He had a great run. I was
he did.
Obviously Jeremiah played a great game, but when you're thinking about the other guys, specifically Omar and Darrell, I mean, did one of those guys jump out more to you? I mean, Darrell had the home run touchdown there, but what did you think about Omar, I guess?
Omar played well. I still don't think you can trust him in pass protection. But besides that, I thought he played pretty well. 22 yards, I think it was on 3 carries.
That sounds about right.
It's not bad. Yeah. So, I mean, it's good for him and getting Deuce Knight some reps. He looked not fresh, or he looked a little rustled at times and with overthrows and stuff like that. But that comes with a freshman coming in and trying to prove himself and stuff like that. I thought he did a good run on 3rd down and picked it up, but then he fumbled twice in a row, or not fumbled twice in a row, but
he did
2 out of 3 times. And
he fumbled twice. They didn't lose him, but it was 2 fumbles.
Yeah. So I thought Auburn came out a little sluggish, but at the same time, it is Ball State, and I thought Sylvester Smith.
He was hitting people.
He was hitting people.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, it was amazing. So was Xavier Atkins.
Yes, number 17 absolutely brings it, doesn't he?
Yeah. And that bull crap for progress on who was the script in? Was it Atkins?
Are you talking about on the obvious takeaway that they gave back?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Woodyard. Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was weird anyway. But it was good. Good win, and they can start out 3-0 next week with the win against South Alabama. I think Oklahoma is going to be a huge challenge for this offense and defense, for that matter.
Damn.
Especially with the win against Michigan. But John Mateer is playing pretty damn good football, and I think Oklahoma's back to being Oklahoma, and on the road it'll be interesting. So hopefully get out 3-0 and maybe pick up a win on the road. That'd be great.
That would be interesting. Oklahoma's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it
bro.
would. Yeah, it will.
It's gonna be a tough one.
I'm not impressed by Texas A&M.
Yeah, I think their quarterback's overrated. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great environment, but Auburn's going in there with lesser teams and won. So we'll see. But
How many wins are you thinking, bro?
Probably 8 right now.
Damn.
Probably 8. Yeah, I just see 8 wins. I mean, they're going to have to pick up an upset win against Georgia or Alabama to pick up. Maybe it's not an upset against Alabama the way they looked, but yeah, I would say 8 or 9 wins would be great.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he'll give me 8 or 9 shots our next round, baby.
Here we go. It always comes back to golf. I know.
For the record, I didn't play with him this week, so
I know he's busy.
Yeah, I'm busy.
I know.
My new bosses don't like me hanging out as much on the golf course.
I know.
So yeah, it sucks, but it saved me some money.
Well, we certainly do love you, Stoltze. You still have a lot of fans over here,
buddy.
bro.
I know. I've run into a lot of them, and they've been great. And
I love it.
It's been awesome. It's been awesome to see them and run into them and talk to them. And yeah, I'm still around. So if anybody's ever around, you know where to find me. I'm usually at 3 places in Auburn, and
okay.
You know where to find me. So.
All right, boy. Stoltze, appreciate you jumping on very late notice, by the way.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
See you, brother.
Love you, brother.
Love you, man. Bye.
Bye.
There he is, Brian Stoltz from Fly War Eagle, former teammate of ours, and doing Fly War Eagle and also the Duke USA Today Wire, covering some Duke stuff for USA Today as well. So, guys got some real ability there to do some different stuff. And that's a good thing. Cleveland Brown, appreciate you. Did say he was talking about B-Matt. We're going to get B-Matt on the horn, and I don't really want to bring it up with him because I think it might be a sore spot, but we will get B-Matt on here. Donnie says, ask Stoltze if Duke came to the Nev, then how much do they lose by? Interesting. I wish I had asked him that when he was on the horn. Yeah, the answer is about 40. Yeah. Kanuman says Stoltze is one hell of a dude. He's good people. I'm just glad to call him a friend of mine. I was thinking about getting on the horn with Hornacius here. We love having Hornacius on the line. He's a friend of mine. He's always entertaining. Let me see if I can. I don't have his number programmed in here, I don't think. It is not recognizing my face. It's really annoying me. Okay. Wow. There we go. It's not even doing the phone numbers, the tones. So, okay, I think this is Hornacius. If it's not, we're going to find out together that it's not him.
Hello, wireless callers, 334-922-9388.
Hey, what's up, Hornacius?
What you doing?
How did your baking come out tonight?
Well, I didn't complete it. I had to prepare some stuff to make for tomorrow. Right now, I have a barrage chilling to encase in the lamination process that I'm going to start tonight. That I'll have to do all the way up until like lunch tomorrow. And then you probably don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I know you're really into this, and all I know is that the pictures you post on Facebook look amazing. I'll be real with you.
So what a barrage is, it's a butter block that you encase. It's a block of butter about 10 by 10 and about a half inch deep, and you encase it in dough, and you roll it out, and that's one layer of butter, and then you fold it over. That makes 3 layers of butter. You chill it for like an hour, roll it back out, do it again until you have like 300 individual layers of butter in the what you're making.
And then what's the goal here at the end?
Well, it's a puff pastry, and I'm going to use it to make some apple danishes.
Oh yeah,
tomorrow.
Sounds amazing.
So, yeah.
What did you think about this ball game tonight, brother? The Auburn Tigers.
Well, I like the defense tackled, but I mean, that's like asking a high school team to play a JV team or a Pee Wee football team. Hell, you should tackle every one of them every time.
Yeah.
I mean, it was encouraging not to see a bunch of missed tackles, But what would you expect?
I didn't know that they were going to tackle better. You made a great point that their tackling was solid. And whether you're playing Ball State or you're playing Texas, you still got to tackle good, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And on the offense, I mean, that was like the quietest, efficient night of passing for everybody bitching about Jackson Arnold.
Yeah.
You know, what was he, 24 for 28 or 25 for 29 for 250 yards? You know, I mean, hell, what else? What else could you ask them to do? What they want them to do? Just to throw deep balls all over them?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what they wanted them to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of balls in the chat, I just learned that Ball State was named after a set of balls.
I did not know that. Were they large? Were they misshapen?
Yeah. Yeah, a set of balls. I don't know. I haven't laid eyes on the set of balls
ever.
But well, I can now since I'm skinny. I can see mine. But you know,
I thought you only had one, bro. But that might be internet rumor.
Oh my goodness, no. There was a guy in high school that we called Lefty. He had his cut off in a bicycle accident. It got caught in the chain in the. Oh man, yeah.
That sounds bad.
So we called him Lefty, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you pissed off at Deuce Knight already? I mean, did you think he was super underwhelming?
Not at all. No, I mean, I don't know what we expected. I mean, I thought he would do better than he did, but even though it is a low-level college team that we played, they probably still played faster than the high schools he played against.
Yeah, that's true.
So. And plus, we don't have like our starting line in, so it's not like he's having a lot of great protection or anything. So great blocking. So that's probably sped him up in his head more
for sure.
And so I mean, it just shows he's not ready. That's one thing. So that'll shut a lot of people up about clamoring for him and. Yeah, shut down any too big controversies through the year, unless Jackson Arnold just shits the bed the next couple of games, and then I think the controversy would be more Wyatt Ashton in there.
Hey, I got some dickhead named Hornamania in the chat. Says, "Get this guy off the phone." What a dick!
Oh man, I'm gonna whip his ass like I always did.
There he is. That's his bro, you guys.
He's a tough little son of a gun, though. Or he's not little now. Now he's a tubby son of a gun, but he was a tough little son of a gun. I mean, he started middle linebacker his senior year and probably weighed 160 pounds soaking wet.
But he'd lay a lick, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah. He had to be. I beat his ass every day.
That's what I'm talking about.
Your brother's like 6'4.5", 265, 270, and you're 5'4", 155 pounds, and you had to be a little mean ass.
Yeah, you did. That's how it used to be.
He had a guy. He had a kid one time that was doing something. I forget what the kid did. And so my brother's like, I'll take care of him. And my brother probably didn't weigh 140 pounds at this time. And he went up to the dude and said he was going to beat his ass. And like, they were so scared of like me by proxy because they knew that my brother was tough that my brother said, I'll tell you what, I won't beat your ass if you go climbing that dumpster over there. And the kid went and climbed in the damn dumpster.
He was that scared, huh?
Yeah. And then, Hornamania, he is a little dude, though. And Hornamania was a little dude, not the other guy. But, yeah, because he was crazy as hell. Dude, like, he beat the shit out of me one time. I hit him with we were playing wiffle ball, but we'd use tennis balls, and we'd load the wiffle ball bats full of newspapers.
Yeah.
And so they go further. Dude, I beamed him with a tennis ball, and then he beat the shit out of me with that wiffle ball bat until I grabbed it out of his hand.
That's not very nice. He seems ill-tempered.
Dude, yeah. That's the reason why he had to get an ass whipping.
Hey, Terrence wants to know if you use a George Foreman grill.
I use several. I mean, I got like the outfit here. I got the one that goes on the counter, the one that has the stand that I sit out on my back porch and I shine that bitch up and show it to everybody that comes over.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, yes. Yeah. No, I love it, man. George Foreman. I put a hell of a sear on a steak.
Yeah, it really will. Hornatius,
some prime.
It's amazing having you on the air. I hope that we can get you every week, but I know sometimes you got other stuff going on, but thanks for giving us some time, G.
Yeah, War Eagle, man. I think we're gonna be all right this year. I say all right. I guess that's subjective. 9 wins.
Yeah.
9 years. I'll be feeling real good about next year. 10 wins and shit. Sky will be the limit next year.
Yes, sir. All right, my guy.
War Eagle, brother.
See you, bro.
Good to talk to you.
Bye.
All right, bye.
There he goes, Hornatius. I love Hornatius. He's a bunker. I mean, he's an old school bunker guy, and every time I hang out with Hornatius in real life, I'm just happier. Let's see. Loans. I'm sorry, I can't read that as well as I normally would. I know y'all are about the quest for bourbon. That is true. Is there any love left for craft beer, or is it too mid-late 90s? Just finished an IPA from Avondale / Good People. I do drink beer some. I drink a lot more beer now than I used to, which used to be 0, and now I drink maybe 2 a week. AU Taxman coming back from a comment he made 4.5 hours ago. He says, JG, I meant Four Roses limited edition. That was 4 hours ago, bro. I'm so glad I caught your message and I figured out what the hell you weren't talking about a Forerunner. That's pretty cool that you got that. By the way, this is the bourbon weekend, right? And so you left Lawrenceburg just a little bit too early. I think that's actually in Bardstown is where the party is, but you know what I'm saying. Kanuva says he's sipping on an IPA right now. I would never drink an IPA again. Not knowledgeably, not knowingly. Me and Lee Zimba used to drink them when we did a radio show together, and I just don't like IPAs. I'm not a sophisticated beer person. I would argue that I'm not a sophisticated bourbon person either, but I definitely don't get tight about beers and stuff. I've actually been drinking a lot of Yingling, just the regular Yingling. I also like Rolling Rock, which I guarantee you guys are like, that stuff sucks. It just drinks easy. I don't know what else to tell you. I did say I promised you guys BMAT next, and we are definitely going to get BMAT next. He was doing some interviews, but I think he is Gucci now. And we are off and running. Here we go.
Hello.
What up, B-Matt? It's JG.
What's up, my man? I was just writing a story about the quarterback.
About the quarterbacks?
Yep. How you doing?
Pretty good. I'm calling you from my burner phone.
Good. Nice. I love it. You got a burner phone now. Does Courtney know about this burner phone yet?
Indeed, she does. She has the number, what do you call it? The password or whatever.
I mean, when that's not the purpose of a burner phone, bro. You need to.
I do my show on it.
Maybe we're just too old. We're probably just too old for that bullshit.
I think we are actually, yeah. You don't sound winded. How long have you been situated up there in the press box?
Well, to tell the truth, I rode the elevator back up, so I'm not winded at all. I'm feeling good. Yeah.
Rode the elevator.
And I've been up here a while. I did some transcribing and some joking around and some writing. So yeah.
What did you glean from interviews tonight? Anything jump out to you?
Well, we only talked to 1, 2, 3. Was it 4? I guess Jackson Arnold counts. Yeah, 4 players. So it's not like a normal. Maybe it was 5.
Why were there so few? Why? I
don't know. And we didn't get Jeremiah Cobb either. He did come out for some reason. I have no idea what happened there. I guess we'll get a bunch early this week. So that's the way it turned out post game. Nothing big was said. Towns, they're still checking on it. Thought it was an ankle. And didn't sound like too big of a deal to me. I mean, not Towns. I'm sorry. It was
Towns. Yeah.
So, but I don't think there's any other major injury that I recall during the game. I thought it was a pretty vanilla game, maybe, right? For 42-3.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really cool that the defense, that was the best performance in 40 years. 1985, my freshman year at Auburn, they held Ole Miss to 9 yards, and this is the most, the least since then. And
that was 40 years ago, B-Matt.
I know, that's crazy.
Golly.
So I thought it was great, and I'm not saying Ball State's a great team, but they played a lot of shitty teams between the last 40 years, right? Since that game. So that's pretty dang impressive, I thought. Wow, Kevon Crawford. I mean, this guy had 0 sacks and no tackles for loss this year. I don't have his numbers in front of me, but I think he had 2 sacks tonight and 2 tackles for loss. I think that sounds right to
That's
me.
pretty good.
I know he had a sack and another one. So he's got 3 sacks in 3 games, I believe, after getting none all of last year. So I think that's pretty impressive to me. And frickin' Xavier Atkins is maybe my favorite player on defense now, just the way he plays. So fast, so quick.
4 tackles for loss tonight for Xavier.
2 sacks, real physical. You know, when he does make contact with the ball carrier or whomever, I just love the way he plays. He reminds me a lot of the T. Will, you know, that type. Although I think Xavier might be a little bit more punch to his hitting, but one of those smaller guys that just fucking, you know, just nails you right
Hell yeah,
in
he
the
does.
pocket.
He really brings it.
And wraps up good.
He feels really fast, dude. I love the second team guys getting in there. Elijah played great. Bryce Diaz had a tackle for loss. Like, boy, they got some dudes, man.
They rotated. I don't know the total, but they must have played about, I don't know, 25, 30 on defense. It looked like they rotated them really, really well. We saw a lot of Eric Winter at safety. New boy Fagans got in at safety. I think Freeze mentioned both those guys as playing well. So I think they're really excited about them, you know, and their futures, of course. Other side of the ball, Jackson Arnold was super efficient. I think that might be the 3rd best. We got the numbers wrong early on. We thought it was the 2nd best completion percentage, but we didn't include Bo Nix's 20 of 22 against some crappy team in 2021. That's the record.
Bo Nix.
Then Jarrett Stidham was 86.5. Yeah, Bo was over 90% against Akron in 2021. Stidham 86.5% against Mercer in 2017, and then Jackson Arnold 85.7% tonight. So that was really, really good for him. And you know, the sacks weren't good. I thought he held the ball maybe a little bit too much, but Freeze sort of said that was on him because he called a few too many long passes. He wanted more explosive plays and called some of them, and I guess they just weren't there. So, you know, I thought 76 didn't play a good game at right tackle. You know, if I had to pick somebody I didn't think played well.
Mason Murphy.
But I thought most of the team played really, really well tonight. Really, really efficient, took care of business, you know. And the other thing that was cool about tonight was the stadium was packed. You know, the new enhancements definitely showed out with the light show and the lasers and all that stuff was pretty cool, I thought. So, you know, good job, everybody there. And, you know, I think Auburn people are starting to get excited about this team. You can tell that.
Wow.
By the turnout tonight, by talking to people. And I can guarantee you, you know, unless Auburn just, you know, craps the bed the next 3 weeks, there's going to be one heck of atmosphere, you know, when Georgia comes to town there in October. It's going to be a wild, wild night at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Well, the Oklahoma game is going to be a tough one for you, though, right? Because you're going to be marrying off one of your daughters.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch that game, bro.
I know. You got bigger things. I got you.
So, that's right. I'll catch back on that one on the Sunday.
Yeah, I got you.
So,
I got you.
It's going to be playing at the you know the wedding afterwards. So
the reception.
We'll try to ignore it. Yeah, the reception. Thank you.
Yeah,
I got so much shit in my head right now.
I know you do. All right, listen, man. Just get that shit on the paper. Let's get that right. We'll get you back writing, bro. Thank you for jumping on the show with us, B-Man.
All right. Peace out, brother.
See you, brother. Bye. There he is, Brian Matthews, also a great teammate. I was lauding Justin for being a great teammate, and he is, dude. I would not bullshit you guys. I tell you guys the truth about stuff. You guys know that. A number of years ago, I talked on this show a few times about Hoke, about some things that I was disappointed with, really more about me than him. I tell you guys the truth. He's a great teammate, and he's a lot better than he was 10 or 11 years ago when I worked with him last, and I'm better, and so we're doing good. He's a great teammate. He's a great teammate, and so is B-Matt. So we're glad to have him here as well. We used to have so many people calling in, and they don't, because the number's not really out. Because I got a brand new phone. I don't know if Alpha knows that, but I got a burner phone. We call it the Barner phone. It's just for this show. It's a line and a phone just for this show. And it was screwing up earlier when we tried to get J-Head on, but it did get itself worked out, and we've had some good calls since then. But only one bunk, although technically being at it would be a bunk for sure. But it was just Hornatius tonight. But I'd like to get some other people on the line, maybe. I don't know. was just kind of one of those games, you know, you're kind of slogging through. I think Auburn kind of slogged through it a little bit. And yeah, I was kind of hoping to get up with Pink tonight because he's out there talking to recruits. But I think that maybe it's a situation where he's just, I mean, I think when I have done this a few times. This is back when Jay Lee was with me at Auburn Sports. Well, I mean, I'm at Auburn Sports now, but you know, when OG Rivals, and I helped Jay Lee a couple nights chase down recruits. It is hectic, and this is 6-7 years ago when it was more. Nick says, "How do I call in?" I got the number up on the bunker. It's pinned at the top of the message board, so if you guys want to call. You guys are welcome to. I would definitely take the calls right now if you guys see that and want to do that. Hornation says the Barner phone is a prepaid jitterbug phone. Come on, man. That's funny. I think that's really funny. Biscuit says, BMAT marrying off a daughter during football season. Not a chance I would spend all that money for people to watch a game during a reception. He was telling me that, oh, D-Lucky. Shit, my bad, bro. I got you. Let's get D-Lucky on the horn. I love having D-Lucky on the horn. Of all the people, this is a true story. I would tell this story. I was actually talking to Courtney about this the other day. Of all the people. Uh-oh. Shit. Oh, there's D-Lucky. Of all the people I met in the bunker, and there's been hundreds of people I've met from the bunker, D-Lucky's my best friend. My best friend from the bunker. Me and him. Hold on. I got me and him. We should have been best friends, like in college and shit. I just didn't meet him until later in life. Fucking cool ass dude, man. Whoa, what happened? Calling D-Lucky back. Let's see what's going on here.
What's good, JG?
D-Luck, you there, bro?
Yeah, man. Can you hear me?
Hell, fuck yeah, I can hear you. How you been?
All right. All good, man. It's a good night tonight.
Yeah, well, South Alabama lost, but the Auburn Tigers were winning, so that was good.
Yes, well, it's probably going to be the same next week, so, you know,
yeah.
It is what it is.
D-Lucky, I'm not telling D-Lucky anything he don't know. He's a South Alabama guy, but I guess by birth, technically, is that how we would call that?
No, not really.
Okay.
Just by education.
Well, where did you go to high school?
Just, you know, I went to Satsuma, but nobody in my family went to South for school at all. I don't know if anybody took classes there or anything before I went. So,
all right. Word.
Yeah, I was kind of the first one through there.
But everybody knows you're Auburn through and through. What are your takes from this game tonight, brother?
You know, I would have liked for us to be a little bit more explosive. That was just a want on my part. I think we've heard tonight that, you know, the drop back passing game is not what we want it to be. So I was hopeful that we would see that. And I think that's what he was trying to see, a little bit more of that. Even if the defense wasn't set up to take advantage of it. So I think he was forcing it. So that's to me, that's the only real negative. Got to be honest with you. Everything else was about what you would expect for a game like this. Outcome was never in doubt. We didn't have any injuries. Penalties, we got off to a couple of slow starts on a couple of penalties early, but that kind of got cleaned up as well. So we didn't see too much nonsense there. Got the ball to a lot of different people. Got a lot of kids playing time. So, you know, for what you want out of these games, we got it for the most part. I think the only thing, like I said, was just a little more icing on the cake would have been if Jackson had been able to throw a 60, 70-yard bomb or two.
That would have been nice.
That would have been nice to see.
He tried for one. He tried for Simmons on that one, and maybe the first quarter, second quarter, and that was about it, really. And he missed one to fucking Singleton. That would have been a touchdown. Just didn't throw it.
Yeah, I think the one to Singleton, I think early. I mean, you know, that was one of the times that the O-line didn't do a great job of giving him some protection.
That's true.
If he had the same protection later on, you know, that he got later on when he was holding the ball too long on that one, then he probably would have thrown, you know, a touchdown, a deep ball touchdown on that one. So, you know, that's just unfortunate that it didn't work out that way, but good otherwise. like I said, I don't have a lot of complaints
I don't
for
either.
what we saw. I know a lot of a lot of people in the chat were a little nervous and ready to, fire everybody and kick people off the starting team and all that stuff, which always just amazes me. But it's pretty comical at times.
They may not be ball knowers, bro.
Yeah, I get that. It's just super extreme, regardless of whether you know ball or not. Like I don't make declarations about stuff I don't know a lot about. I just shut up. But that's me. I'm different than some people.
Yeah, but we're a little older too, D Lucky. We're a little older.
Yeah, that's probably that. Probably that. But yeah, even if I'm in a space where people are expecting me to talk, if I know that I don't know anything about it, I'm going to be real judicious about my comments. So that's just me.
Smart, man. The young people could learn from that.
Hopefully, the ones that live in my house do. So we can spread it from there.
Can't speak on that now.
Yeah, we can spread it from there.
Let's see what else.
But I'm looking forward to next week. Next week should be good. Hopefully, get more of the same.
You got to be going to this game, right?
That's the plan. Yeah.
Okay.
So my favorite college team to root for, and one of my alma maters are playing each other. And I got a godson that plays on the South Alabama team. So
I didn't know that. Cool.
Yeah. So I'm absolutely gonna be down there for that.
Is he a fucking hitter? Does he hit people? Does he punch people in the fucking face?
He does not. He is actually a wide receiver.
Oh, he doesn't do that.
No.
Well, that's cool.
But he's got some good size to him though. He'll catch a ball. He'll catch a ball or two. He's not gonna shirt many tackles. He'll try to score, but he's not running away from hits.
Anything jump out to you? Some of these young guys. I mean, obviously Xavier Atkins is a baller, 100%.
Yeah, Atkins. I just love the way he plays. He's what we needed at linebacker for a while now. So it's going to be exciting to see what he blossoms into. I mean, Sly was a headhunter today. I don't know what his motivation was or what got into him, but hopefully he stays playing at that level. That would be to have him and Champ roaming the same secondary at the same time. That's kind of Legion of Boom-esque. That's going to put a lot of fear in folks on deciding whether they want to catch the ball if both of those guys are out there at the same time. So that was good to see. D-line just did a great job all the way across. What's number 3? What's his
Chris Murray, right?
Yeah. Murray has flashed a few times for me. Played well last week, and then randomly I just saw him in pass coverage a couple of times where he was on his defensive end spot, but he was dropping into the flats in one of the zone coverages that Durkin had for him. And I was just that was kind of the first time that I really saw him. I was like, why is that big son of a gun standing out there? Why are we doing that? Now, it made sense later on because they threw a lot of balls out there and a lot of those in-cutting routes. And when he was out there, they didn't throw him out there. They weren't able to get the ball through. So, he's flashed 2 weeks in a row for me. So I'm excited to see him as well.
I like that.
He's been yeah.
He works on that, man. Him and Keldrick and I think Jared work together on pass drops like that. I see them in practice doing that.
I didn't, like I said, it didn't make sense to me at all. I will comment, Pink and what you guys are doing with the site has been amazing. The reviews that Pink did on some of the plays just crystallized a lot of stuff for me this week. Just stuff that I saw and I wasn't quite sure of the why. Even last week on my call, I didn't think we ran as many RPOs as we did because I didn't see necessarily the wide receiver or who was potentially available for a catch. And then kind of watching it back with Pink, I was like, okay, we did way more RPO stuff than what I could see from the stands last week. So it's been awesome what you guys have done with the site. So I'm excited to see what continues to grow from that.
Yeah, Pink is a ball knower. That's for sure. He's like us.
He is. It's been good. I hope you guys do some collaboration with Camera Eye and him, and there's something y'all can do together that I think would be phenomenal. I don't know how to meld those two together, but I would love to see it.
We're gonna work on it.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Yeah, like I said, I don't have a lot of angst. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow morning and be pretty excited about where we are. Oklahoma apparently played well tonight. I only got to see a little bit of that in commercials when I flipped over. And I don't think a lot has changed with my expectations of that game. It's going to be tough to go on the road and get a win there, but I think it's going to be a super competitive game. And the couple of plays I did see, for all of Jackson Arnold being criticized for holding onto the ball, Mateer seems to throw it. He does not have a lot of caution. And I know he had at least one interception tonight, and I know he had one last week, maybe two. But he had a couple that should have been intercepted. So hopefully Durkin can draw some stuff up and get him to throw us the ball a couple times. So,
that'd be pretty sweet.
I'm excited to see how that chess match plays itself out.
Hell yeah. All right, D Lucky. Thanks for jumping on the line tonight, bro, on the burner phone, the Barner phone, as some would say.
I love the Barner phone, and looking forward to seeing Ryan come back next week after his 5 consecutive years of being on the in the chat. He was awesome tonight.
Tell us a little bit about your night, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan was going through all the stuff that he's seen over the years, and then asked the question like, "Are we going to talk about the game at all tonight?"
I was like,
okay,
"What have we been doing for the last
while.
4 fucking hours, bro? Like what?"
Exactly. It's like, okay, yeah, you've been here for a long time, Ryan.
Yeah.
But oh well.
All right, brother.
Adds a little spice of life.
D Lucky, you're the man, and I'm glad to know you, man.
Same here, brother. And we'll be in touch on the next visit down to the homestead down on your.
Please,
thought you
sooner
guys
the better.
were heading up here for the summer. Yeah, thought you guys were going to head up here for the end of the summer, but that's okay.
I know I thought we would do a bourbon event at the Nook, and but it didn't happen.
Yeah, that didn't work out, so that's okay. We'll pivot. That's all.
All right, brother.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
See you, man. Bye.
Peace.
I gotta figure out how to do that. Hey, what's up? Hold on. I think I screwed that up. It's hard when I have 2 calls coming in at once. I bet you that's Nick probably trying to call me. Nick. Yeah, here we go. I got it right here. I got you, brother. I got you. Hey, Nick, you there, bro?
Are we good?
Yeah, Nick, is this you?
Are we? Yes, this is me. Are we good?
Hell yeah. What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm great. This is probably the 5th time I've called.
Well, I mean, I had D Lucky on the horn, so it makes it harder for you to get through.
Hey, he gets dibs first for sure. He's a legend.
He's a fucking badass. Hey, is this your first time calling in?
I've called probably twice. I don't know. You know, I just felt the need. I probably listen to the Drain probably sometimes I catch it on replay. Like last week, I was driving back from Waco, and low key, it helped me stay awake the whole time.
Oh, so, that's good.
And right now, I didn't even tell you this. I bought a Tesla a couple months ago. I tried to use your referral to buy it, but I'm a poor and had to buy a pre-owned. And apparently, you can't use referral codes when you buy a pre-owned Tesla, which is kind of weird.
It's for only new ones. But yeah,
I know.
So what'd you get, bro? What'd you get?
I bought a 2019 Model 3.
I have a Model 3 myself. I love it.
I just charged up in Prattville, headed back to Birmingham.
There in front of the Target?
Right in front of the Target. My old lady was mad because she couldn't go in and spend, $80 at Target.
Yes.
It kind of works when I charge when Target's closed. It's a lot better gig than charging when Target's open. You know what I mean?
Yes. And I'm familiar with the struggle. When you get a woman near a retail outlet, you know you're going to be down $75, like real fucking fast.
And that's genius on their part, putting the chargers in front of Target. Like,
I know.
I can't think of a better marketing plan.
Is your home base? Are you near Montgomery, like in real life, or where are you at normally?
No, I'm from Birmingham.
Okay, cool.
I'm from Birmingham. I charged up. I got to a point where I can make it to work in the morning because I get to charge at work for relatively free. So just trying to get enough juice to get to work in the morning.
Yeah,
I got to be up at 5 a.m.
I got you.
It is what it is.
Hey, thoughts on this game, bro? What stuck out?
Well, I can't wait to go back and watch it on replay because, like when you're at the game, especially I had a 6-year-old with me tonight, so you don't really get to see play-by-play, I can't wait. But everything looked pretty smooth. I'm upset that they got on the scoreboard because I felt like if we wouldn't have turned the ball over there, like it's a whole different ball game. And, it sucks seeing that 3 on the board, but, it is what it is. That's room for improvement,
For sure.
I know you've got – your daughter graduated from South Alabama, or is she still there?
Yeah, she graduated. She's working in Atlanta now.
So who do you pull for next week?
The Auburn Tigers. Fuck yeah, of course.
I mean, that's a tough spot, though.
No, not really.
Tough spot.
I mean, yeah, I'm happy. She had a great experience at South, but I like Auburn. Yeah.
I mean, me too. I'm a little biased myself, but I don't know. I hope we can keep them off the board. Did they play today?
Yeah, they lost narrowly to Tulane, I think, which is kind of credible. You know what I mean?
Wow. Yeah. I mean, Tulane's had some good games. Was it like really close or like?
I think it was within a touchdown. Yeah.
Wow. Did you happen to catch the Florida game at all?
I got to watch like some of the first half, but no, I was getting ready for the show in the second half. They hit a field goal. South did to beat their South Florida to beat their ass. How about that, huh? Did I lose you?
Because like in my head, Lagway was like, I mean, if there's a quarterback in college football, I'm probably going Lagway over every.
Hey, Nick, I'm starting to lose you, bro. You're kind of cutting in and out. I think I'm going to have to cut you off, bro. I hate doing it, but I'm losing you on the signal there. I'm sorry about that, man. He was cutting in and out, and then he came back, and then I think he was gone. So he's probably on the highway there between Prattville and he's probably near Marbury or Jemison or somewhere right in that area, and so he lost his signal. But, Nick, it was awesome having you on the show, bro. Appreciate that, my guy. Let's see. Canoeman says, I have free supercharging for a year. Going to enjoy the heck out of that. Absolutely, dude. I had 3 months and I enjoyed the hell out of that. Yeah, free supercharging is the tits. That is the best thing about it. We have a good charger here in Montgomery. I go to the East Chase one. Actually ran into a bunker member there about a month ago. MW Duncan, who's a legend. Nick says, I will call in next week, War Damn Eagle. Sorry about losing you there, Nick. It was great having you on the air, though. And don't make yourself a stranger. You know the number now. Yeah, I mean, Tesla's got some issues as far as like, there's a lot of people that say, oh, Elon Musk, blah, blah, blah. I just really want to drive an electric car. Not because I'm trying to say the plan or nothing. I just like the whole thing about they're so like it drives itself, like the whole full self-driving. I like the idea of charging at home, like basically filling up at home. I don't know, man. It's a great car for me. My friend Johnny, he always goes, this is a great car for you. And it's kind of a backward compliment, but he's right, though. And it's a great car for me. I love it. And I know that Canoeman's driving a Tesla as well, and he's loving his too, so that's awesome. A couple super chats here that have come through since I was talking to people on the air. I left this one up for a little while, but Trent said, thanks for the stream, JG. Appreciate you jumping in there. And let me hit that a little too loud. There we go. Okay. Thanks for the super chat, Trent. Sorry I didn't call you out early. I was just kind of doing some calls. And Dan with 2 N's says, oh, no message offered, no message needed. What a stud. I absolutely love that. Thanks for jumping in and super chatting, Dan, and hanging out with us tonight. Canoeman says FSD is absolutely incredible. It blows my mind how good it is. I mean, I drove, Cordy had me go pick up his birthday cake yesterday, kind of a little bit in town from where I'm at, and I just set it and forget it, dude. I mean, like it's not that you can sit there and read a book, but I don't have to drive. I just got to keep my eyes on the road and pay attention to what's going on. But it blows my mind almost every time I drive it. I'm like, I can't believe that a car is this good at driving like this by itself. It's incredible. There's Trent right there. Says, no worries, JG. Sorry about leaving you out there, but appreciate you being cool about that. D. Leggy says, thanks, Chip. Ain't hard talking ball with your boy, though. He's a ball knower. I love the idea. Dude, we have almost 3,000 chats in this show tonight. That's crazy. We thought we were doing really good on the on the bourbon blend last night. Was it last night? No, it was 2 nights ago. And we had, I think, 600 chats, 600 or 700, and we got almost 3,000 on this one. I mean, I know it's a different deal. I mean, Auburn football game, it's a pretty big deal, but you know what I mean? Nick says, I was so skeptical of full self-driving at first, but now I trust it more than myself. That's exactly how I feel. My wife will not drive on FSD. She's got what I call a hand drive. But I trust it 100%. There's a couple little things that it'll do in situations where, like, I have a road where it's 2 lanes and it cuts down to 1. or if it's 3 lanes and it goes to 4 and I need to be in the right lane. Sometimes it's not in the correct lane. It'll be 1 lane short. It'll miscount lanes, I feel like. But other than that, I never have any trouble with it. Ever, ever, ever. And I'm a guy, listen, guys, I drive from Montgomery to Auburn is 95% of the driving I do. I just set it and forget it, dude. As soon as I pull out from my neighborhood, I hit FSD and I'm done. Schaefer Kia says, I graduated from South, but I have 0 allegiance. I respect it. Bro, I get it. It was just kind of a big deal for our family because Maddie got essentially to me a full ride means you don't pay a penny ever. She got a scholarship to South where she didn't pay much. We had to pay some housing and shit and her bumming around money, obviously, but South was an incredible experience for her, and she really liked South. But when Nick's asking me about my allegiance to this game, I'm like, shit, man, come on now. Terrence says, I would never use FSD in the city. I use it all the well, hold on. Now, to be fair, Terrence, I'm in Montgomery, so I don't know if it counts as the city. I'm in the village, but I trust it 100% in the village. To be fair, when I drive to see my daughter, though, she lives in Duluth, Georgia, outside of Atlanta, and so I trust it 100% in there. Actually, I trust it more in there because I don't know where the fuck I'm going. And that would count as the city, I think. I don't know, man. Today was the first day I ever had this happen. I was watching the UK game, and they talked about how Zach Calzada was from Buford. My daughter lives in Duluth, but she hangs out in Buford a lot, and I was like, that's where my girl's from. And I never had that. I never said that in my head before. So my daughter lives out there. I feel like an old person when I got a daughter who's living, you know what I mean? Like she's independent now. She's 23 years old, and she has her own job and her own money and her own bills and her own life, and it's weird. I feel like a stranger says, the idea of FSD freaks me out. Don't know how y'all do it. But then again, I was raised by a race car driver. Holy shiz. That's AJ Foyt's son right there. Terrence says he's in New York City. Now, that is a different caliber of city, 100%. I was in New York City one time in my life, and I was terrified. It was just too much. It was too much. But I'm glad that you've acclimated to that. Yeah, I was overwhelmed. Let's see. Knuman says, I have a friend that owns a Toyota dealership, and he is after me trying to buy it. They have, let's see, I lost what he said there. My bad. They have a lot of people looking for the V8 Alpha Tiger. Oh, he's talking to Alpha Tiger there. Dan R. jumps in to say, not going to call old piss jug. That's old piss jug, man. Formerly a really kind of a bandit on the bunker. On the OG bunker, but like a little bit more mannerly now. Nick A says, I trust it more in the city. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. I trust it more in the city more than rural Alabama back roads. I have never had a problem on the Alabama back roads, and I'm on them way more than you are. Well, no, that's not necessarily true. I'm on them quite a bit because sometimes if I don't have anything to do, this is how much of a nerd I am. I set it to go through Tuskegee. And so, because I can get better efficiency ratings, because my car, I have a Model 3 Performance, and it gets about 300 watt hours per mile. Is that right? 300 watt hours per mile. I don't know what that. You know the figure. You know, Nick, what it looks like on a car, and so I'm always trying to get under that. I'm trying to get it lower. I try to get it down to like 225. I think that you guys that are using like a dual motor or a single motor are probably getting way lower than that. I think if I had it to do over again, I wouldn't get the performance, or maybe I would. I love the seats. Anyway, I'm just babbling here. It's late in the show. We've been on. Oh, we've got a call coming through. That's our first actual call. Hey, Chipper, are you there, brother? Chipper.
Hey, there you are.
There you are. What's up, brother?
Hey, man, we just made it back to the RV up here in Auburn from the game.
I think you're the first. You're the first actual bunk to call in on the new line. I think because Nick's a bunk, I guess. But
oh, okay, yeah, you've been calling out. I was listening to you the whole ride back over here.
I've been calling out. So you're calling in, bro. I like it.
Yeah, I just got here and rolled back in, changed into a shirt with a nice JG quote on it. Potato head motherfucker from Idaho.
Yep.
Courtesy of Chris, last name redacted.
Yes.
The legend.
I know
made
that guy.
those for us. Yeah. I know the guy that said the quote on here too.
Hell yeah, you do. It's me.
Hey man, that was a damn straight. And you made it with good reason.
All right, so you were at the game tonight, right?
Flew good. Start out with. He landed. He got his little piece of nugget of whatever it is in the sack there.
The eagle flew good.
They had 2 eagles there.
Did they really?
They had a tribute to the late director of the Raptor Center back in January, I think, and they had a golden eagle and the bald eagle down on the field at the time.
Damn, that's badass. The only thing better than one eagle is 2. That's badass. Hold on, I lost him. He didn't do anything wrong, though. Yeah.
So got to see all them. Actually, we were standing outside getting tickets right before, and Janai Broom and Todd Pettiford and Miles and one other dude, couldn't remember who, walked up, and Todd was standing between me. Broom was standing between me and my dad, and all these kids were like running up and asking for selfies, and he was like, "No, we got to get in. We got to get in. We got to do this." And, he just got mobbed, poor dude. But he was cool about it. He's not. We just gave him a war eagle and let him go on his way.
Yeah.
But
he's pretty
they were
quiet.
all there. Yeah. Big dude.
Yeah, he is. He'd whoop your ass if you could.
Compared to my short ass, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't fuck with him.
You're not a real tall guy. No.
No. I can't dunk. There's no way. My days in the league would. But no, it was a good game. Oh, they also had the tribute to Pat Dye right after halftime and everything. I know you guys probably couldn't see that, with the whole line of former players, and so that was kind of neat. So they had a lot going on tonight besides whipping that Ball State ass.
Yeah. And they certainly did plenty of that.
The defense did their job, man. Offense, I could tell it's a work in progress still. There was good things. There was some shaky things, but hey, was it just me, or was that like what kind of route is it? Like some 8 or 9 yards sit down, Coleman or whoever was out there on the outside, was that there like every time they threw it?
Sure seemed like it was.
It was like easy money every time. They just gave that up. And they took it, which, hey, this was another game just like last week. They took what they given them. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't exciting necessarily. They made good plays, but, it was just they took what was there, and that was the end of it. There was no fanfare, no real, crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, it was just kind of boring.
Yeah, but it was very workman-like. Let's just say that.
Yeah, for sure.
Job, mission accomplished. That was what you wanted.
And what are you thinking about Malcolm as a punt returner? Is he getting? I know he's getting you a little anxious.
Yeah, it's always just like I say, it's always an adventure back there. It's something just doesn't sit right. Like he's gonna drop that ball in the fourth quarter in Norman up a touchdown and gonna be able to ice it, and he's gonna choke it. Just like that punk ass bitch from LSU that never damn thing over here.
Yeah.
In the Bammer game a few years ago. I don't know. I shouldn't talk like that about a guy that busted his ass out there like that. But he did a hell of a lot more than I've ever done on the football field. So
same.
Hell. But yeah, it was a good game. We had fun. So, just listen to the second half. I kind of dipped in and out trying to save battery and everything. So
got to do that.
Good show. Y'all held it down well.
For sure.
So just thought I'd call in and test out.
Yeah, it's doing okay, Chipper. You're popping a little bit, but I don't think it's anything you're doing. It's on my end, probably.
I got you. Okay. Well,
but you sound good.
I would invite you here to this place to do the brain drain, but there is no reliable internet here. We just got a T-Mobile thing hooked up, and it's streaming everything, but I would not trust it to do what you're doing. So,
I got you.
But it'd be super cool if you could come here and do it on site. It'd be freaking balls out. But hey, maybe one day.
Someday when we get high speed internet
Starlink.
Everywhere. Yeah, Starlink. Yeah.
Starlink. Super Starlink on steroids or something.
Hey, have you used Starlink before?
No, I have not.
I wonder if it's actually really good, like for real.
I've seen people doing constant streamers and live streamers on YouTube and Rumble that use it, that live out in the middle of nowhere. and they'll have like 2 or 3 receivers and have it up, and they don't have any problem uploading and running live streams to like Rumble and YouTube and Kick and multiple platforms. Like one dude I watch runs multiple platforms at a time. He's got streaming like 4 or 5 different things, and he doesn't seem to have a problem.
Damn.
So, but
I mean, Jay Lee's got a Starlink on his fucking truck, man. Like he really does. He does. I'm serious.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had the need for it, but yeah, one day maybe. So
yeah,
you never know. All right, man. Well, be good.
All right,
War Eagle,
Chipper.
everyone.
See you, bro.
Y'all be good. See you.
Bye. There he goes, Chipper. Chip is what he posts on the bunker, and he's definitely a friend of the site, friend of mine, and always hosts. Well, he and his wife host us for like the spring. We do like a spring bunker event at his place there in Orange Beach, and it's always a great time. A lot of hell raising going on there. Schaefer Kia says 3 receivers are $7.99 a month. Is that what you just said? There's no way Jay Lee's doing $7.99 a month. I know he has a receiver on top of his truck, but I don't think there's 3 of them. And Starlink, Nick says Starlink is great. Piss Jug, call me, bro. I'm willing to do one more call if you want to call in. Otherwise, I'm going to wrap it up because I got to, we're going to do some content tomorrow in the morning, and I got to be able to get up and do the content. So I don't want to go too much longer on the show, but I would love to have you on if you want to call. Let's see. Nick says it's gotten 150% better in the last year. He also says Elon's sending more satellites up every day. And then Schaefer Kia says it's a joke. He probably just means the price. Yeah, I don't personally need it at this point. I think what Chipper, there's just a day when maybe me and Chipper can kind of do shows on the road or something. When Starlink gets to the point where it's actually like high-speed internet, you know. It's fascinating, though. I mean, as somebody who's 53 years old, like, I mean, I grew up in a world, and D-Lucky's in the same boat that I am, and so is Hornatius, for that matter. We grew up in a world where we didn't have cell phones. I mean, I didn't get a cell phone until I was 26 years old, so we used to have to, like, when you were macking a girl, man, you had to fucking interface with her. You had to call her. You had to talk to her. Like, it was, now these kids today just do a bunch of, texting and get it done that way, which I respect the hustle, man. I'm not knocking the hustle, but I'm just saying, like, it was a different world. I never thought that I'd be in a world where my car drove itself, where I could have internet, or I didn't even know what internet was, but just have access to all that shit out in the middle of nowhere with the Starlink. That's crazy. Kanuman says he thinks unlimited is maybe 125 or 150 a month. Terrence notes that the South Alabama game is going to be, he's in New York City, so it's 12:45 for him, 11:45 for us here in the Central Time Zone, and that's a little bit different. It's pinned atop the bunker right now. I don't give it out I don't give it out on the stream, but it's pinned in the thread on the bunker. It's at the top. Terrence says kids these days, JG. Am I right? LOL. I don't know how old you are, bro. I can just remember like having to Mac girls. Like you had to actually like do it. You had to actually go talk to these girls and like interface with them, D Lucky says you might have to talk to her parents before you got to her. That's absolutely true. I definitely remember I was a girl in high school I was trying to Mac named Macy Romine, and I had to work with her mom and her dad kind of to get to her. And I ultimately did not get that done at all. But listen, guys, it was an ambitious ask because she was the head cheerleader at Edison, and she was pretty much out of my zone. And the only chance I had a shot at all is because I met her at summer camp. But anyway, I turned out I was her brother's counselor in school at Takatoka at the summer camp. It's the only chance I had, but ultimately did not work out. But I did put the time in. I bet D Lucky's had a few of those too. Kind of a long shot that you were just hoping you could pull through. Schaefer Kia says Macy is a crazy woman name. Alert. No, Macy was cool. She was a really cool chick. She still is, I'm sure. I don't know her personally. She lives in the Dallas-Fort Worth area now, as do a lot of the people that I hung out with because they were in Tulsa at the time. Let's see if this is Piss Jug. Hey, yo, is this Piss Jug? Who I got on the horn here?
It's old Piss Jug.
What up, Piss Jug? How you doing, bro?
Oh man, we're doing, brother. How you doing?
I'm just making it happen. We are now 5 hours and 20 minutes into this stream, and I haven't pissed yet. But I'm hanging in there, bro.
Well, yeah, you need a jug.
I need a piss jug is what I need. Hell yeah, dude.
Well, I've got commemorative issues for the 2025 season as long as Doc don't say anything about playing 3 quarterbacks again.
Yeah, I know. He got excited when Freeze brought that up a couple weeks ago. I tried to get Doc on the show, and I think he's being very bashful.
He's very bashful. I talked to him the other day through facts. That's the only way he communicates.
I know he's very secretive.
No, but I thought we looked well tonight. I thought we looked good. Good to hear Chip on the phone. I hate that I missed that trip this spring. I was supposed to be there.
Yeah, you fucking bottomed out. I don't know what happened.
I flaked at the last second.
What happened? Are you scared? Because you don't think you got enough length and girth?
It's both.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
No. I had some stuff come up with work. Couldn't make it. Same thing that happened with me and Wardam Eagle were supposed to meet at Niffers, but we didn't get to meet a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, I mean, I thought we looked well. I liked what Jackson Arnold looked like. Can't wait to hear Rice's breakdown on Monday.
Can't wait. I'm waiting with bated breath for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll have some acoustic takes. So
the old Rice Nuggets. That'll be good.
Yeah. And now I just appreciate everything you guys do. Just wanted to jump in here and enjoy it every Saturday or Friday for last week.
I think you've really come around as a bunker poster, man. I like you've kind of found a middle ground where you're not a total dick all the time, but you're not like soft either, you know?
I never felt like I was a dick. Was I a dick?
I think you were kind of dickish like a few years ago.
Well, maybe.
But we need dickishness, just not meanness, you know?
Yeah, well, I like to throw a little shit fire in there.
I do too. I get it. I do too.
Hey, we got to fix that now. I hate having to put the period in between the I and the T.
Do you want to get your name changed, though? Like to your actually just piss jug?
That shit really pisses me off.
We can get that fixed, man.
I have like 2 subscriptions now, by the way. I pay $9.99 a month on my old subscription, and I pay a yearly now. They draft it every time, and I'm just like, I don't even care as long as I get to stay a part of this community.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Wow. That's very nice of you. That's dedication to the brand right there.
Well, so when it shifted over, I was like, I can't go 2 or 3 days without this. I'm like, and so it was just like, well, you can put in your email, and I put in my email, and I put in my email, it fixed it, and I was like, oh, okay, there it was, and it drafted $120, and I was like, that's fine, it's just doing it yearly now, and then all of a sudden, 4 days later, it was like, on 3, $9.99, and I was like, whoa, I'm getting drafted twice, but whatever. I was like, fine, we'll do it.
We appreciate that, bro. I would appreciate the dedication, but we need to get that straightened out one way or another. So DM me on the board, seriously.
Okay, I will. But either way, it's not fine. But yeah, I would love to get the. So I'm not an Irish piss jug anymore. It's not.
You're like the piss jug.
Yeah, still the same guy.
All right, bro.
Anyways, you enjoy it.
Yeah, we'll pick you up. Hopefully, you call in for the South Alabama game too. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, man. See ya.
See ya.
There he goes, Piss Jug. As far as I know, first call. And CJ says Piss Jug is a stand-up dude. Had lots of good chats with him. I like that. I love it when we have, it's a good community situation. By the way, did we crash? Or actually, we crashed. We zipped over the 3,000 message mark. Excuse me. We've had almost 3,100 messages. Isn't that crazy? Shaver Kia says JT's bladder about to splash, blah, 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 splash. Do we have the splash sound? Splash. The crazy thing is I got a plan for this. So here's the thing. I'm drinking bourbon, right? And I really haven't had that much tonight. Like I don't know how full this was when we started. I don't know. I probably drank, let's say, a third of this, maybe a quarter of it. And I came in dehydrated because I exercised right before we started the show. So I was kind of dehydrated anyway. And so my thought was, if I go in a little dehydrated and then we just drink bourbon, not like beer or whatever, just a little bit. This isn't a ton of actual liquid to put in my body. I can probably hold out for a while. And honestly, I mean, we're 5 hours in, almost 5.5 hours in now, and I don't feel like I got to go real bad. I mean, it's not like I'm holding it. So CJ Majors says he takes credit for this one right here.
Splash.
I did say I really want to get that guy's, God dang it, Chris Smoove. I used to watch Chris Smoove's streams back in the day when he would do really old Call of Duty. And I said, he does Splash. And number 20 said, I'll get that for you. And he sure did. Shaver Kiss is BioLite, life-changing beverage. We've got some similar stuff. We've got that body armor, not the regular body armor, but they have it's the BioLite version of body armor. We have some of those in there. And we also have the regular body armors. So I don't know. I got to pay attention to that because I got the AFib stuff. And you got to keep your potassium levels up or else you get in trouble. Anyway, that's a lot to say. That's a mouthful right there. I think I'm going to wrap it up there, guys. Almost 5.5 hours. We did pretty good for this game, considering it was a 42-3 thumping of Ball State. By the way, I want to give a shout out to our callers, J-Head Hoke, Stultzy Poo, Hornatius, B-Matt, D-Lucky, Nick A, and Chip, who called in. Also, Piss Jug here late, making his maiden voyage, but hopefully it's not his last. And I think we're just probably going to let it rip from there. Alpha says, Peace Tater, got to head back to the hospital in the morning. Wait a minute. There's more to that story. Akaduman says, we want you around for a long time, Commodore. I sure hope that's the way that it works out. But Hornatius says, alcohol can cause AFib, nerd. That is absolutely true. But when that situation happened this afternoon, that scared the shit out of me. I didn't drink today, not until afterward. So I don't know. Chipper says, I suck. Worst caller ever as usual. What? Absolutely not. You're a great caller, and you're a good dude, man. I don't think that's true, Chipper. We've had some bad callers before. Remember some of those drunk-ass people that would call in? It's annoying. It's like 3 or 4 years ago. Might have been during COVID. I don't remember. They would call in and have proxies and all that bullshit. All right, anyway, I think I'll wrap it up there, guys. It has been awesome hanging out with you guys. We will see you guys next Saturday. It's going to be an early game again, as we've talked about. We have bemoaned this. Terrence is not a fan of the 12:45 for him anyway, kickoff. 11:45 for us here. And it'll be the Jags, a.k.a. #Jagoff25, against the Auburn Tigers, and we will definitely get it down. Check out things at auburnsports.com. We're going to have a ton of coverage there. An avalanche, as the kids say. We've got I seriously, I think that 95% of the people here are subscribers at Auburn Sports, and some people are two-time subscribers. Thanks, Piss Jug. But if you're not a subscriber, you gotta be, man. It's an avalanche of content, and we got ball knowers, we've got writers, we've got message board people like me that just talk a bunch. I think we got everything. Jay Lee getting your recruiting tips down, Cole doing some strategy, some recruiting. Caleb doing some team stuff, B-Matt doing team stuff. Justin's got a bunch of breaking news and team stuff. I mean, it's a great, great group, and it's an amazing website, and the network works, and the website stays up. It's better than anything Rivals ever had before, the old Rivals, I should say. Chipper says, I hit the like button on 2 accounts. Thank you, bro. All right, I'm out. Appreciate you guys tonight, all super chatters, legends, friends, callers, ball knowers, even our Baker friends like Hornatius. We love you guys. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Love you guys. See you then.